Welcome to the SQL course. Data is at the core of virtually every business decision today. Companies collect vast amounts of data from website, app, payments, customer interactions, and much more. But collecting data is the beginning. The real value comes from knowing how to retrieve, organize, filter, and turn that data into actionable insight. And that is where SQL becomes one of the most powerful skills that you can learn. This course is designed to take you through SQL from the basics to more advanced concept in a very simple, practical way. You will learn how databases store information, how to write efficient queries, filter data, join multiple tables, perform calculations, and much more. Step by step, you will gain the confidence to work with real-world data and solve business problems with SQL. But it's not just about learning SQL commands like select or where. It's about learning how to ask the right questions, structure data, and use the SQL to solve real-world challenges. Here's what we'll cover. First, we'll start with the basics of databases, why they are essential, and how SQL helps you work with large data sets. Next, we will be exploring how to retrieve and filter data using key SQL commands like select, where, and, or like. Then we'll be diving into table creation and data manipulation with commands like insert, delete, alter, as well as the role of data types in databases. After that, we will cover joins relationships, including inner join, left join, right join, so you can combine data from multiple tables. We'll also go through aggregate functions, group by, having, so you can summarize and analyze data in a very meaningful way. We'll also explore important concepts like primary keys, foreign keys, constraint, and transactions using commit and rollback. Now, if you're looking to take your skills to the next level and launch a career in data analytics, I highly recommend you checking out the Data Analyst Certification course by Simplilearn. Now, this comprehensive course will offer a master's certificate from Simplilearn and certifications from Microsoft, adding a valuable boost to your resume. You will learn the key tools needed for data analysis like SQL, Excel, Python, Tableau, and Power BI while working on real-world projects. Plus, the course offers job assist support to help you prepare for interviews and connect with top employers. So what are you waiting for? Hurry up and enroll now. The course link is mentioned below. Now, before we move on, here's a quick quiz question for you. Which SQL clause is mainly used to filter rows based on a condition? Your options are order by, where, group by, or join. Let me know your answers in the comment section below.
If you're asking me about database, try to understand. Database is a collection of database objects. So I'm writing something, right? So this one is okay for you because I'm not good in writing because always I'm using the keyboard. Okay. So, but I'm to make the interactiveness in the session. So I'm using what is that one? So by writing, so something here. So if you're asking me in real world, what is the purpose of databases means any application can store data. Can store data in what is that one? So database only. Correct? That is the first thing. If you are developing any application, for example, so the Facebook application and also Amazon application, all these applications they are developing, they want to store their data for suppose if you are taking Amazon. So Amazon wants to maintain the products details in the database. Amazon wants to store or insert or update all those data in the database. Even if you are posting some post in the Facebook also, so all the post details we are storing in the database only, right? We are storing in the database only. But if you are talking about these databases, in databases also we have so different types. We have types of what is that one? So databases. First one is SQL databases. So or otherwise we can call it as what is that one? So relational databases. And another one is what is that one? So non-relational. So that means we can call it as NoSQL databases. And also we have, so recently we can see we have vector databases are also available. So might be in some articles we can able to observe vector databases we are using in AI, especially in artificial intelligence, to store the data in a different format. But we are not focusing on these vector databases. We are focusing on only what is that one? So relational databases. But what is the relational database? What is the relationship between this relational and NoSQL databases? These relational databases also we can call it as SQL databases, right? So internally these databases are using SQL. SQL means what? So structured query language. But NoSQL databases, we are not using SQL. So we are using NoSQL. So which is nothing but uh, we are not using SQL query language. Instead of that, so these NoSQL databases are providing some APIs. But we are all new. But I just want to uh, give you some information. So what is a relational database? And what is the at what type of situations we can use relational databases? And at what type of situations we can use NoSQL databases? So let's take a scenario, simple scenario. So somebody is questioning. So relational databases. Okay. So Priti, I think you're asking, you're answering. So if it is a relational database, it is establishing a relationship between the structured tables. But it's not something like that. So you can try to understand. For example, let's say we are having employees database, for suppose. What is employees database? For example, it contains some employee table. And also, what is that one? So the employee and also some other tables might be in that according to the application. There might be some other tables will be involved in that particular application, right? There might be some other tables will be involved in the particular application. Mm, always like one variable in common. It's not like that. So try to understand. So first, if you are talking about relational databases, right? So we have employee number, name, or otherwise, I'm just taking so another database for your understanding. So take any social media application as an example. So like Instagram. Can you please tell me in Instagram we have so the post, if you are posting a post. So post ID and also the content of the post. And also, so like some other details for suppose the post ID and also content and also the creator of the post and also date some fields. Can you please tell me, is it a best practice to keep this post for suppose Instagram application can be developed by using so the relational databases? No. Why? What is the reason? Relational database tables, for example, if you are talking about, we are rely on what is that one? So the schema. In the relational databases, we are relying on what is that one? So the schema. A schema means what? The structure. For example, if you are taking so the content, so this content must be only one type. That might be string or otherwise text. We can say only in the Instagram we are posting only the content, only the text type of content. Always it's not like that, right? In Instagram, so might be I am posting some text. Some others posting might be video, and some others are posting audio. Always we cannot expect. So the content should be text. So in such cases, So the relational databases are not suitable. So if you're asking me at what type of situations we can go for relational databases is, so always whenever we are dealing with what is that one, so some common schema across all the records which we are inserting, for suppose, then we can go for relational databases. So, but what is database first of all? So database is mainly for storing the data, of course. For what purpose? Storing and manipulating data. So simple definition is storing and manipulating the data. Storing, manipulating and securing so the data. So for that one, so we have so databases. If you're asking me in real life, what is the purpose of databases? Means we are storing our application data in the database and we are manipulating. So like we are inserting, updating, deleting, all those operations we are performing, correct? All those operations we are performing. Even if I want to maintain my calendar, for suppose I have a separate application, okay, whatever the meetings I scheduled and whatever the activities I'm attending, right? So I have a separate application. This application is keep on updating so the records in the database. But as a developer, we have to choose which database is required, which database we have to select. So that is SQL database or NoSQL database or something like that. For example, if you are asking me, if you are going to store employee records, for example, employees. So we have an employee table which is capable of holding all the employee records. So we have employee number and employee name and address. If you're asking me, so this employee number, whatever the details you are entering in the database, whatever the operations you are performing, right? So that operations are mainly for what is that one? So manipulating database. For example, so here I am specifying so one Suresh, so Delhi, or suppose. So two Subbu from Hyderabad. Okay, so we are providing some details. R3 John from San Francisco. So now tell me, so all the records are following so the same schema, right? So this record is following the same schema. All the records which we are inserting, so all the records are following the same schema. Schema in the sense, the structure. So this one requires employee number. Employee number should be of type integer. So what is the schema for this employee table? So we have employee number whose type is integer and also the employee name whose type is text type and also the employee address whose type is also what is that one? So the text type. So what I'm saying is whenever we are having structured data in the sense all the records which we are inserting should follow the same schema, same rules which we defined in the schema. So what rules we define? So we define some data type, we define some constraints. All these rules should be satisfied. So each record. So then the type of databases we can call it as structured databases. So structured databases, yes. But these structured databases are also relational, right? If you are asking me, first I am talking about so the structured manner, structured behavior with respect to relational databases. But after that, might be I will talk about so what is a relational database also. So first try to understand. So this is all the tables are having certain schema. Schema will be defined priorly. So for example, another example I am giving. For example, if you are taking so the department table, for suppose this one is having so department number and department name and department location. This is also what is the data type? Text data type. So what I'm saying is almost all the records which we are inserting, so you must follow the certain schema. That means you must provide so department number value as integer, and you must provide so department name as text, and location also you must provide it as text. But all the applications, just think about yourself. All the applications will support this one. For example, let's say if you are having so HR system for suppose, uh, or otherwise HRM application. In HRM application, so what are the roles? Majorly, what are the functionalities we have? So they have to manage the employee details, and they have to manage their skill details, right? What are the skills that the employee have? And they have to manage their personal details, employee personal details. So that means if you're joining in a company, might be you have to fill up all these things in portal, right? So your personal details and all those things. So like that, there are so many things should be associated with an employee. So if you are taking HR system, so that one is a broad system which contains not only very specific details to the employee, there are some personal details and also compensation details, for example, especially so compensation details, how much the company is paying for that employee, what is the variable pay, what is the normal pay, and all those information will be stored in what is the table? Compensation details. But try to think about if you are having all these tables. So, but what about the data? Whether the data which is present in the tables should be related, right? All these tables contains data, for example. So these all these tables contains data, but this data should be related, correct? If the data is not related, how can you manage the employee details? It's not possible. For example, I'm an employee, for example, of Simplilearn, for example. I'm having so my personal details and my skill details and what type of courses I am delivering. And also I'm having some other details also like my compensation details and also some other details which are relevant to me, right? So all the details will be stored in a single table? No. So each detail will be stored in a separate table and they are, what is that one? So relationship, they are having relationship with one another table. But there are some cases we have to observe. So this is super important case. Try to understand. There are some cases. So the structured databases are not suitable. So that means especially SQL databases are not suitable. Can you please tell me what are the cases? If you are asking me, for example, if you are taking Instagram application or Facebook application, simple example, Instagram or Facebook, whatever the post you are posting, whether the post is following so the certain structure, certain schema, no. If you are taking post, for example, each post is having so different content. We cannot expect so the same type of data we are expecting from the user, correct? So one user might be posting audio, one user is might be posting image, and one another user is might be posting video. So we cannot say all the data should be satisfying that certain schema. In such cases, so we can go for what is the databases? NoSQL databases. NoSQL means the every record present in the database is having their own schema. All the records are not following so the same schema like structured databases. In NoSQL databases, so every record, right? So this is super important. Every record, so having their own schema, having their own schema. So in the sense, for example, if you are having post, for suppose the post will be written as so the JSON object, so which contains the post ID, so 01, and also this one is having so some details, right? So content might be so this is image, for suppose, and second post if you are talking about so the post ID 2. So for example, so this is the first post. We cannot say so the first post structure and second post structure should be same. So this post ID is what is that one? So 02. And the content will be so something text, for suppose we are keeping. If you are observing, so here this one is image, this one is text, and also this one contains some extra attributes also. For example, so name, so technology, something. So what I'm saying is this is one record, this is another record. So can you please tell me all the records are following so same schema, same structure? No, we cannot expect. It is not following the same structure. Each record is having so their own schema. So you have to think as a architect, for example, while developing the application, what type of database is suitable in the particular context. If each record is having their own schema, so not common schema, in such cases we can go with what is that one? So NoSQL databases, correct? So NoSQL databases. But so if you're observing, so if you're asking me as an application developer, for suppose, okay, so I work with both SQL databases and NoSQL databases, but the most of the consumption will be what is that one? SQL databases only. So Elias, what is that one? So structured data. Almost I am getting what type of data? Structured data, because if you are working in an enterprise applications, almost the data will be what is that one? So the structured data. If you are speaking about, if you are asking me, so there are some situations, yes, we have unstructured data also. Yes, unless you don't care what is what in image, just need to record that the video or image like that type of data. Yes, yes, Maria. So based upon your expectations, we have to decide. So what is the database and all. Okay, all right. So you understand. So database, but I am showing in a practical way. So for example, so what is database? So simply I can say the definition of database will be in your books might be, if you're a fresher, might be you're reading through books, right? In the books, in academic books. So there are some multiple definitions we have. In a practical point of view, if you're asking me what is database means, database is a collection of database objects. Database is a collection of what is that one? So database objects. So if you're asking me, so what is database means, database is a collection of what is that one? So database objects. What are the databases? What are the objects will be present in database? Anyone, can you please guess it? So first one is tables. If you are taking any database, so we have several types of objects, tables, views, so synonyms. What is that? Synonyms. Indexes. Indexes are mainly for performing, improving the performance of a search query. Indexes. So clusters. So functions, stored procedures, okay, so etc. There are several objects present in the database. But the most important thing we are working with this one is tables. We need to understand so how to create the tables and how to relate the tables. But we are not working with some other objects. Might be we are working on views also, and we are working on indexes as well. And we are not touching so all the objects which are present in the database. First, if you are a basic learner, you should know about what is that one, so how to create tables and how to provide the relationship between the tables. This is the first priority. And the second priority will be what is that one, how to create views. And third priority will be what is the purpose of creating indexes. So the synonyms, clusters, so functions. So after that, so might be we are discussing. So we are discussing about functions, but we are not discussing about stored procedures and all. Those are all some advanced concepts that will be covered in advanced SQL. But don't think about all these things. So if you are taking any database, for suppose, that might be Oracle or MySQL or any database, these are all objects will be present in the database. That might be tables or views or synonyms or indexes or anything. So what are the companies that are providing so database solutions? So Oracle, right? So Oracle is the one of the enterprise level database. Oracle Corporation is providing Oracle database, and also MySQL is open source. So open source license. That means anybody can use without license also. And DB2, so which is from IBM actually. So this is also one of the relational database. So relational database is a concept actually, right? So based upon the concept, so the multiple vendors, they provided their own implementation. Oracle is providing their own implementation. MySQL is providing their own implementation, DB2 and also Postgres. So Postgres is also providing their own implementation. So the Postgres SQL, we can call it as. But in this session, in this training, so we are using what is that one? So the MySQL. So which is open source, right? Which is open source. And most of the intermediate applications, right? Intermediate level applications, we are using MySQL. So all these database vendors are providing these database softwares. But try to understand, if you are taking any database software, that might be Oracle or MySQL or DB2. So what I'm saying is the objects will be same. So the tables, we have to work on what is the one, so how to create tables and how to insert the data and how to work with views and how to work with indexes. These concepts will be common, okay, across multiple vendors. Is it clear, all of you, what I am speaking? Is it understandable? So these are also different companies, they are providing their own databases. But in our curriculum, so what is that one? So we are using, so MySQL. And also another important concept we have to understand while working with the databases, we need to understand so two terminologies. One is OLTP and OLAP. So what is OLTP? Anyone could you please guess it? Anyone have an idea about so OLTP? OLTP stands for what? Did you heard about this term? Okay. So OLTP stands for what is that one? So online transaction processing system. I'm just writing it here. What is that? So online. So transaction, so processing systems. So OLTP stands for what is that one? So online transaction processing system. So it's a simple, right? So for example, because if you are working with databases, how the database being utilized, for example, online transaction processing system means it is a data entry system. So we can simply say a data entry systems. So might be you are in daily life, you are observing almost all the systems are what type of systems? OLTP systems. Can you please tell me some examples for OLTP systems means might be you are booking a flight ticket. So booking flights, right? Booking a flight means it involves several operations. So we are entering your data and also we are selecting flight information and all those things. It is a data entry system only, right? Indirectly, if you are booking a ticket through online, you are making your data entry and you are performing so ticket booking. So there are several ways we can consider. For example, so ticket booking and also hotel booking. We can see like new Aadhaar card creation or new PAN card creation. So these are all data entry systems. So that type of systems are called as OLTP systems. OLTP systems basically mainly used for performing so what type of operations? Insertions, updates, and delete. So these type of operations we can perform basically in OLTP applications. Almost nowadays, if you are observing, almost all the types of applications are OLTP applications only. But if you are asking me, what is the difference between so OLTP and OLAP systems? OLAP means what is that one? So online analytical processing, right? Online analytical processing. Be careful. This knowledge is important. So you should know about whether the system is OLAP system or OLTP system. So if you're asking me, so the OLAP, it's an analytical process. For suppose you're having huge amount of data, for example, so like Amazon customers data. If you're asking me Amazon customers data, it's a global business, right? In a global business, there are so many customers are there. It's in petabytes or zettabytes. So from that customer data, you want to get some insights, for suppose. So the people who are actively purchasing electronics, the people who are actively purchasing some other goods, for suppose. So if you want to perform some analytical operations and you are generating some reports, so this is super important. If you are generating some report based upon so client requirements. Here we are not performing any insertion operations or deletion operations or anything. We are not going to manipulate the data. We are just performing what is that one. So we are using the data. So for analytics and reporting purpose, right? For analytics and also reporting purpose. So that type of systems we can call it as OLAP systems. Now we need to understand the differentiation, right? So database we are using in two purposes. Either we can use that one as OLTP systems. So for online transaction processing, or either we can use that one for what is that one? So OLAP systems. If you're asking me where we can use for online analytical processing means, so might be your manager is asking some insights about what is that one? So some business, for suppose. We need to provide some insights. So finally, we are generating the report. How we are generating the report? Some visualization report. Might be you are representing the data in a visualized form, in the form of bar chart or otherwise pie chart or something to differentiate the sales. or to differentiate the data, for suppose. So such type of systems we can call it as OLAP systems. But almost if you are observing in government offices, almost all the systems are what is that one? So OLTP systems, online transaction processing systems. That means through applications. So we are inserting the data, we are updating the data, we are deleting the data, all these operations we are performing. Is it clear, all of you? What is OLTP and OLAP? Do you have any questions? I'm just looking at the chart. I think so. Previously, I'm not addressed any question. Uh, when it comes to database objects, we need to create a database from scratch. Yes. So that is correct, Maria. Can you give some as examples for the tables and other types? Okay. So I will give you some examples, no worries. First basic question is, can you please provide some examples for OLTP and OLJP? Okay, you're working in a company. For suppose you are working as a customer support engineer, for suppose, or customer support. You are working in a customer support. So what we have to do? So you are receiving calls from the customer, and we need to raise the complaint or something. Can you please tell me? So raising a complaint is a OLTP or OLAP? It comes under what is that one? So OLTP, correct? Yes or no? So raising a complaint comes under what type of system? OLTP system. So why? You are entering so complaint details. So what is the cause and everything? So we are raising a complaint as a customer support engineer, for suppose. For example, so somebody is questioning, somebody is raising, asking me as a customer support engineer. So my ADO, Azure DevOps system is not working, or otherwise, so something, there is a problem with my laptop. What I have to do, I need to fill out some form, right? And I'm raising a complaint. So that type of systems are OLTP systems. If you are raising a complaint, so automatically what happens? So that complaint will be received by IT team, right? So that complaint will be received by the IT team. So again, IT team is resolving that problem. So IT team is trying to resolve that problem. So they are updating the status, right? So they are updating the status. So updating status is also comes under what is that one? So OLTP only. Because already have that data, so they are updating the data. Some other examples might be easiest examples. You are booking a flight ticket. So booking a flight ticket. So booking a flight ticket comes under what is that one? So OLTP, correct? So online transaction processing. But after that, what happens after booking flight ticket? So you're not possible to continue the journey on the particular day. So what we have to do? So we need to update the booking, for suppose. We need to update the booking. So this is also comes under OLTP only. So that means what operations you are performing on the data might be insertion or updation or deletion. All these comes under what is that one? So OLTP operations. Can you please tell me? So some examples related to OLAP operations, online analytical processing. Mostly the data analytics people, right? So data analytics. So these people, they are using some tools. So like Power BI, so Microsoft Power BI, and also SQL, and they are using some Python. All these tools, they are generating so this OLAP processing, per suppose. OLAP means what? So online analytical processing. Analytical means what? So they are going to perform some process. The major outcome will be what is that one? So they are expecting some report. So the outcome will be, so they are analyzing the data, and finally they are generating some report, right? For reporting, they are using some tools like Power BI. For analyzing the data, so they are using SQL and Python. Okay, like that. In each stage, there are some tools will be used. But finally, expectation will be, so they are going to generate some report. This report will be used for what is that one? So decision making, right? If a leadership want to make any decisions, they will use this report. So if you want to so generate report by analyzing the existing data, so then we can go for what is that one? So OLAP systems. There are two paths for you, right? So one is you have to work as OLTP developer for suppose. So OLTP developer for suppose. OLTP system developer, which is nothing but app developers. So mostly app developers, which is nothing but web or mobile or any application developers. So all applications comes under what is that one? So the OLTP systems only. But if you are going for online analytical processing, so if you are going for online analytical processing, so mostly data analytics comes into the picture, right? So they have to generate the reports, they have to get the insights from the data. So most of the professionals will be from data analytics. So for that one also, we need SQL, right? We need SQL. We need Python. So some technologies. We need Python. And we need some tools for reporting. So like Power BI. So some tools are which are required for reporting and all. For app developers, so we need to learn Java or Python. Okay, we need a, so what we can say, we need to learn a full stack development, we can say. Full stack development. This is one track. But most of the people nowadays, trending is what is that one? So this is data analytics, right? I can see even in Simplilearn or outside also, the people who are more concentrating on SQL, so they are migrating to this area. So like data analytics. So the people are from different domains, right? So marketing, HR, so the finance. So all this, not only finance, banking, of course, finance is comes under banking only, and also insurance. So there are different domains the people are working. So logistics, management, right? So management is also one of the important domain. So why these people are learning the SQL? The reason is they have to transform their careers into what is that one? So the data analytics. Yes, very good. So the medical, good question. So medical and all those things. So what is the difference between Python and R means? There are a lot of differences is there, but I cannot discuss Chirag here because this is not a Python session, right? Python and R is mainly used for machine learning. Okay, so the Python itself, it is providing some libraries like scikit-learn, TensorFlow, so some libraries that are very good in what is that one? So performing machine learning operations. So just for your high level. So I just want to understand your track actually. So can you please post it in the chat? So I am just observing what is your track, whether you want to become an application developer or your focus should be on data analytics. What is your track? So could you please post it in the chat? I just want to understand. See, ultimately I'm getting like data analyst, data scientist. these roles are getting demanded nowadays in the market, right? So your focus should be on what is that one, so working on data only. I cannot see the application developer that's gone. I worked as an application developer previously also. I worked with Java many years. And Java front-end technologies. I can able to develop the full stack applications very quickly. But nowadays, you know, so like from 10 years or 7 years, so this data is getting very demanded. The people who are having so very good domain experience, they can easily handle the data. They can easily understand the data like that. So that is okay. I will tell you simple example. Why you are learning SQL? What are the roles might be you are suitable for? So if you are learning SQL, the first most thing is your domain knowledge. So plays important role in your job. And second one is your technical knowledge, right? So what is that one? So your technical knowledge. And this technical knowledge after that, so usage of AI tools. So the third one, whether you are comfortable with AI tools or not, like that. So I think Sudha is asking some question for entering day-to-day data. uh, So we can use OLTP. For generating reports and making decisions, yes, we'll use OLAP. Correct. Yes, correct, Sudha. But when coming to the applications, if you are observing, it's a combination, right? If you are observing some software applications, it contains all the parts. Some of the parts will be OLTP systems, some of the parts will be analytical processing systems. If you are logging into the application in HR portal, HR can able to get the analytics, how many employees are going to, what is the attrition rate and all those things. There comes under analytics, right? How many people are not interested in the company? HR should know. If you are logging with HR details, the application will display how many employees are leaving next month, how many employees are leaving next year. All the analytics might be HR can able to see, attrition rate and all. Based upon the attrition rate, so might be HR can able to initiate some, what is that one, so recruitment plans and all. In the similar way, new employees are getting onboarded in the company. If new employees are getting onboarded means that type of system is OLTP system, correct? The new employees getting into the company means they have to create a new user. So new user for that particular employee. All these things will be taken care by the HR people. If you are talking about the HR application, that application contains both OLTP and OLAP, online transaction processing and online analytical processing. But try to understand the difference is analytical processing is more about what is that one, so doing some analytics and getting insights from the data for decision making. Might be improving sales and improving the customer experience or improving some other details. These are all decisions which is required for management level, right? Which are required so at management level. Is it clear, all of you, what I'm speaking? So that's why most of the people, like I can see from your personas, mostly you are interesting in what is that one, so analytics side. And also it is not easy, right? So if you are getting into an application developer, right? You have to learn Java and all these tag. It will take many years. But nowadays it is becoming simpler. But what happens means getting into the analytics job. So data jobs, any data job. So it is getting demanded nowadays because of this machine learning and AI and generative AI, all this stuff. Is it clear? All of you got some idea? So got some insights, what exactly your career path and all. Why I'm taking, so might be some of you might be asking me questions. So why, Subbu, you are speaking all this nonsense? So you need to understand your path, right? So, but what are the difficulties in that path also you have to understand. What is the effort you have to keep also you have to understand. So that's why I just speaking nearly 1 hour about what is that one. So what are the different paths? You can choose it like that. Is it clear? So can I proceed further? Let's jump into our concept. I'm not going to spend more time with that one. I already brainstormed a lot. What is the path you have to select? I'm suggesting, so mostly if you're having domain knowledge, you're very good with your domain, what you are working, better go with analytics. If you're having so already, so I'm a good in Java, I am good in so Python or any programming language. So you can go it as what is that one, so the full stack developer and use SQL and all those. The full stack developer can easily transform, but they based upon the domain, right? So I'm in banking, for suppose my domain is banking. If I want to develop in a logistics, for suppose I want to develop an application in logistics. So I am new to the domain. Might be I have to understand something. What are the operations of logistics and how this one works and all. Okay, like that. Yeah. So now when coming to the databases, the first step what we have to do is, so we are using, what is the database we are using? So MySQL. So throughout this session, so we are using so the MySQL database. I am encouraging so to install so your personal machines, because you can Simplilearn is providing the lab also, but I am suggesting to install so what is that one, so in your personal machines as well. So I will guide you how to install. So install MySQL. So in your personal machines as well. For suppose if you are working from company, don't install it. That means your company laptop, don't install it. So if you are using company laptop, so don't install so the MySQL. Only in personal machines only you can install. So because there are some IT restrictions are there in the company laptop, so don't install it. So if you want to work with databases, there are several databases we have. So might be you're asking me why we are using only MySQL. Because this one is open source actually. Okay, we don't want to worry about licenses and all. So that's why I'm using MySQL. So where to access SQL means I will tell you. So just wait for some time. Yeah, where you can install it. All those things I will tell you. So just you can observe. So go to the Google. Just follow my steps. Even if you want to ask me to repeat, I will repeat it 3 times. But please bear with the instructions. Don't try it on your company laptops, because the company laptops does not allow these installations. So I'm just installing so the MySQL or 8.1 or 8. MySQL 8 download for suppose. You just type it this keyword. Mhm. What is that one? So the MySQL 8 download in the chat. You can go to the first link, right? So you can see. So any 8 dot version is sufficient. So 8.0.45 or any version is sufficient. No worries. And the operating system, most of the people are using Windows only. So you can go with the Windows operating system. So if you are coming down, we can able to see different sizes of this one, right? So or otherwise we can see click download page. I think Neelam For the Mac, we have to check. Okay, so because we have to select DMG file, right? So in the Mac, so we have the Mac OS also available, so you can just download that particular one. So install what you installed actually. So you followed some options and installed some setup, right? So but what happened behind the scenes? What are the installations we made? So those are all some super important things we have to understand. If you're asking me, so the MySQL or any database software, it's a server software. Please listen carefully. This is super important for any database or anything. So so that is the problem, correct? Install Workbench. Workbench is just a client. Okay, just wait. Okay, I will come back to you. Seems I need to interact with you. Okay, I think OB. Yeah, I can just wait for some time. After the discussion, I will come back to you. I know, so different experiences. So try to understand first what exactly you done up to now. If you are doing installation, right? So this is the step. If you are doing installation, there are two things. First, what is this MySQL actually? MySQL or Oracle or whatever it may be. This one we can call it as DB server. What is that? DB server. So in a company, if you are working in a company, so this installation cannot be done in your personal machine. Your database server is located in some remote machine, some virtual server. For example, so my company, for example, I am working in some bank. My company main branch is located in Hong Kong or otherwise United States, per suppose. So my business is more related to what is that one? So United States, USA. In the United States, I need to maintain my database server, right? So for that United States, I created one virtual machine. That means I need to create one. I need to maintain one my DB server. So in the real environment, I'm talking about. So DB server means what? So that is nothing but the MySQL server. But in your training purpose, just for training purpose, we are installing server software in this machine. Server software and client software both will be installed in your machine. But try to think about in a real environment, server is not in your machine. So database server, database software will be installed in a separate location. So separate infrastructure will be provisioned. Separate infrastructure will be maintained for the particular server. But you are a developer, per suppose. For example, you are an SQL developer. So you want to communicate with that server, correct? You are an SQL developer, per suppose, or SQL developer, or otherwise, what we can say, you are working on analytics. So you want to communicate with the server, so we need some tools, correct? We need some tools to communicate with the server. So if you are working with the SQL, especially MySQL, so MySQL is providing one tool called as what is that one? So MySQL Workbench. So it's a graphical user interface. So this is a GUI tool. So by using this GUI tool, so we can able to communicate with the MySQL server, which is running on. So might be my server is located in London or USA or Hong Kong or anywhere. Because when coming to the business, where is their business location? For suppose the bank is located in somewhere, some other location, or the particular business is located in some particular region. According to that region, so they are maintaining their server in different locations. But as a developer, we need to perform the operations. So we are going to connect to that server with the help of some tool, some graphical user interface tool. So GUI stands for what? So graphical user interface tools, right? So with the help of graphical user interface tools, so we can able to communicate with the servers actually. So what is this graphical user interface tool? So that is nothing but MySQL Workbench. So whenever we are doing installation, right, for training purpose, what we are getting? So for training, we are doing full setup, right? Full installation. We are choosing full installation. So while doing full installation, so we are getting MySQL 8.0, right? So that is one option. So which is nothing but server. We need server engine. So server engine, which is mainly for processing MySQL statements. And also we need some client tool, right? So which is nothing but Workbench. So Workbench is called as what is that one? So one of the client tool, which is mainly for communicating with the server. And also we have some other tools also, some other softwares also will be installed. So MySQL router. What is that? So MySQL router. For example, if you are working as an application developer, if you want to connect to the MySQL, so the application wants to communicate with MySQL, so we are using MySQL router. But right now, as a part of this training, this is not essential. And also it is providing MySQL shell. So this is also another tool. So this one is providing some bash shell, some Linux shell to communicate with what is that one, so the MySQL database server. And also it is providing some command line also. So these are all tools will be provided for you. So most of the situations we are using these two, right? One is Workbench. So what is the reason we are using mostly? This one is GUI. So graphical user interface. We don't want to worry about writing more code. And another one is what is that one? So the command line. So if you want to write the query, okay, so you can use what is that one? So the command line. If you want to write a query through command line, so if you want to execute the query, so we can use what is that one? So the command line like that. So we have all these options we are getting with full installation. But in the company environment, we are not responsible for installing MySQL. So that is database server is already running. Okay, so the MySQL server is already running in some other location. So with the help of Workbench, we have to connect to that server with the help of some protocol called as TCP by IP. So this TCP by IP is a network protocol. What is TCP? TCP stands for Transmission Control Protocol, which is mainly for establishing a communication, establishing a channel between client and server applications. But to establish a channel between the two applications, it requires some port number. What is that? It requires what is that one? So the port number. So every application, so that may be MySQL or Oracle or otherwise any application, if you are running, that application is running on some port number. So during the installation, so we can see this port number. What is the port number? 3306. This is the port number. So by defaultly, the MySQL is getting. Okay, so you don't want to worry about assigning the port number explicitly. So MySQL is getting this port number by default. You don't want to worry about anything. Just click next, next, next. So automatically your installation is getting finished. But the thing is, think about it's not MySQL. It might be my HR application or it might be some other application. Every application, if you are running, the application is associated with what is that one? So some port number. Okay. Okay. I think Chirag is talking about. So what does MySQL server contain? Yes, all client and server, all are included. Correct. You can get server software and we can get client software also. In your machine itself, for training purpose, we are installing both server software and client software both. Is it clear, Chirag? Okay. So once you done the installation, right? So your server is running or not? How can you check it out? The next question is, what is that one? So the next question, how can you verify? So whether the server is running or not? So that is the complex question, right? Everybody will have in mind. How can you verify whether the server is running or not? So for that one, so we have to go to the services. So in Windows, if you are running any application, right? So that application is running as a service. For example, if I'm running MySQL, so MySQL is running as a service. You can go to the services. So look at my services. See what is this nonsense? So there are so many services are listed here. The reason is in my machine, by defaultly, there are some Windows services are running. Along with that one, so there are some applications are all installed. So Adobe Acrobat. This one is for PDF, opening PDF files, right? So that service is running? Yes. Similar way, my MySQL software is also one service. Please remember, MySQL is also what is that one? So one service. So just type M and we can see, so MySQL 80 here. Look at this. All of you can find the service name. During the installation, so I notified what is the service name it is taking. MySQL 80 by default. Because we installed MySQL 8.0 version. By default, the service name is taking as what is that one? So the MySQL 80. So we can just keep the service name as it is and be done installation. The same service name is getting reflected here. So try to understand. And also, what is the status? Of course, it is running. Running means by default, whenever I'm starting my machine, right? By defaultly, the server is getting started. So could you please check all of you in Windows services, all of you can able to find this MySQL 80 service, those who installed MySQL in your machines and like this message. All of you can able to find. So MySQL 80 service is
Sir,
running.
how did you open this services
Yes, I
screen?
understand. So again, I am showing. So please look into this one. So go to search box in Windows and just type services. Correct?
Okay.
So we can see all the services. And in the services, you just click on any service, type M. M means what? So I need to display only the services which are related to MySQL. That means M, which is starting with M. So we can see, so the MySQL 80 service which is running already. And just explore, try to understand the how the Windows machine is working, what are the other applications are running, and all those stuff. So please like that message. You can able to identify the MySQL 80 service is running or not. So I'm suggesting so this MySQL service is running or not. So it is running. So the next step is what is that one? So check it. So the client tool, what is the client tool? So MySQL Workbench. So look at this. There are so many client tools are available, right? What are the client tools are available? What are the tools available to connect to the server? MySQL Workbench. So the MySQL Workbench. So click on that MySQL Workbench. You are getting the screen, right? You are getting the screen. So I am just expecting so all of you please open that MySQL Workbench and like that message. Then only I can able to understand, all of you can able to find that one. Otherwise, I cannot identify. Please do that step and like that message. So still we are not connected. So we have to connect to the server. So how to connect to the server? Can you please tell me, anyone, can you please post it in the chat? What is the, on which port number server is running? On which port number server is running? 3306, correct, right? See here, already some MySQL connection is available here. Can you please tell me another question I am asking? The server is running in my machine or remote server, remote machine? Remote means some other location is server is running, or in my machine itself it is server running. My machine itself, not remote. Chirag, correct, right? If you are accessing so Simplilearn lab, so good question. What is the difference between remote and local? If you are accessing Simplilearn lab, right, might be the Simplilearn server is located in USA, the lab server. You are connecting from MySQL client to what is that one? So from Workbench, you are connecting to so the Simplilearn server. But here we are installing locally. So that means in my machine itself, so server is present. So we can just double click on so this MySQL connections local host. It is asking so the password. What is the password I provided? What is the common password I suggested? Root. So click OK. So that's all. So you are successfully connected. Yes, almost. If server is running means what? So you are successfully connected to that machine. That's here it is populating. So connect to in the MySQL connections, it is just showing so local instance. Just double click on that one. And what is the password? We have to provide it here. What is the password? So root, right? So click OK. That's all. But by default, it is showing administration and schemas. If you want to see what are the databases present in your environment, that means in your database environment. So you can just look here, we can see, so the banking DB employs all these databases, right? So like that. No, you have only 3 schemas will be there, might be HR, SIS and Sequila. So in companies, do we use same MySQL 80 for coding? Good question, right? So in companies, you are asking me, so to you use so same MySQL means no, there are different tools are there. You must be, that's why I'm explaining, right? So client tool is different, server is different. So the tool, there are several tools are available. So just I am naming here some of the tools. So might be you can expect if you are working in SQL environment. So SQL developer is one of the popular tool. And also Toad. But most of the people are using so the SQL developer and MySQL workbench. What is that one? So MySQL workbench. But all the tools are having similar options. if you're asking me, these tools are very simple, right? So only we can connect, and after that, these tools are providing options for you to write the SQL query and execute the SQL query. Okay, so no worries. These tools are very easy to use it. How you are using Microsoft Word, how you are using Microsoft SQL. So in the similar way, we can use these tools. No worries at all. So writing SQL query is difficult. Writing using the tool, it's not a problem, right? It's not a big deal. Yeah. Yes, the procedures will be almost same. Uh, it's based upon the tool. Okay. So I cannot say like you can easily mingle with the tool. That's what I am saying. If you know, if you're having knowledge of using so Word document, how to format Word document, how to increase size and all, right? So if you are having that knowledge, that is sufficient to use this tool. That's what I am trying to tell you. Is it clear? All of you? Yeah. See, look at this. Once you are getting so connected to the database server, right? So first step is what is that one? So we have to create databases. Just give me a second. So I'm deleting all these databases which are already present. These are all created by me previously. So employee. Don't delete any database from your end. So these are all created by me. So for the previous sessions or something. So drop these databases. So I can see like most of the people, these are all the default databases which we are getting, correct? So these are the default databases which we are getting. Yes. So Surya Prakash Reddy, so you're asking how to reset the database. There is a procedure will be there, but I cannot discuss here. It will take 1 hour. So it's a complex process. Okay, so that's why I'm requesting. So if you want documentation or anything, I will share you the link. If you want to reset the password, you can raise the ticket also, no problem. But in the session, if you want to teach how to reset the password, it will take more time actually. You need to troubleshoot where exactly you are facing problem. Is it clear? So if you want, so the same procedure, I will tell you. Okay, what are the steps you have to follow and all. So we have so 3 databases like HR, Sekila, and also SIS. If you want to create so another database, for example, so managing employees details. So how can you create the databases? You just right click here. You can just click on so create schema. That is one step. Correct? Or otherwise. So go to here SQL tab here. So if you are clicking so SQL tab, so you are getting so this SQL file, right? Here I am specifying so create database. So database name. So what is the database name? HRDB for suppose HRDB. Or otherwise we can say HR database. So this is the query which is mainly for creating a database. So if you want to execute this query, how can we execute this query? So you just click on, so this, look at this. First select this query and click on what is that one? So this option. Execute the select portion of the script. Or otherwise we can keep the cursor in the same line. You just keep the cursor in the same line and you can click on this one. So execute the statements under the keyboard cursor. So I'm preferring, so first select the query and execute that query. So look at this, database is created, right? In the bottom, here, observe my mouse cursor. In the bottom, we can able to see create database, HR database. It is created or not? It is in green color. So we can refresh. So observe my mouse cursor, mouse pointer. If I am clicking refresh, I can able to see one database, right? What is the database? HR database. So I'm just sharing this query in the chat. So HR is by default present. I am provided my name as HR database like that. So different name. I am providing it in the chat. So please check it out whether you can able to create the database or not. So if you want to open this SQL file, right? So how to open? If you want to open this SQL editor, so we can just click on what is that one. So this new file. So automatically this will open the editor actually. So this will open the editor. Is it clear? So please create any database for suppose employee database or HR database. All of you please create 2 databases and let me know. Okay. So let's start with the discussion. So I'm just connecting to the MySQL servers. How can you know? So whether the MySQL service is running or not. So just go to the services. I'm just checking. So my MySQL service is running or not. How can I check it? So just I'm typing so services. So in the services, we can see so many services are running. So especially I'm looking for the MySQL service. Just type M. If you are typing M, you can able to find this service, right? Could you please check it in your machine also, whether the MySQL service is running or not? Of course, in my machine it is running. You can see the status. It is stating like it is running. So if it is running means what? The server is ready. During the startup, whenever we are installing, so yesterday we installed the server, and after that, so we are restarting the machine. So the server is started automatically. So we don't want to worry about restarting the server and everything. Okay. So now the server is running. So what we have to do? So we have to connect to that server. So for that one, so we need one client tool, right? What is the client tool we are using? So the MySQL Workbench. So this is a client tool. There are several tools are available. I'm not talking about, so only this one is the client tool, right? So there are MySQL command prompt is available, and also as well as MySQL Workbench is available. So there are several tools are available. Just establish a connection with the server. So from this client tool. If I am speaking, what is the client tool actually? I'm expecting responses from you. Yesterday already I discussed it, right? What is the client tool? What is this MySQL Workbench? What is the purpose of MySQL Workbench? I am expecting responses from you. Please type it in the chat. What is the purpose of MySQL Workbench? Very good, Nikita. To communicate with server, right? We have server running in my machine itself. Yes. Server is capable of processing what is that one? So all the details, right? Whatever the queries we are giving. Okay. So all the queries will be taken care by the server. My data also will be stored in the server. But what I have to do? I have to interact. I have to communicate with the server. Yes. It's an engine which is capable of processing your SQL queries and all, right? So if I am giving any query, what happens? The query will be executed by the server itself. This is just a client tool. It's an user interface. So from this user interface, we can able to write the queries and send the queries. But I want to connect to that server. Can you please tell me what are the things required for connecting to the server? I think we heard about port number, correct? And which port number so the MySQL server is running? Anyone, could you please guess it? 3306, correct? 3306. Yeah. So just establish a connection with the server. So you just double click on this MySQL connections, which are already present. I am going fast, might be. So I'm just decreasing my pace. I understand. If I'm just double clicking on this MySQL connections, automatically it is establishing a connection with what is the service? MySQL at the rate of localhost 3306. You can look at the service here. This is trying to establish a connection with the MySQL service, which is running on what is the port number? So 3306. Yeah. Yes, we will move. So I am just specifying what is that one. So root password. So root is the password. I just connected to the database. So now we have so many databases. I am just removing whatever the databases that are present. Okay. How to remove the databases? You just right click on whatever the database you created, and we can able to see all the options, right? Which are related to the database. I'm just deleting the database. So drop schema. Drop schema means what? So it is deleting whatever the databases, whatever the database you selected, it is dropping the database. So now we have to create a new database for suppose. So let's create a new database. So for that one, we are using SQL, right? So can you please tell me what is SQL? Most of the people don't know. We are new to this SQL. So SQL stands for what is that one? So structured query language, right? I'm just maximizing this one. SQL stands for what? Structured. So query language. So by using SQL, so we can able to perform so different types of operations. So what are the different types of operations we can able to perform? So based upon the operations, right? So this SQL also can be divided into what is that one? So some other languages. So I think Maria, your advanced learner might be just bear with me because most of the learners will be, you know, if I'm going fast, right? What happens means if I am not recapping whatever the contents which are already present yesterday, discussed yesterday, most of the people are missing the connectivity. Okay, that is the problem. No worries. Okay, so we'll try to manage what is that one. So all the entire cohort, right? So SQL stands for what is that one? So structured query language. What is the structured query language? Can you please tell me? It might be you are already in your academics, you written some programs. For suppose you are having a file, text file. If you want to manipulate the file, how many lines of code you have to write it? For example, I am having a text file which contains the employee data. If you want to insert data or delete data, how many how many lines of code you have to write? For example, in C language, might be most of the people are gone through the C language in your academics long back. So please remember at least minimum 10 to 20 lines of code we have to write it. But what is the specialty of this SQL is with the single line of code, with the single line of query, we can able to perform what is that one? So complex operations. That's why this one we can call it as fifth generation language. And also very important thing, please remember, we don't want to write 20 lines of code. Everything will be getting abstracted. Abstracted in the sense you just write the query. For example, I want to retrieve the data from employee table. So you just write, so select star from EMP. We are just writing the simple query, right? With the help of the simple query, we can able to fetch all the employee details. Correct? We can able to fetch all the employee details. That means, what is the logic behind the scenes? We don't want to worry about what is that one. So writing 20 or 100 lines of code, right? So writing 20 or 100 lines of code like that. Could you please increase? We could see zoom a little bit. Yeah. So definitely I will do that one. Now it is okay, fine. I think Maria. Okay, great. So please give me the suggestions. That type of might be if you are not that content is not visible or something. If I want to write a simple SQL query, right? Here I am writing simple SQL query. So behind the scenes, there is a script will be executed. The script is going to perform operations on the table. It is going to fetch all the records. But one good thing with this SQL is we are just writing 2 or 3 lines of script per suppose SQL script. With the help of the script, we can able to perform some very complex operations. Complex operations in the sense might be fetching the data from the server or inserting the data, deleting the data, or might be we are creating a new database or we are dropping the database. Okay, all these operations we are going to perform through SQL. But how it is possible? How it is possible means all the database management system vendors. Can you please type it in the chat? Who are the database system vendors? That means what are the companies that are providing database as a solution? Oracle. Okay, so the MySQL is open source. DB2. DB2 is provided by IBM, International Business Machines. So these companies already developed some scripts. We don't want to worry about what is that one. So writing some complex program to perform these operations, of course. But if you want to work with SQL, based upon the query we are writing, might be all the situations I am not going to perform retrieval only, right? So based upon the operation I am performing, these queries can be divided into different languages. One is called as, what is that one? So DDL. So DDL stands for data definition language. So data definition language. And also DML. DML stands for what? So data manipulation language. And also we have DRL. So data retrieval language. Or this one we can call it as DQL also. So data retrieval language. So majorly, so there are some other languages also we have. Might be whenever we are working as a database administrator, right? So might be we have to set the permissions and all. But the majorly these 3 languages we should know. Data definition language, data manipulation language, and also data retrieval language. Okay, let's observe, try to understand. So what is exactly data retrieval language? If you are speaking about data retrieval language, sorry, data definition language, first we are talking about DDL, right? So DDL stands for what? Data definition. We need to understand the difference between data and data definition. What is that? So data and data definition. You need to get some clarity about this one. Otherwise, you don't know what operations we are performing on definition and what operations we are performing on data. For example, let's assume that we have an employee table. This employee table contains some fields, right? So employee number and also name and also address. So we have data. So employee number 1 and name is Subbu. and address, so some Chennai for suppose, and employee number is 2, James, so USA. Can you please tell me what is from this table? So try to understand what is data and what is metadata. I need to know about two terms. What is that one? So what is metadata and what is data? So if you are speaking about the metadata, right? Metadata deals with what is that one? So the schema. So simply we can say so schema. What is the structure of the particular table? Yes. So from the academics might be, the definition of metadata. So it is nothing but data about data, right? But in a practical point of view, if you want to understand, so what exactly metadata? So if you are taking employee table, so this is the table name. So for example, employee is the table name, which contains what are the fields? Employee number, of course, whose type is integer type, and name. It's a varchar type. So generally in the case of databases, every column, right? What are the columns for this table? Employee number, name, and address. Employee number is integer type and name is varchar, and also the address is also what is the type? So varchar type. This is, we can call it as metadata, of course. So the table name and also followed by column names and what data type we are providing to that column and what constraint we are applying on that column. Constraint means what? So now you don't know about what is the constraint, but again I will come back. I will discuss about what is the constraint and all. But here try to understand. So varchar means what is that one? So string. So now itself you can feel like varchar means what? So simply a string. I will discuss about what is the difference between so the char and varchar. Okay. But high level, integer means all of you know. Integer means what? It is accepting so numeric values only without decimal point. So name means what? It's a string, which is a group of characters, and address is also a string. If you are working with any programming language, there are different data types are available. In the similar way, in the database terminology, these data types will be represented as what is that one? So the varchar. So int. From database to database, these data types will be different. Okay, I'm not saying, I cannot say in MySQL, so these are the data types. Whether these data types are same in other databases means, that means in Oracle also it will be same? No. In Oracle, instead of integer, so we are representing number. Instead of varchar, we are representing varchar 2. So like that. So don't worry about so remembering all these data types, because nowadays nobody is relying on what is that one, so data types and all syntaxes and all. Everything will be taken care by the AI tools. Okay. Only just we have to understand what is the concept. So, but try to understand, so what is data definition? Data definition, if I'm simply saying practically, data definition majorly deals with your schema. Schema is nothing but so the table name followed by the column names and its data types. And also additionally, if you are applying some rules, additionally, if you are applying some constraints, or additionally you are applying any other components, these are all comes under what is that one? So the metadata. But what is data here? Data is nothing but this is the data actually, correct? So whatever the records present in this table, so this is called as what is that one? So the data. Is it clear? So all of you understand, so what is the difference between data definition and data? Data definition majorly deals with the structure of a table. That means what is the table, what exactly, what type of data it is allowing, because if you are working with these databases, right, MySQL and all, these are all relational databases. So these are all allowing structured records. Structured records means what? All the records present in this table, all the data present in this table must follow this metadata, which is nothing but every record must contain employee number, name, and address. So that's what I am trying to say. Murthy, again, I will come back. So what is varchar and what is the difference between varchar and char? Okay, so no worries. Right now, we can just try to understand high level. So based upon this one, so you understand, so data definition and data. So if you are talking about DDL, right? So DDL stands for what? So data definition language. So here, this DDL language is providing some keywords to perform operations on, what is that one? So operations on schema, for suppose. If you want to perform any operations on schema, then we can go with what is that one? So DDL. Schema means what? So the overall structure of your table. If you want to perform any operations on overall structure of a table, not with data, that's what I'm saying. Please remember, you are not working with data. We are working with what is that one? So data definition. What type of operations generally we can be able to perform? So if you are thinking, we can create a table, right? So create and also alter and also drop. So if you are observing these three keywords, right? So create, alter, and drop. So create means what? So what we can say? We can create any database object, correct? So create is mainly for what is that one? So creating any database object. I am not talking about so only table. Yesterday I already discussed what is database, correct? Database is a collection of database objects. Database contains tables, views, synonyms, clusters, indexes, so many things. If you are creating any database object, that might be either table or view or synonym, whatever it may be, correct, right? So for that one, so we can use what is that one? So this create. Create is mainly for creating any database object. It's not which is specific to the table. That's what I am trying to tell you. And alter is mainly for, so think yourself. For example, we are already having so a table, for example. So if you want to add an extra column, right? If you want add or drop a column, or you want to change the data type of a column, okay, you want to change the data type of so column, or you want to change the size of a column, you want to change the size of a column. So these are all comes under what is that one? So the alter. Alteration is nothing but what? So making some changes to the schema. We have already some schema, already table is present or any object is present, for suppose. Might be that might be either table or stored procedure or function, whatever it may be. If you want to make some alterations, we can use this alter command. Alteration in the sense it's not creating so entire thing from very scratch. You just want to make the changes to the existing one. So that one comes under alteration. And finally, so the drop. So drop is nothing but so dropping a table, right? So dropping a table. So dropping a table in the sense completely we are removing. So try to understand the terminology here. Mostly in the DDL only, in the data definition language only, we are using so this drop operation. Deleting data, if you are deleting, if you are working with data, for suppose you are deleting one record, As per the terminology, we can call that one as delete. But if you want to drop any object, so try to understand from my voice also, from my mouth also, it is coming drop. Why I am using the drop? Because I am dropping an object, entire object. So whenever we are dropping, whenever we are removing entire object, any database object from the database, we can use this drop command. So we have another option also, truncate. But right now I'm not talking about truncates. I will discuss. Please note it down, that one. So whenever I'm discussing truncate, at that time I will discuss. So we have another language called as, what is that one? So data manipulation language. This is super important for you. So data manipulation language. So DML stands for what? So data manipulation language. So what exactly data manipulation language? So we are working with data. So that means insert, so update, right? Inserting, so updating the data. So just a second. So insert, update, so delete. So these operations we are performing on data. It's not performing on schema. Yes, Chirag, you are asking question. These operations are done on data. Yes, it's not on schema. Correct. Your thinking is correct, Chirag. We are not going to work with schema. We are going to work with what is that one? So the data. Whenever we are working with data, right? So most probably we are performing these type of operations. What is that one? So insert, update, and delete. So I hope all of you understand what is the difference between so the schema and what is data. Right? First we have to build a schema. According to that one, so we have to insert the data, right? Because whatever the data you are inserting, so that follow certain rules. For example, if you are taking, so here we are inserting one record. This is following what is that one? So certain schema. So we have so employee number and also name and address. This employee number is of type what type? Integer type. And employee name is string type. And address is also, so what is the type? So string type. So we need to make sure that whatever the data we are inserting, so that would be bounded with the particular schema. So let's jump into the practical. And we can create one first table, first of all. It's not a part of, okay, so our lab practice and all. Okay, just we can, for your understanding, so I'm just creating the table. Once you are comfortable with creating table, right, I will share you one document. So for creating table and all, once you are getting comfortable with the concepts, we have to do it on your own. Okay, that is the requirement. All of you are ready? Can I jump into a practical part? So creating a table. Okay, so let's jump into the, so we can create so one employee database first of all. So these queries are super important, initial queries. See, if you are asking me how many databases are there in my system, correct? I just want to check what are the databases are present in my system. So it is showing 4, but I am not looking here. I just going to SQL. I just want to write an SQL query to see how many databases are currently in my server. So you can make use of what is the command show databases. So the show databases, every query should be ended with semicolon. So you just select this query and execute it. See, in the result, we can see all the databases, right? It's more than 4 because we are not refreshed, it seems. So we have, so whenever we are issuing show databases, Just a second. I will zoom this one. Hmm. For this, so the zoom option is I'm getting, so edit. Then the query editor, so appearance. So font. So any size will be there here. A reset grid, that is okay, but it is not showing any size here. So instead of that one, so just ask ChatGPT or otherwise how to increase the size. Okay, instead of waiting this one, just go to the Google. So go to ChatGPT. So we cannot find the certain option, right? So you can always ask what is that one. So ChatGPT, how to increase the font size in MySQL Workbench. So it is automatically giving the response, right? So follow the steps. For suppose edit preferences under SQL editor, change the font size and click OK. Method 2. So result set grid, adjust the font under result set grid, it is saying. So the same options we choose to go to edit. So preferences under the SQL editor. So you can just go to the query editor. So go to fonts and colors for suppose. What is the options under fonts and colors? Adjust the font under result set grid. So here, so we specify Tahoma for suppose 20. Let's see so whether this one is getting increased or not. This one is not getting increased, right? Go to preferences. So fonts and colors. No, you cannot zoom it in the touchpad, so we cannot find any option. So the zoom option here, right? You can find any option, zoom option here. This one is just find option. It is not the zoom option like that. Okay, anyway, I'm sharing this query with you, all of you. So please follow this query. I will just try to increase. Just give me a second. Okay. Don't be hurry for anything. Yes, definitely I will do that one. So just wait. So instead of that one, so let's make my differences here. Okay. So result grid they suggested, right? That is for result grid and SQL editor also I'm just increasing. So the size for suppose the 30. Let's close this once and reopen the editor. So now it is coming so properly, right? It is visible now, all of you. Yeah, so show databases. See, it is providing intelligence also. If I'm clicking show databases, so that automatically it is getting populated. If I'm selecting this query and I'm executing, it is displaying all the databases for me. HR database and all. So this is the query which is mainly for what is that one? So displaying all the databases. So if you want to write any comment line, so comment line means what? So or suppose if you want to write any comment lines, you can use hyphen, right? Not hash actually. So hyphen, so display all databases. Okay, so like this. So this is the actual query, which is mainly for displaying all the databases. Little bit I am decreasing because it is very difficult to perform operations. I'm just going to, so same preferences, and I'm just decreasing, so the size in SQL editor. So 30 I provided, I'm just making it as 20. So let's make it comfortable. So now it is fine. Or otherwise, so we can just open, so the fresh one. So go to SQL, so now it is fine. So show databases. It is visible, right? Now it is comfortable for you and all of you. So now I want to create, what is that one? So HR database for suppose, or otherwise, so some employee database. How can I create it? So create a database. So called employees, or otherwise employee DB. What is the query? So just a simple query is create database. So what is that query name? So the employee DB. While providing the database name, right? So don't give any spaces. So just provide the database name, that's all. So just I am providing, so employee DB. Don't provide any spaces or anything. If you want to specify underscore, that is fine. Just I am selecting this query and I am executing this query. How can you know whether this query is executed successfully or not? In the output, you can see in the last one, observe my mouse pointer. In the output, we can see last one. So create database employee DB. It is green color. Green color means what? So successful. For example, if I am missing semicolon, so if I am trying to execute this query, so then what happens? It is giving error, right? So it is showing red color. Red color means what? So error. What does it mean? So the database is not created. So of course, already it is created. Okay, so always your query should be ended with what is that one? So the semicolon. So all of you please create so this employee DB quickly. And after that, so we will try to understand so what is table and all. So once you created employee DB, so you can just put done message in the chat. So in show DB, why extra DBs are showing? So extra DBs means might be you can able to see the Sequela database and also Sys database and HR database, right? 3 databases by default we are getting. These databases by default provided by the MySQL for you. If you are asking me what is Sys database means, Sys database is a system level database. That means even if you are creating a table here, even if you are creating employee DB, what about the metadata for this employee DB? This employee DB metadata also will be stored in system databases, system tables. In system a database, there are many tables we have. If you are looking here, there are sysconfig table, right? So internally, whatever the objects you are creating, that may be either database or table or synonym or function, all those information will be maintained in this system database. And these two databases, right, HR database and also Sequela database, these two databases will be provided. Okay, these two databases will be provided for your practice purpose. That means this is, we can call it a sample data set. With the help of sample data set, we can able to perform operations, right? But we are going with the Simplilearn data set, what it is provided, and also my customized data set, whatever the topic I'm explaining. That's why we don't want to use the secular database and all. Okay, like that. Is it clear? So what is the database we created? Employee DB. So whether this employee DB is present or not, so how can you check it? How can you check it? What is the command to check whether the employee DB is present in your databases list or not? What is the command we have to execute? Show databases, right? So command level I'm asking. So show databases. Now, what is the purpose of creating database? Yesterday I already discussed database is a collection of what is that one? So database objects. If you are asking me what is the definition of database, why we are creating database means inside database we can create so multiple database objects. So database objects is nothing but so what is that one? So the tables, so views, so synonyms, so indexes, okay, so functions, so procedures, okay, these are all comes under what is that one? Database objects. You can create anything inside the database. But first, majorly our focus is on what is that one? So creating a table. So table is mainly for storing the data, right? If you want to create a table, what is the command? So create table. What is the command? So employee. Inside database, I am creating one database object. What is the table name? Employee. So employee number. So in MySQL, so we are providing the data type as integer. And also name. Here, this one is varchar of 100, for example. And also the address. So varchar of 100. Right? So this is the way, so we can create a table in MySQL. So here one more extra parenthesis we need to close. But what is this? Employee number is a column and name. And what is the type? So integer, it will accept only what type of values? Integer values. And name is, what is that one? So the name of a column. And what is its type? Varchar of 100. So here, try to understand. So just high level I am discussing. What is the difference between, so difference between char and varchar. Right? So char and varchar. If you are asking me the difference between so the char and varchar, so the char is mainly for representing so fixed length characters. Okay. If you are talking about so the fixed length string and also variable length string. So we need to understand these two things, fixed length string and variable length strings. So what is fixed length string? For example, let's say for the name, you are providing so char of 10. So that means you must provide so 10 characters for the name. You must provide. For example, if I am providing Subbu, how many characters this string is having? So anyone, can you please tell me? 5, right? 5 characters. But what happens means it is appending some spaces, 5 spaces additionally. Why? Even if you are providing 5 characters, but the char is considered as what is that one? So the fixed length string. So even if you are providing the name as 5 characters, it will take it as 10 characters only. Remaining characters will be appended with some spaces. It's a bad drawback, right? If I'm asking, so what is the length of the name? It is providing so 10 characters. Even your name is so only 5 characters. It is not providing. So what is that one? So the length has 5 characters. So fixed length means what? So even whatever the length you provided, for suppose here I am providing 10 characters, exactly it is going to allocate memory for 10 characters. But what about variable length string? So for variable length string, it is very flexible. So if you are using name varchar of 10, even if you are providing some name per suppose, Ram per suppose. Ram is having how many characters? 3 characters. So if you are asking me what is the length of this name means, length of name is, it is taking only 3 characters only. Variable length means what? So maximum size is 10 characters. Maximum length is 10 characters. In this 10 characters, even if you are providing 3 characters, it will consider only that 3 characters only. It is not appending any spaces in the ending. So that's why most preferable one is, what is that one? So varchar. But at what type of situations we can go for char? For example, if you are representing a gender. So for example, if you are taking scenarios, gender, right? So gender will be male or female. So male means we are specifying M, or female means we are specifying F. In such cases, for gender, what is the recommended data type? It will accept only one character. It's a fixed length. So that's why we can keep it. What is that one? The char of 1, right? So whenever we are dealing with fixed length characters, so then we can go for, what is that one? Then we can go for the char data type. So most probably, whenever we are storing string values, right? Always we are dealing with variable length strings only, not fixed length strings. If you are dealing with variable length strings, we can go with, what is that one? The varchar type. Just high level discussion I am providing. So now with these details, I am just providing. So I am just creating a table. So look at that. So look at this. So currently, what is the database we are currently using? That is also a good question, right? So we have employees DB is present. Can you please tell me whether the employee DB is selected? If I want to create an employee table, where I have to create? In employee DB itself, I need to create, correct? I need to create it in employee DB. Yeah, so for that one, we have to make use of, what is the command? So use, employee DB. So if I'm specifying use employee DB, so you can look at that. See, this employee DB is getting highlighted here. What does it mean? So now currently selected database is, what is that one? So the employee DB. So currently I selected this employee DB. So in this employee DB, I need to create a table. Okay. So please remember, only creating database is not enough. You create a database, but inside the database, if you want to create any object, first we have to select the database, right? On which database we have to create the table. So we have to select, what is that one? So the database. So for that one, what is the query? So use employee DB. This one is mainly for selecting the database. So next step, what we have to do? So we have to create a table inside the employee DB. So how to create a table? So inside this employee DB, for suppose. So creating. So employee table. So if you want to create an employee table, so create table. So this is the common syntax. What is the table name? So employee table. We have to specify the column names. So don't think about the cases. Okay. For example, so here if you are using keywords, right? So create. So table. These are all keywords. Correct. So these keywords we can use uppercase or lowercase. That one is not case sensitive. So your schema is not case sensitive. That's what I am saying. But your table data is case sensitive. Whatever the data you are inserting, right? So that one is case sensitive. For example, I'm just going with lowercase itself. So create table, so employee. So employee number, whose type is integer, and also the name, varchar of 30. So the maximum length is 30 characters. And also address, it should be more than that, right? Might be, you can keep 100 characters, but suppose address, what is type? So varchar of 100. So let's execute this query. So it will create a table. So my question is, how can you know whether the table is created or not? Anyone, could you please type it in the chat where I can check? Where I can check so whether the table is created or not. In the bottom, you can see, right? So first initial option is whenever we are executing the query, we can able to see the output here. So create table employee, this one is coming green color. So just read it. So that means the table is successfully created. And also additionally, so currently selected database is what is that one? So employee DB. In the employee DB, if you want to see all the tables, right? So see all the tables. Then we can use command. What is that command? So show tables. I think Nikita already, so you're having some experience with this basic commands, right? Yeah, that's great actually. So show tables. Then automatically what happens? Only one table is present in this employee DB. Okay, so please complete this task. First, make sure that we are using so the employee DB, and after that, so create an employee table, and also just check show tables. But I don't know. For example, so I'm having some table which is already present in my database. Okay, I just want to know what are the columns present in the particular table. So that one we can call it as, what is that one? So describing a table, right? Describing a table. So for that one, what is the command we are using? So describe employee. So we can just execute this query. So it is describing the employee table, right? Describing in the sense it is showing, so what are the fields present in this table and what are the data types associated with that particular column and whether it is null or not null. It is providing so the complete information. That means the employee number, if we are talking about, so employee name and address, these are all accepting null values. And is there any key will be assigned? Still we are not discussed about keys, primary key and foreign key and all. I will just discuss that part, might be after the break or something. But try to understand it is providing so the complete details, complete description about your table. It is providing so what are the fields and what are the data types. So whether that one is accepting null or not, and that every column is associated with some key or not. So all the information it is providing. What is the query? So now the next step is, what is that one? So DML. We create a table. So but we have to perform so these operations, right? What are the operations? Insert, so update, and also delete. We have to insert the data, so update the data and delete the data. So for that one, so what I have to do? First, I need to know what are the columns present in this table. So of course, I can use describe, right? I can use describe to describe the table. So before that one, I'm just asking, so could you please confirm all of you are comfortable with my pace? What is the way I'm delivering the session? Is it okay? Can I decrease the pace or something? I'm not writing 2 times. If you want to execute the previous query, so you can write it. You can just go to that particular query and execute it. For example, so describe employee. Just execute that query. It is showing all the columns. There is no need of writing so query again and again. Okay, so next DML. If we are speaking about DML, so the first operation is insert operation. But if you are asking me how to perform this insert operation, means might be there are multiple ways we can able to perform this insert operation. So just look into this multiple approaches. The first approach I am talking about. What is that one? So the first approach. In the first approach, we have to insert the data into a table. So insert into employee space values of. If you are using the syntax, right? So you must provide so values for all the columns. What are the columns? So we have employee number, so name and address. You must provide the details for all the columns. But please remember, in SQL, especially, the strings can be represented with single quotes, not double quotations. For example, so the name is John. He is from so San Francisco. Okay, so I'm just keeping so within single quotations, right? So generally in C language or Java or some other programming languages, most probably you can see strings are represented with double quotations. But when coming to the SQL especially, so the strings can be represented with only single quotes. Please remember that point. And also try to understand the syntax. If you are observing the syntax, insert into employee. That means I am inserting the data into employee table. But I am not specifying for which columns I am inserting the data. Please try to understand here. So one key important thing, I don't want to insert only specific columns. I want to insert data for all the columns of this table. Correct? Because I am specifying so just employee. Of course. So you must provide values for all the columns. Yes, I provided. So there are 3 columns are present. I provided all the values. So we can run this query and let's see so whether this record is getting inserted or not. Always please remember, how can you know whether your query is correct or not, whether it is successfully executed or not? So in the bottom, in the output section, we can observe the last row. Observe my mouse pointer. We can able to see this is successful. But I am not satisfied with this output, right? So this query is successfully executed, but still I am not satisfied. I want to see the result. So how can you check it? So this is comes under what is that one? So DRL. DRL stands for what? So data retrieval language. Correct? So data retrieval language. So here we can just make use of select query, right? So select star from what is that query? Select star from employee. So if I'm issuing select star from employee, I can able to see so entire table, right? So I have inserted only one record, one John's San Francisco like that. So for suppose I want to insert another record. How can I insert? So insert into so employee space values of so 2 and Vamsi and he is from so the Bangalore. So we can do it like this. I'm just inserting the second record. So just insert this record. It is successful. How can you know? Just execute so this DRL query. So, but what is the problem here? Let's say all the situations, I am not providing so details for all the columns, right? So let's say I take a situation for suppose I want to insert only the data for specific columns. I don't want to insert value for address. Insert into employee. So space values of so 3 comma Rajan. Okay. So Chennai. So if you're asking, so for example, I am not inserting the address. Only 2 values I am providing. Whether this query will execute, anyone could you please guess it? Whether this query will execute? No. Why this query cannot execute? any sessions. So the reason is this query in the employee table we are having 3 columns, but we are providing only values for how many columns? 2 columns. So in such cases, if you are using inserting data into the employee table, you must provide the values for all the columns, correct? So in the third column, if we are not providing, so automatically we are getting error. See, look at this. This is wrong. What it is saying? So the column count does not match the values count. So for that one, so additionally we have to specify what is the value. So null value. Because I am not inserting any value specifically, especially. So we have to provide what is the value, so the null value. So now it becomes 3 values, right? So 3 Rajan and also null. So you can just select and execute this query. So now we can run this query. So we can see. So it is getting inserted, right? So that means if you are not having a requirement to insert the third value, but you must provide the value instead of that one, so you can just keep null. Or otherwise, so similarly, so you can just provide, so open single quotation and closing single quotation, right, for the string values. So which is nothing but empty, right? So if I'm just executing this query, this one also will work. So now we can just select the data from the table. It's already present, the query is. If I'm trying to insert the just getting the data, see, look at this. This one contains null value. This one is empty. So 3 Rajan, 3 Rajan. So this one is getting repeated 2 times because I executed this query. So the same record I am inserting 2 times, right? So like that. So try to understand whenever we are following the syntax, right? So always we are not inserting for all the columns in a table. We just want to insert only specific columns. So might be, so Robin, you are asking me, you are providing some space. Don't use double quotations. Always use what is that one? So single quotations only. It does not work with the double quotations. So in the programming languages, might be you can able to see we have to use double quotes. But here, so we make use of what is that one? So single quotations only, not double quotations. Especially in SQL. That might be you are working with MySQL. If you are working with PostgreSQL, even if you are working with any SQL, any SQL language, strings can be represented with what? Single quotations. And another way to insert null values. Here, look at this, another strange syntax. This is the second approach. But suppose if I am keeping the title as what is that one? So second approach. So second approach for inserting, so the columns, inserting the data into a specific columns. So here we can specify insert into, so employee. So we can specify what are the columns we are inserting. So why use describe star? I am not using any describe syntax star, right? I am not using any syntax star in describe command. So describe command just for describing the table. So describe employee. So this is star which is coming from the IDE. Okay. So my query is describe employee. That's all. I am not using any star here. Got it, Chirag? I am not putting any star inside that one. Only in the select command only we are using star. So now the second approach, for suppose you can see the second approach is very much comfortable. For example, I want to insert only values for employee number and address. I don't want to insert the value for name. So we can use, so the values of, here I'm inserting only, so the employee number and also address, right? So employee number is 4 and address is, so USA per suppose. So then automatically what happens? So only, So the employee number 4 and also the address is USA. That one is only getting inserted because here clearly I specified what are the columns we are inserting, right? We are inserting only for employee number and address. You can just execute this query. And now we can execute. So select star from employee. So look at this. If I'm coming down, so address will be name will be null, right? Because we are inserting only for employee number and address. We are not inserting for name. I'm just sharing these queries. Could you please check what is the difference between the previous queries and especially the second approach? In the second approach, we don't want to worry about putting null values, right? We are inserting only values for specific columns, correct? We are inserting values only for the specific columns like that. So we'll start with the discussion. So up to now, we inserted the data. So just get the data for suppose. So select star from what is that one? So the employee table. And after that, I will give you some exercise for you. You have to complete that exercise. So select star from employee. Now look at this. So if I'm executing this query, so I can able to see all the details of employee, right? So whatever the details that are present in employee table, all the details are present here. But what happens means I want to delete this record. So this record is coming twice. This record is inserted twice, right? I just want to delete this record. So please remember, so generally what happens means in real databases, we don't want to encourage to insert to duplicate data. But that one I will discuss later. But as per the current scenario, you want to remove this duplicate record. Might be somebody is asking, right? So we have duplicate records. I want to delete this duplicate record. So for that one, we are going to perform another DML operation. So what is that one? So deleting a particular record. So deleting a particular record. So how can you delete it? So we can make use of delete command, right? So delete from. What is the syntax we have to follow here is delete from. So the employee. So where. So here where is a keyword which is mainly for specifying the criteria or condition. What we can say. What is the condition? So employee number equals to 3. So if I am specifying employee number equals to 3, how many records are getting deleted? Can you please tell me? Only one record or 2 records? Of course, the 2 records are getting deleted. We don't have a choice here because so what happened means the name and also the employee number both are same. In such cases, what happens? The 2 records are getting deleted. So we can execute this query. So we can see the 2 records are getting deleted. I am getting an error here. What is the mistake I made here? You are using safe update or something. So the option is showing, right? All are getting this error. So I am sharing this command with you. So all of you please execute. So we are getting this error. What is that one? So safe update. So for this one, so safe update, we need to change some settings. So in Workbench actually. Okay, so just copy this error. So whatever the error we have. So I'm just pasting it in the chat GPT for suppose. I know where we have to tweak. So anyway, so we have to identify the solution, right? We are all having access to the chat GPT. We need to understand the feature of chat GPT as well. So paste that error. So what it is saying, it is suggesting so some of the options. So it is saying some options. So set SQL saved updates equals to 0. So we have to execute this query. It is providing some solutions for us. But I am asking ChatGPT in Workbench. So in MySQL Workbench especially. So what is the setting I need to change? So this is like a co-pilot, right? For you. Co-pilot means what? So it is generating the SQL queries for us. So in my SQL Workbench, so it is showing, so select, go to preferences, go to SQL editor, and also uncheck save updates. So let's do that same thing. So we have to go to edit, preferences. In the preferences, go to the SQL editor. Here there is a checkbox, might be, so you can check it out here. Save updates. So you can uncheck this checkbox. Just uncheck this checkbox. So where we have to go? So I'm just canceling again. I'm going. So go to edit and preferences and go to SQL editor. In the SQL editor, we can just go down and we can uncheck this checkbox. So save updates and click OK. So now we can execute this query. So delete from employee. So where employee number equals to 3. So still it is giving what is that one? So the same error, right? So we can just reconnect it. But suppose I'm just closing this MySQL Workbench and I'm reopening. So the MySQL Workbench. And I'm connecting to the server again. So please provide the password. So we connected back, right? So I'm just closing that one and I'm connected back. So now again, I'm checking the setting. Go to edit preferences and go to SQL editor and go down. So we can able to see this one is unchecked, right? So that is fine. So now we can run this query. So no database selected. Now we are getting so different so error, right? This one is not related to that one. So we are not selected the database. So first select the database first. So how to select the database? First use employee DB, right? So this is the query we have to execute. It is successful. So now come down. So now after selecting the database, we are executing this query. So delete from employee where employee number equals to 3. Once you are setting the preferences, right? So we just restart that MySQL Workbench. We just close it and open it again, connect it back. So automatically your settings will be getting updated. So just execute this query. So all are getting the results or not. So how can you know? So I need to just retrieve the data from database, right? So select star from employee. So the employee number 3, that record is getting deleted. That is no longer existed here. Okay. So it is working fine. So you just try it out and like this code snippet once you are done with that particular task. If you are feeling difficulty in identifying that option, so again I am repeating, you just go to edit and preferences. In the preferences, we can just go down. So select query SQL editor and just go down to the bottom. And this one by default it is getting checked. Uncheck that one and click OK. And restart your MySQL IDE. So that means MySQL admin, MySQL workbench, we can just restart it. So that is sufficient. So automatically we can able to execute the queries. So safe updates are disabled. So this is for deleting, right? So we deleted the record. But think about, we are already having, so you just restart Nilam. I think you are working on so the company portal, right? Is it correct? Could you please share your screen? That would be helpful for me to figure it out what exactly the
Sure.
problem.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm sharing my screen.
yeah.
So I did log out and log back in. Can you see my screen?
Yeah, yeah. So, but a bit very font size is very less. No worries. You can run. Let me check.
So I did, I logged out and I checked this back again in the
So it's in a
preferences.
company environment, right? So not required actually. Yeah, so that
Actually,
means in a Simplilearn environment, so it's not required to execute that command. So let's try it out. What is the
so
error
this
we
is,
are getting here? Also, you are getting safe updates.
yeah, I did get the save update error. So I unchecked that, and this is the same error that I'm getting. You're using the
Show
save
me,
update.
show me that error. Might be. Can paste it in
Oh,
the chat. Copy that one and paste it in the chat. So it's a feeling difficult, huh? You're looking.
yeah, it's just how do I up scroll this up to see the whole message? Because I see it says
Yeah, yeah. So what
everything
happened means you can just put a cursor on the particular point. Might be you can able to get it on the
yeah, something.
edge of that one.
So when I'm trying to, if you see this, right, like when I'm trying to query this, I'm still getting
Your
those
screen
null.
is not visible actually.
Oh, the screen is not visible. Let me try that again.
Yeah,
Okay, is it visible now?
yeah, yeah.
Okay.
So it's not updating. It's not deleting. You are saying correct?
The delete query command is not working. So if I run this again,
So for that one, so only the thing is you have to observe the output. We can just drag up. So I will show you. Just give me a
Mhm.
second. Where we can how to drag that one. Okay.
Yeah, it should be like usually it
You
just
see here. Look at this. We can find drag option. If you are putting the cursor like this, can able to find it. See, if you are putting the cursor here, so it is the cursor icon is getting changed, right?
yep, yep.
You can drag and up and down. Okay.
So
Could you please check it out? So the same thing is happening for you.
okay,
You
I'll
see
just
in the panel, okay, where at the junction panel, so you can just put the cursor, identify where
here, right? This
exactly.
is where you are.
So you can
Is
share
this
your
where it is?
screen. You can share your screen. Yeah.
Oh, it's okay. Stopped again. Okay.
It's okay. It's visible. Yeah.
So I'm here and I'm trying to drag this up, but I don't get that change in the cursor.
Double click on that one. No, no
No,
response right now.
yep.
Okay, you can select that blue color. Click on that blue color. Whatever the content will be there. Press down arrow. Down arrow. Nothing is coming.
No. It just says I can read it. It says you're using safe update.
Yes, yes,
Yeah,
yes,
that's
yes.
the only
Up and down
message.
only. Mm, this is the challenge. I think I need to check what exactly. So how to drag that one up and down and down. Okay, I will check and I will let you know.
Here, yeah, in this, the preferences have already been unchecked, so that should not be the
That
case.
is not the problem. So if
Yeah.
the preferences not required to uncheck also. By default, it is checked.
Yeah,
Did you check that one?
yeah,
So by default.
it was checked. Yeah, so I did uncheck it that, and then I closed this
Hmm.
link and I reopened
Closing in the sense again we have
it
to
again.
reconnect to the server, reconnect it, correct?
Yeah. Yep, I did that.
Okay. Okay, please keep hold the problem and you can
Okay.
just drop a message. I will let you know what is
Yeah,
the
thank you.
exactly the solution for that one. What exactly happening. So, sorry, Neelam, could you please share your screen? So I just want to reiterate one more thing.
Okay,
Once you
sure.
reconnected, right? Did you selected the database?
Oh, actually, it just came up. I
Yeah,
didn't
okay.
have to close.
So use database. We can just select the use database command and execute it first. First, if
Oh,
you want to perform operation, right, use employee DB at line number
okay.
3.
Mm-hmm.
So just select that and execute it.
Okay.
Why? Because you reconnected, right? So you are not selected the
Right.
database. And after that,
Okay.
now we can execute delete command.
No, I
Now
still
we
did.
can select. Now we can select.
You're
So
saying to
check
select.
whether the record is deleted or not. Would you please verify it?
Sure. No, these null are still there.
It's not deleted.
No, it's not deleted.
Okay. So I will just check and come back to you. Okay, regarding
Sure.
that problem. Okay,
Okay.
thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, all right. So I think all of you or some of you are facing problems. No worries. But please follow the procedure. What happens means it is not allowing safe updates. You have to disable that one. So then only it will allow the safe updates. In the platform, those who are working on the platform, right? So I will tell you the solution. So might be I will check with the platform. I will work with the platform and I will get back to the solution. So now, what are the records present in the database after deleting? So the third record, so we are having, so the fourth record, right? Which is having, so name is empty. All of you, please look at my screen. The name is empty or not? Yes. So the name is empty. Did you, all of you can able to identify the name is empty or not for the fourth record? So what operations I can perform here? I need to delete this record or I want to replace this value. What is the meaning of replacing here? Anyone, could you please guess it? What exactly the meaning of replacing? So the name of fourth employee record. It comes under insert or update or delete. What is the option? We have to choose. There are 3 operations, right? Basically, it is coming under insert or update or delete. I'm expecting so more number of messages from you. Very good. So the update. So let's try to understand. So update the employee. So update the employee name. So whose employee number is 4, or suppose whose employee number is 4. So how can you update it? So we can write the query. So update employee. So one important trick I will tell you here. So whenever we are doing update, right? So one keyword comes into the picture. What is that keyword? Is set keyword. Okay. So whenever we are updating a particular record, so you must use what is that keyword? So set. So set name equals to some hurry, for suppose. So where the employee number equals to 4. I'm just specifying the condition. So automatically it is updating the employee record whose employee number is what is that one? So the 4. I'm just executing this query. It is successful. How can you say so? So whether the record is successfully updated or not? So we can just check select star from employees, right? Look at this. Employee number 4, whose name is updated as Hari. Okay, it is working fine. So this is the query which is mainly used for what is that one? So the updating the record. So you want to update the name or you want to update the address, we can make use of this query. So whenever we are using update keyword, right? So the set keyword comes into the picture. So in the record, what is the value you are setting? So that is the super important, right? We have to set the value. So please do that one and like that message. If the count is getting increased, so then I can able to proceed with the next query. So similarly, I can able to see there are multiple records I need to update here, right? If I'm going down, I think there are no records with empty data. Okay, so I want to update the employee record, whose employee number is 4, and I want to update the address. What is the query I have? I can write it. So update employee. So set address equals to. So previously USA, I'm just changing this one to Bangalore. So where employee number equals to what is the one? So the 4. If I'm setting so where employee number equals to 4, then what happens? Already employee number 4, address is USA. I'm updating with what is that one? So the Bangalore. I just executing this query. You can see, so the details are getting updated. How can you know? You just execute this query, right? So select star from employee. So look at this. Hari address is updated. Hari address is now so the Bangalore, not USA. So like that. So I'm just sharing this command with you. So might be you are asking me at a time can I update so multiple columns? Yes, of course. You can update name also for suppose. If you want to update the name for suppose. Okay, so for example, so we can update the name as Hari to Harish. Right? If you are updating so name to Hari to Harish, of course this one also works. Now we can just execute this query. So by selecting this query, so let me select this query because it's lengthy. So the font size I increase it, right? And execute it. It is successful. It is executed. And also we can verify. So select star from employee. So then automatically, so we can able to see. So previously the name of that particular employee is Hari. Now it is getting changed to what is that one? So Harish. And also the both name and address we are updating at the same time. Right? I'm just sharing this. So we discussed about insert, update, and delete. Okay, that is fine. So let's see how we can make use of AI tools to learn this, how to create a table and how to insert the table and all those stuff. I am showing it in multiple AI tools. For suppose, initially I'm going with ChatGPT. All of you please look into this one. If you are new to what is that one? So the SQL, right? So this ChatGPT and AI tools will help you in a better way. So how to create the tables and all. Here we can use some persona pattern, right? What is persona? So we are just assigning some role to the ChatGPT, right? Any AI tool, if you are interacting, so we need to assign some persona. Persona is something like, so act as SQL developer, for suppose, or otherwise, so MySQL developer, especially I'm working on so the MySQL, right? So MySQL developer. Explain so how to create database and tables, and how to insert the data, how to perform insert, so update and delete, right? So this is the way, so we can ask the ChatGPT to provide the better results, right? So it's a persona pattern. So while writing the prompt, so we have a concept called as prompt engineering. As a part of the prompt engineering, right? We need to assign some persona to the AI tool. So I'm just suggesting, so act as a MySQL developer, for suppose. So you're just assigning a persona, like act as a MySQL developer, explain how to create a database and tables, and how to perform insert, update, and delete operations on tables. So better we can provide some examples. Better we can provide some examples with a sample schema. So what is the schema? So employee, which is having so employee number, name, comma, address. Okay, this is the simple prompt. Okay, I'm just giving in ChatGPT. Let's see how ChatGPT is helping you. I am just sharing this prompt in the chat as well. So for your reference. So if you want to make changes, yes, of course, we can make changes also. Okay, let's see. First, initially, how it is generating and all. If I'm executing this one, so automatically the ChatGPT is understanding my question, right? It is generating. So I'm not provided with any database name. So it is creating so company database, and also it is using company database, and it is creating a table, but especially whatever the schema is specified. And it is adding so some primary key and all. So you don't know what is primary key and all. I will discuss about that one. No worries. So I missed some context. Don't use any constraint or anything. So it is saying so inserting multiple rows and all those stuff. So I am opening a new chart. So same query I am using. Same question. So act as a MySQL developer. Explain how to create a database and tables, and how to perform insert, update, delete operations on the tables. So better you can provide some examples with sample schema. And I'm mentioning especially don't use constraints. Okay, so I'm just mentioning don't use constraints. Okay, so then automatically it is not using any constraints. So like primary key and all. So it is creating only plain table, right? So like this, it is not adding any primary key or anything. So could you please check it out? So in the chat GPT, so whether this one is working properly for you or not. I will tell you with the different tools. That's what I am saying. I'm just asking about so chat GPT, which is a common tool. Whether you are getting so the perfect queries, whatever you written, say yes or no. But the prompt, which is very, very important. So we are using some persona pattern. So especially here, so don't use any constraints. Up to now, we don't know about what is constraint and all. We learned about only how to create the table First, how to create the database and how to use the database and how to insert the data and how to delete the data and how to update the data. So all these things are satisfying properly, right? Okay, for suppose, might be you're asking me a question. It's not like that. So I'm new to this area. For suppose I'm from marketing. I am from medical. For suppose healthcare. I am from manufacturing. How can you ask ChatGPT to explain these concepts? Here, look at this. We are using different pattern. Whatever the pattern, so now currently we are using that one, we can call it as persona pattern. Persona means what? So we are just assigning a role to the chat GPT. So we have to behave in such a way, right? So just look into this persona pattern, not persona, for suppose audience persona pattern. We have two patterns. One is, what is that one? So the persona pattern. So just we used. So persona pattern means what? So for who and what, right? Who and what means what? Who means what? So you can act as SQL developer. So we are just assigning some persona to the AI tool. And what the AI tool is going to do. That is called as, what is that one? So persona pattern. And next one is, what is that one? So audience persona pattern. Audience persona pattern means these two patterns we have to understand. So while learning, while using any chat GPT tool, right? Majorly these two patterns, basic patterns. Look at this, I am asking in a different way. So I explain. So how to create a database. And tables. And inserting. So, and how to insert. So you can mention whatever you want, how to insert or update or delete data into the tables, how to insert or update, delete data in the tables. Okay, so, and also as well as what is that one? So don't specify any constraints for suppose, that is up to you. So whatever you have, so don't or otherwise we can specify. So explain how to create a database and table and how to insert, update and delete data in the table to a marketing person, for suppose. Here I am just specifying what is that one's audience. So for whom you are generating the content. So to a marketing person, for suppose, marketing professional. So I am just keeping marketing professional. And don't add any constraints. So just I am keeping extra assumption. Don't add any constraints. And suggested schema is employee. So which is having employee number, name, and also address. Right? So let's see how it is generating. But what is the problem? I made a mistake. By default, it is understanding MySQL. So I am not specifying any MySQL keyword. Okay, it is creating the marketing DB. And it is creating employee table for you. And it is inserting the data. So that means it is keeping. So I am explaining to the marketing person how the table will be created and all. This one is called as, what is that one? So audience pattern, audience persona pattern. So we are explaining something to the particular audience. Might be salesperson, or something like that. So let's change this one to, so just copy this query. Just change this one to healthcare department for suppose. So just I am copying this query. So I have to create a database and table, and how to insert the data, delete the data in tables in MySQL. To a healthcare professional, I am saying for suppose. So your job is, what is that one? So healthcare professional. So to a healthcare professional, and don't add any constraint. Okay, so don't add any constraint. And the suggested schema is, what is that one? So employee number, name and address, and explain details. So just I am putting so that prompt. So the pattern, so what we are saying, so healthcare professional does not know about SQL. He don't know about SQL, right? So might be he never used. So might be he's attending this training. After this training, might be you are getting some doubts. So you can ask ChatGPT. It is providing so perfect details for you. What is the database we are creating? Why we are creating the database? It is providing so clear details about how we can create an employee table and what are the columns, and okay, how to insert the data. So it is giving some examples also for you. So this is one tool, right? And also it is suggesting some other options also, like what is the database? Hospital database, table is staff register. Okay, so something. So one employee record. So you can just go through this one so for your practices. Is it clear, all of you, what I am saying? This would be helpful for you, this prompt patterns. How can you generate the prompt? So there are two patterns. One is persona pattern. So act as expert in SQL, act as SQL developer, and write a query for this one. So automatically the chat GPT or some other tool will automatically generate the query for you. So might be you're asking AI. So please provide some exercises so related to this. So related to this schema. So automatically the chat GPT is providing some exercises for you. So it is providing so level 1. What are the things we have to do? Okay. So level 2. So the update practice. It is giving so many details for you. You can just go through that once and complete the exercises. So what is the tool name? Perplexity.ai. Okay, this is the tool. I think 2 days back only this is getting released. This one is special, so it is providing so multi models. It is using so multiple models to generate the response. That means the response will be very efficient. We are saying so same prompt, right? Act as a SQL developer, or otherwise you can change the pattern for suppose explain. So creating database and tables and inserting, so updating and deleting data in MySQL to a functional person. Okay, so to a functional person, to a functional employee. So that means they don't know about what is that fund, so how to, what is the technology and all. So to a functional employee working in HR department, for suppose. So suggesting choose schema. So employee of employee number, comma name. So let's see what is the response it is giving. So it is doing so some deep thinking and it is giving so very good experience for you, right? It is providing so the more details with respect to the HR. So what are the things are there? So it is explaining very clearly. So we can make you try to use all the tools, but these tools are free, right? So they are having certain limitations. That is sufficient for your learning purpose. I don't want to explain further. So I just introduced two of the tools, right? So there are so many tools are present in the market. You can use any of the tool for your learning purpose. So now we completed, what are the things we completed? Insert, update, and also delete we completed, correct? So what are the operations in DML? So in DDL we completed, so creating a table, correct? And in DML, so we understand how to insert the data and how to update the data and how to delete the data I completed. So if you're all comfortable with these concepts, I'm just posting this one in the chat. So please quickly like this message. I can able to proceed with the alter option. Okay. What is that one? So alteration. How to alter the the column and names, for suppose how to change the column and names and all other stuff. So what I'm saying is don't worry about writing code. Today, only knowledge is required actually. Okay. Knowledge in the sense like what is table, what is database. You should know about at least what is table, what is database, and all the concepts present in the SQL. So you don't want to worry about writing code. Almost all the companies are allowing these tools licenses for you, especially GitHub Copilot. So I am having the multiple licenses. I am having license to Microsoft Copilot as well as GitHub Copilot in my company. If I want to develop any project, I'm not writing code today nowadays. I'm just making use of AI tools. I'm just generating the project and I'm just looking it into the project where exactly I want to tweak. Okay, I just want to make some changes to the existing logic. I'm just tweaking the existing logic only. So your job also same almost, right? So you don't want to write every line from very scratch like that. Okay, that's great. So let's jump into the next level. So for example, one more thing I want to tell you. So I'm just opening the VS Code for suppose. So these are all Python projects. Let me open new folder or otherwise. So I'm just creating one SQL file inside this. So sample.sql. Here, look at this. This one is already integrated with the SQL tool, right? No, sorry. It is already integrated with what is that one? So one of the AI tool. Here it is asking control plus I to write the prompt. So if I'm pressing control plus I, it is asking what is that one? So generate the code. So you can write the script here for suppose. What is the script? I can write it. So act as SQL developer and generate code for creating database and inserting. So might be this one is not visible for you. So now it is visible, right? Inserting. So same thing, right? So inserting, updating, deleting, and all those stuff. Updating and deleting in a database. So suggested schema is, so employee, which contains employee number, comma name, so comma address, like that. So if I'm executing this one, so if I'm connected to the model, see, automatically generating so all the code for you. So I'm keeping this code. Sorry, just wait. See, it is just generating so the line by line, right? It is not including any content. It's more interesting than that, right? So when compared to ChatGPT and all. So it's creating database. So create database banking DB. And inside that one, so it is creating an employee table. And it is inserting the data into the employee table. So every query is written by the GPT, so the model itself, the AI itself. Whatever I discussed, but suppose updating, so employee table. So it is automatically generating accuracy. Accuracy means what? So it is generating, so whatever it may be. So in my machine, so there is a model called as Codex. Okay, you can see here. I integrated with what is that one? So the Codex model. I think I just want to show you. Can just go to the, if you are installing Visual Studio Code, right? You can go to the extensions. So this is the model actually. It's the Codex model. It's not free. Up to some level, it is free. Okay, so for training purpose, it is okay. You can install this Codex extension in VS Code. So automatically it is just generating. So for training purpose, right? So you can able to make use of this tool, right? So no worry about what is that one. So writing code manually, even if you are making mistakes, you can just check with this whatever the code generated by the AI. But truly, I am suggesting first in the course, while learning the course, right? First, you can write it manually. But if you want to improve further, right? So you can just make use of AI tools. Don't rely on AI tools completely. So if you are asking me, so whether the AI tools will generate the accurate code means, I can say 100% not correct. Okay. So that is one important assumption I want to talk about. Correct? 100% it will not generate accurate code. So as a developer, you should know what is the concept, how to write the query and all. You should validate whether that query is correct or not. So that is super important. Is it clear, all of you, what I am saying? AI models will always hallucinate. Hallucination means what? So it is not giving so the exact answer what is required for you. We need to tweak the prompt. We need to use some patterns like persona pattern and also audience persona pattern. So different types of patterns to get the exact answer. If you are normally asking like a question to your friend, it does not give answer. It will hallucinate. So you have to mention, so act as a super SQL developer. Okay. So you have to assign some role or otherwise explain. So the SQL queries to the non-techie, per suppose, non-technical person. They don't know about technology. How we can explain? So please explain. So use the scenario. In this way, if you are giving the question, so the AI models is going to produce better answers for you. Is it clear, all of you? What I am speaking, all of you can able to get it? Can I proceed further? Yeah. So this would be more helpful. So try to use ChatGPT. So that's what I am saying first initially. So we created so the employee table. Of course, you understand. So insert data, update, delete, and all those stuff. But let's think yourself. We have an employee table, right? So what is the table? So employee table. So which contains what are the columns? Employee number, whose type is integer. and the name. What is the type? Varchar of 100, whatever it may be. Varchar of 100 or varchar of 30 might be this one is varchar of 30, and address will be so varchar of 100. So I want to add an extra column, right? I just want to add an extra column called as salary. So salary is of type int. So if you want to make any changes to the schema, so again I'm repeating, if you want to make changes to the schema, so changes to the schema, so then we can go for what is that one? So alter command. Can you please tell me this alter command comes under DML or DDL? So DDL. Create, alter, drop. Create, alter, drop. These are all comes under what is that one? So DDL commands. So alter means what are the operations we can able to perform under alter? We can add column name, add or drop. So we can add or drop column, and also we can change so the size of a column, and also we can change so the data type of a column, right? So we can change the data type of column, we can change the size of a column. So all these things are possible with the help of what is that one? So the alter command. So let's see how to work with this alter. So first we can try to add column, and let's observe. You can take a support of ChatGPT also. First describe this table. So describe employee. Let's see first what are the columns present in this table. What are the columns present in this table? So we have 3 columns, right? So employee number, name, and address. I want to add another column. So what is that one? So add, I'm just keeping, so add another column. So what is that column? So salary. How to add? Alter. So table. So employee. So I'm just keeping, so add column. So what is the column name? Salary. And what is type? Integer. I'm just writing this query. Just run this query and check it. It is successful. So now we can check describe employee. So salary column is getting added or not? It is getting added. So look at this, salary column is getting added. And if you are selecting, so the employee details, for suppose, select star from, so employee. So we can able to see all the employee details, right? So we are getting so all the employee details, but salary is empty. Because we are adding extra column. If you are adding extra column, so by default the salary will be empty, right? By default the salary will be empty. Okay, so we'll start with what is the first concept. So constraints. What are the constraints? So basically we have, what is constraint actually? If you're asking me what is constraint means, constraint is a rule or regulation. Okay, so what exactly constraint? So constraint is a rule or a regulation. So that is applying on what is that one? So the table. So it's a rule or a regulation. So applied on a columns of a table. Applied on what is that one? So the columns. But what are the different types of constraints we have? So we have unique constraints. So the first one is what is that one? So the unique constraint. We'll see all those things practically. So first try to understand what exactly unique constraint. We have an employee table. So employee number, name, and address. For this employee table, right? So we have to assign what is that one? So unique constraint here. For example, so I am applying so unique constraint here. So what is unique? Unique means it does not allow duplicate values, right? It does not allow duplicate values. For example, so here employee number 1, our name is John, address is Bangalore, for suppose. Is it possible to repeat the same employee number? For example, again, if I am trying to give so 1, so Mary and USA, it's possible? It's not possible. So because this one is treating as what type of value? So the duplicate record, correct? This one is treating as duplicate record because for the employee number, I assigned what type of constraint? So unique constraint. So duplicate records are not allowed. So this is super important, right? So generally, if you are working with any real production database, might be you can see email. So email column must be unique. Can you please tell me, post it in the chat? So anyone, could you please identify what are the specific columns that are uniquely identified? So that is your guess. Take customer or employee or any entity. What are the unique columns might be you can easily identify? Anyone, could you please post it in the chat? So in employee email is the unique. Employee ID is unique. Okay. Okay, there are different cases. For suppose employee ID will be primary key. So why employee ID is the primary key, I will discuss. Any other fields? Your Aadhaar card ID, right? Aadhaar number, for suppose, or otherwise your passport number. What are these? So these values cannot be duplicated, correct? These values cannot be duplicated. So credentials, phone number, yes. So these all things cannot be duplicated. So that type of values we can call it as what is that one? So unique keys. And the next one is what is that one? So the not null. Another keyword. What is that one? So the not null. So if you're asking me what is not null means, actually it is not a constraint. It is just a simple keyword actually. Okay, it's not a constraint. So don't think if somebody is asking in interview, so what is not null means? Not null is simply a keyword. It's not a constraint. It does not allow null values. If you are putting not null on the particular column, so the particular column so does not allow null values. For example, so the same employee table, if you are taking employee number, name and address. So employee number 1, and for this name, I am assigning what is that one? So not null. So this one allows null values. No, this one does not allow null values. For example, if you are trying to insert null value, so then what happens? So automatically we are getting an error, right? So we are getting an error. But we cannot see any message constraint violated like that. We cannot see any message like constraint violated or not because not null is not a constraint. So it is just a keyword. And another important constraint, so I am speaking about, so what is that one? So the primary key. Super important constraint. So generally, if you are working with any database, right? Any database table, we have so the key attributes in a table, for suppose. If you are taking any table, so we have some key attributes. We have so key attributes and also non-key attributes. So what are the key attributes and what are the non-key attributes we have to understand. We have key attributes. Some of the attributes will be acting as key attributes and some of the attributes will be so non-key attributes. So what are the key attributes basically if you are working with? So the attributes which are mainly used for what is that one? So identifying the particular record, for suppose that type of attributes we can call it as key attributes. For example, in employee table, say employee number. So email is also must be mainly for uniquely identifying the particular employee, right? If you're asking me what is key attribute in the sense that key attribute can be used for uniquely identifying an employee. So that might be employee number, our email, or our passport number, or our Aadhaar number. So many, right? So based upon the columns, some of the columns might be so the key attributes. Those key attributes are mainly for uniquely identifying the particular record. But some of the attributes are non-key attributes. For example, so the salary is a non-key attribute. And also designation. So designation of an employee, this is also a non-key attribute. But first the thing is, if you are deciding any entity, for suppose, if you are taking any entity, so first we have to identify what are the key attributes and what are the non-key attributes. So key attributes are mainly for uniquely identifying the particular record, and non-key attributes are not used for uniquely identifying a record, for suppose. For example, so salary designation, based upon the salary, we cannot uniquely identify a particular employee. Based upon the designation also, the same designation might be multiple employees or might be existed. But these key attributes plays very, very important role. Right? So key attributes plays very, very important role. So for uniquely identifying the record. But in these key attributes also, we have super keys. Super key means what? So in those attributes also might be we are choosing only one attribute for identifying the record. In your table, we have employee number, email, and passport number and Aadhaar number and all. But in these attributes also, you are having an option to choose the super key. Super key is nothing but a primary key, for suppose. You have to choose the primary key. Among all those attributes, mostly we are choosing the primary key for what is that one? So identification numbers. For example, so the employee number. Always we are keeping as what is that one? So it does not allow duplicate values and it does not allow null values. Always we are keeping so employee number as what is that one? So the primary key. So this one can be treating as what is that one? So the primary key actually. So might be you're asking me question. So you are saying only employee number. Why I have to choose? I can go with what is that one? So the email or phone number or Aadhaar. I understand your question. So those are all key attributes only. So key attributes means what? Those are all employee number, email, passport number, and address. Okay, sorry. So employee number, email, passport number, address. These are all majorly used for identifying an employee. For example, let's say Mahima, how can you identify? How can I identify you as a Simplilearn employee? For suppose if you are working in Simplilearn, how can you identify? How can I identify you as a Simplilearn employee? Might be you are allotted with some employee ID, right? And you are having so Simplilearn email ID. So based upon these things only, I can able to identify you as an employee. There are many things are there. That might be email, that might be employee ID, or that might be your personal identification number like Aadhaar number or otherwise social security number or anything. But among those, only one column that might be employee number or social security number. So or Aadhaar number, whatever it may be. We are choosing only one as super key like that. So somebody is asking, so what is the difference between key attribute and super key? Any key attribute might be super key. Correct? Any key attribute might be what is that one? So super key. Any key attribute means what? We have so salary, designation. These are all not key attributes. Employee number, email, passport number. Among those, we can choose any one as a super key like that. Super key is nothing but what is that one? So the primary key. Is it clear what I am saying? All of you can able to understand. So I am not restricting you. So compulsory we have to use this one is the primary key and all. That is up to you. Okay. So Nikita, it's a simple concept, right? So for example, if you are taking student details, for suppose you are all joined in the session. How Simplilearn will identify you as a student? You are all joined in the session. How the administration team can identify you as a part of this course, for suppose? We have also some fields, right? In the student table, we have some fields. What are the student ID, name, email, and also like your SSN number or whatever it may be. So there are many fields are there. Mobile number. Okay, so the mobile number. So there are many fields are there, for suppose. There are 100 fields are there. But among those, what are the key attributes here? Among those, what are the key attributes? Keys means what? So that might be allocated uniquely for the particular student, for example. So if you are talking about the keys, eligible keys is here. So email. So almost the email must be unique, correct? Every student is having, 2 or 3 students are having same email ID? No. In the similar way, so the student ID. So this is also we can consider it as a key attribute. And also SSN number. That one also we can consider it as what is that one? So key attribute. And mobile number. So in a real world, like mobile number, we can consider it as a key attribute, but might be the same mobile might be used by multiple people, per suppose. The number is not allocated with multiple people, but when coming to the real aspect, right? So might be same mobile number, might be it is a home number, might be that call will be okay. So we can consider mobile number is also as a key attribute. But among those, which one is strong? Among those, which one is strong? So either email is strong, and SID is strong, and SSN is also strong. Strong in the sense you can uniquely identify the particular student with the help of SID or social security number or email. Correct? And also, what about the non-key attributes? Non-key attributes means we cannot identify, so based upon that non-key attributes. Among those, mostly we are choosing what is that one. So for identification, so we are separately assigning what is that one. So some ID for each and every student record. This SID can be used as what is that one? So unique identification. So that's why most probably, if you are observing the tables, we are assigning some ID to the table, and we are treating that one as what is that one? So the primary key. But what exactly practically, if you are asking me what is primary key means? So primary key means what? So unique plus not null, for suppose. So unique means what? So it does not it does not allow duplicate values, and it does not allow null values as well. So that is your responsibility. So not a particular identification. So student ID, most probably, if you are observing entities, right, in real life, most probably we can keep. So the primary key as what is that one? So the identification number. So that is uniquely identifying the particular record, and it does not allow null values. If the student is present, for suppose, if the student is present means what? So that student must have a student ID. Even if the student is not having email, even if the student is not having SSN, but student is registered means what? So the student ID will be created. That is nothing but what is that one? So the primary key. It does not accept null values, and also it does not allow duplicate values. These two constraints needs to be satisfied. And some important points related to the primary key. So foreign keys are always referring to the primary keys. So foreign keys are always refers to the primary keys. So this is super important point, right? So let's try to understand. So I will discuss more in detail. So while discussing what is that one, so the foreign key. So what is the purpose of creating foreign key and all? If you are creating a primary key, so generally we are working with what type of systems nowadays? Relational database management system. If you are taking so almost all database management systems, they are RDBMS. RDBMS stands for what? So RDBMS stands for relational. So database management system. So in the relational database management system, what happens means you are not storing the entire data in a single table, right? If you are having any complex applications, we are not going to store the entire data in a single table. For example, if you are taking e-commerce application, for suppose. So in the e-commerce application, so we have products table, right? So this is called as what is that one? So products table. And customers table. And category table. So product category table. So might be that product comes under electronics or what is the category? Or otherwise, so we can say instead of category, so we can specify so product catalog table. And also, what are the other tables? So might be cart table. If you are adding a product to a cart, so automatically that product will be visible in the cart, right? So in a relational database management system, if you are designing a relational database management system for your application, so always please remember, if you are designing a database means what? So for what purpose you are designing? Always your applications are generating the data, correct? Take Amazon as an example. We are purchasing a product. So that means we are purchasing a product in the sense we are generating the data only, right? So whatever product you purchased, so that goes to products table and our customer details, Amazon customer details are present in customers table and the product related with what is that one, so the particular category. And also first customer wants to purchase the product. Customer has to add item to the cart, right? So what I'm saying is all the data we cannot keep it in a single table. So we are separating so that one into multiple tables. For suppose we have so products table and customer table and also catalog table. So we have cart table. So we have so multiple tables. Our data will be stored in what is that one? So the multiple tables like that. Our data will be stored in what is that one? So the multiple tables. But even though these tables are having relationships, so customer and products, for suppose one customer can purchase many products, right? Or otherwise, so many customers can do many products, correct? So there are we have so different types of tables. Many customers will purchase what is that one? So many products. I am a customer. You are also a customer. I am purchasing one product. Might be you are also purchasing the same product. So what is the relationship between these tables? We have so different types of relationships. What are the different types of relationships? So we have one to one and one to many right? So we have one to one, and also we have so one to many. Or are so this one we can call it as what is that one? So many to one, right? And also we have so one more relationship. So many to many relationship. So we have to understand these relationships, but I am not going deeper right now. So right now I discussed about what is that one. So these two constraints. One is unique constraint, and another one is what? So the primary key constraint. So I will discuss about these two constraints actually, unique constraint and also the primary key constraint. And after that, so further we'll discuss about what is relational databases. Okay, what is one-to-one mapping and what is one-to-many, all those things. Is it clear? Can I proceed with creating unique constraint? First, we'll complete these two unique and primary key and also not null. So not null also one simple keyword. We'll discuss about that part. So how to assign the constraint? After this concept, I will discuss about the foreign key. Okay, so foreign key requires it's more understanding. So just I provided what is that one so simple summary about the foreign key. I will to go some deep dive into what is that one so the foreign key, how it works and all. Okay, so no worries. First, try to understand what is that one so unique, primary key, and not null. Can you please tell me what is unique? Unique means what? It does not allow. It does not allow duplicate values. Correct? Duplicate values. What is primary key? Primary key means unique plus not null. So please remember. So keep it in mind. So primary key, which is called as super key, which is unique plus not null. It does not allow duplicate values. It does not allow null values. Is it clear? So my pace is okay now. Somebody is asking, so go slow, right? Is it okay, everyone? Now, I think you can able to follow Sushmita or someone already posted. If you are feeling okay, so then no issue. If you are not feeling like my pace is not going fast or anything, so please post it again. So I can proceed further. We can look at here. So I'm just connecting to so this MySQL database. You can just go to the services. So the first step, as discussed, I need to check what is that one. So the MySQL service, right? So of course, this MySQL service is running. So MySQL 80 service is what is that one? So the up and running. So now what I have to do? I have to connect to that MySQL 80 service. For that one, so go to so this MySQL workbench and connect to this MySQL workbench and provide so the password for suppose root. So already we have some tables. If I'm asking, so what is the database? What are the databases that are available? So show databases. So this is a command which is mainly for getting all the databases, right? So you can just check it. So we have an employee DB. Of course, we can see here also in the left panel, we have an employee DB. So I'm dropping so this database for suppose employee DB. I'm just deleting this database. So the drop this schema. And also we have HR database is present. So I'm just dropping. So don't delete so other databases because they are system databases. Here I'm just writing so create database. So database name. What is the database name I am creating? So employee DB. For example, if you want to drop the database, so which is already present. So what we have to do? What is the command we have to use? So from the command line, so drop database. What is the database name? So employee DB. But I already deleted. If you want to delete the drop database, but suppose we can use this command. So drop database employee DB like that. Okay, so all of you please execute this command if you are already created the database. I think in the last session, so might be you created so employee DB, right? All of you drop this employee DB database and verify whether this is successfully deleted or not. So once you deleted the database, the next step, what we have to do? What is the next step we have to do? Anyone? Again, recreate it. Can you please tell me in the chat? Can you please type in the chat? So what is the command to create a database? Already you have experience in the last week. Can you please tell me, so the command, so how to create a database? So create database, employee DB. Might be you are asking me without deleting, I can create it means no. First we can delete it and after that you can create it. So the employee DB is created, but it is not reflecting here. You can see in the right left side, you can see any employee DB is reflected here. No, right? Yes, we can use, we can create or if exist, we can do that one also, but we can go in a manual way, Robin. Otherwise, people are getting confused if I am writing some commands. So we can just refresh it. So that means as Robin posted message, right? So we can write the query. So create table if exists, create database if exists or not. We have a syntax like if the table is if the database is existed, so it is not creating the database. That type of implementation is also available. But right now I am not taking into that one. But meanwhile, I will show you. So after that, how to use the database. So directly can I create the table without selecting the database? No, right? What is the next step? So use. What is the database? So employee DB. So we can select this, what is that one? So the database. Okay, like that. So now currently which database we are using? So the employee DB we are using, right? So the next step is what is that one? So I have to create a table with employee number as unique constraint. For suppose I want to apply unique constraint for employee number. But try to understand here. If you are talking about say any constraint, right? If you are talking about so unique constraint, any constraint, we can apply at two levels. One is column level and another one is what? So table level. We can apply constraint at column level and also what is that one? So the table level. So column level means what? So we are applying on particular column. For example, so if you are having so employee number, so name and also email. Of course, employee number is must assign so primary key. So use command only on the databases, right? So not on the tables. If you want to use the particular database, just use database command. So not on the tables. Tables will be created inside the database, correct? So tables will be created inside the database. If you want to create the tables, first we have to select the database. For that one, we are using use command. So for the email, so what I am expecting is for this email, so I want to assign what is that one? So unique constraint. And also for the name, I want to assign, so what is that keyword? So not null keyword. Can you please tell me what does it mean? So this name does not allow null values, correct? Because we are providing, so what is the keyword? So not null. Not null means what? So it does not accept null values. And email must be what is that one? So unique. So you are asking me, so not null and unique, not like that. Only not null will be a separate constraint I assigned on name and unique will be applied on email. Both are, I am not applying on so same column. Try to understand. If you are keeping not null and unique means it comes under primary key, right? It comes under primary key. So primary key we are assigning it for what is that one? So the employee number. Primary key we are assigning it for what is that one? So the employee number. So this is the requirement. But currently, if you are observing, so I am just applying so unique constraint. So remaining columns I am keeping it as it is. So let's observe how to create what is that one? So an employee table with unique constraint. I am just writing so create table employee. Please listen because after this one right, I will share you one document. You have to create the tables on your own. Employee number whose type is integer. And also this one I am keeping it as what is that one? So the primary key. Anyone could you please post it in the chat? So what is primary key? What does it mean? Primary key means what? Unique plus? No, not unique key. Primary key means what? Primary key means what? So unique plus not null. Okay. Unique plus not null. It's not null. It does not allow null values. And also for other fields, for suppose, what are the other fields name? It is varchar of 30. So here I am assigning what is that the particular keyword, so not null keyword. Right? So for name, I am assigning what is that one, so the not null keyword. And also for email, so email, so I am specifying so varchar of 100. So this one must be what is that one, so the unique. So the email must be what is that one, so unique. Unique means what? It does not allow so duplicate emails like that. So we are creating an employee table which contains what is that one, so the employee number as a primary key and name. It's not null. Not null means what? It does not allow null values. And also for the email, so I am assigning unique constraint. So you can just run this query. So the table is getting created. So now try to insert the values into this table. For suppose I am just sharing this script with you. So all of you please create this table with these constraints. And like that message. Once you complete it, so please like that message. Yes, I will explain. So Atul, what is primary key and also what is unique. So try to understand. So the primary key means what? So unique plus not null. For example, so we have a simple table if you are taking. So same table for suppose employee number and name. And also as well as email. So email must be unique. For suppose if you are assigning so email as unique key. So this one does not allow duplicate values. That's what I'm saying. For suppose. So Suresh at the rate of so gmail.com per suppose. So the same Suresh at the rate of gmail.com again I repeat it for another record. No, right? So this one does not allow duplicate values. This one is treating as what type of value? So the duplicate value. So if you are assigning unique constraint, so it does not allow what is that one? So duplicate values. Duplicate values means what? The same value cannot be repeated again. So for the particular column. And primary key means what? So primary key basically if you are using for identifying a particular record for suppose. If you are assigning a primary key, right? So the symbol will be underline symbol. So primary key means it is unique plus what is that one? So the not null. Not null means what? It does not allow so duplicate. It does not allow null values as well. Unique means it does not allow duplicate values. And not null means what? It does not allow null values. For example, so one Suresh at the rate of gmail.com. So in the similar way, can I give it again one? It's not possible. Can I leave it this one as empty? For example, so here I am specifying Suman. This is null. If you are trying to insert null, this one is possible? No. Because if you are assigning a primary key, right, that one does not accept duplicate values and also that one does not accept null values. That's what I am trying to tell you. Is it clear, Atul? Still, we are having any questions, please unmute and speak with me. So what we use null and unique constraints, right? So null and unique constraints, null is not null, I am saying. Sorry, it's not null. If you are talking about, so not null means what? For example, if you are taking name, you are having a restriction like that particular column, so must I accept what is that one? Value. We cannot keep that one as empty. We cannot keep null values into that one. In such cases, we can assign not null, right? For example, you are doing some business, for suppose you are maintaining your customers' data. You don't want to miss what is that one, so the email. You don't want to miss the email of that particular customer because that is important for your business. In such cases, what we are keeping, so email cannot be null. And email must be unique, for suppose. Unique means what? So each customer is having so unique email ID. Okay. So according to your requirement, if you're asking me what is the difference between unique and not null means, unique means it does not allow duplicate values. So not allows duplicates. And not null means what? It does not allow. So null values, right? It does not allow null values like that. That's what I am trying to tell you. So according to your business, what columns must accept values? You must provide something value to the particular column. For example, your customer is filling out a form, feedback form, for suppose. If customer is filling out the feedback form means you must specify some fields as mandatory. Mandatory means what? They have to they have to fill that values, right? So that type of values are not null. Not null means what? So you must provide the value for the particular column and like that. And unique means there are some fields which are that does not allow duplicate values. Very simple terms actually. It's not very much complex. So can you please show the output means there is no output, right? So creating a table means here, look at this. This one is table is created. This is only the output. Okay, if you want to see, so how to know? So what are the tables are getting created means what? So we can specify what is that one. So show tables. If you are specifying show tables, then automatically what happens? What are the tables that are created? So it will display all the tables, right? Show tables. This one is displaying so all the tables for you. So we have an employee table already created. And also another query, if you want to know, so describe, right? So describe table. What is the table name? So describe employee table. If I'm specifying, so describe employee, so then automatically it is describing so the employee table, right? Look at this here. Very, very important information we can see. So we have an employee number. What is the key is assigned here? What is the key is assigned? So primary key. And name. Is there any, so what is that one? So any constraint is assigned, it will accept null value or not. It does not accept null value. You can see no. Why? Because we assign not null constraint. Not null means what? It does not allow null values. And also for email, it is showing yes, it accepts null values, but it does not allow what type of values? Duplicate values. Because we assigned what is the constraint, what is the key? Unique constraint like that. Is it clear, all of you? Could you please create the table and let me know in the chat? All of you can able to create the table or not? So others, what about the others? All are created, right? Okay, so let's talk about what is that one. So we can able to create so constraint at what is that one? So the column level. What is column level actually? If you are taking unique constraint, so slide it to left side. Okay. Oh, what happened means this one I am getting it. Is it okay? All of you? So we are just creating so a constraint at what is that one? So the column level. What is table level? So we need to understand. So column level means if you are having, assume that if you are having a table, employee number, employee name, and also email and address. So mobile number or something. So try to understand if you are assigning, if you are taking any constraint, that may be unique constraint or primary key. So primary key, so we can assign it only for one column, right? For example, if you are assigning a primary key for this particular column, so this one is at column level. Column level means what? So only for the particular column. But think about yourself. If you are assigning at column level, for example, so this email should be, what is that one? So unique constraint. This one should be, what is that one? So unique constraint. So and this one should be a primary key. So try to understand if you are assigning at column level, so only the particular column so does not allow duplicate values, correct? So only the particular column so does not allow so duplicate values and also null values. For example, if I am trying to insert, so again, what happens? One, is it possible to insert one again? No, the same one cannot be repeated again. So only for the particular column, so that constraint is applied, that rule is applied. So the same value cannot be repeated again. So if I am repeating so the same thing again, so we are getting an error. Correct? We are getting an error. But what happens? But suppose if you are assigning a constraint at what is that one? So the table level. What is table level actually? So table level means we are assigning a constraint so for more than one column. So for more than what is that one? So one column. So we are assigning a constraint. So this type of constraints we can call it as what is that one? So composite constraints, composite keys per suppose. What is that one? So the composite so keys. So what is composite key? So try to understand here. So put your focus here. Same thing only. For example, so if you are taking so employee number and email or the employee number and name and email. So what I am doing here is for employee number and name combination. So I am assigning so one primary key. So for employee number and name as a combination, so I am just assigning what is that one? So some primary key. So for example, so one Suresh. Here also I am keeping so Suresh at the rate of gmail.com. In this case, what happens? This is a primary key, right? But not for the particular column. So as a combination of employee number and name, correct? I assigned one single key. What does it mean? The same employee number and name, same set of values cannot be repeated again. For example, if I am trying to write so one Suresh again, so this one works. This one does not work, right? So the same set of values cannot be repeated again. The same set of values cannot be repeated again. For example, if I am trying to specify one RAM and some email ID. This one accepted. Yes, this one is getting accepted. That means what I am trying to say here is, if you are assigning a composite key, whatever the rule you are specifying, so that is applied to the set of values. That means if I am assigning a primary key for this employee number and name, so what happens to the same set of values, correct? The same set of values. First, this record is accepted. Next, the same set of values cannot be repeated again. Because you know, the primary key means what? It does not accept duplicate values and null values. For example, especially if you are taking your account number is considered as what is that once the primary key. If you are have opening an account, so compulsory you must have a so account number, right? And along with that one, so the same account number cannot be duplicated again. The same account number cannot be duplicated again. So that's what I am trying to tell you. But its composite means what? So for more than one column, so we are assigning so same primary key or unique key. That is your wish. For example, let's say here I'm assigning so for the same table, take the fields employee number, name, and also email. So what I'm saying is for the name and email, as a combination, I'm assigning one unique constraint. And also for this employee number, I'm assigning primary key. What does it mean? So unique means so the same name and email cannot be repeated again and again, right? Same name and email as a combination, so cannot be repeated and again and again. For example, employee number 1, and name is Raz. So some email, for suppose. Again, if I am trying to give so same Raz and same email, then what happens? Automatically, this one is record is getting rejected. Correct? So this one is getting rejected. This will not allow you to insert. So the reason is, so the same record you are trying to insert, right? The same record with name and also email. So we are trying to insert. So the same record, we cannot insert it like that. Is it clear? So what is composite key? All are comfortable in understanding. So the composite key, do you have any questions? Can I proceed further or do you have others? Could you please tell me? Do you have any questions? Means I will explain it again. Okay. So look at this. I am just dropping this table for suppose. What is the table I created earlier? What is the table I created? Employee table. Or otherwise we can keep this employee table as it is, or otherwise that is your wish. I am not. If you want to drop this table, so same table if you want to create, so what is the command? So drop table employee. If I am creating so drop table employee, so then automatically what happens? The table is getting dropped. Can you please tell me how can we check? How can we check whether the table is present or not? So we can just execute so show tables, right? So show tables command, which is mainly for displaying so all the tables. So of course there are no tables are present. Now I have to create a table with the employee number. So my requirement is this one. So I want to create a table. I want to create a table with the employee number, name, and also email, and assign constraints, right? Assign constraints. What are the constraints? So employee number as so PK. PK means what? So primary key. And name. So name will be what is that one? So not null. So name must accept the values. It does not to be null. And What is the another rule I am specifying for suppose? So email must be unique. So this is my comment for suppose. I am just creating a table with all these specifications. Let's create the table. So create table employee of employee number whose type is what is the type? Integer. And especially this one must be what is that one, so the primary key. So we can specify what is that one, so the primary key and name. So varchar of 100, right? And also it is what is that one, so the not null. And also email. What is data type actually? So the data type is varchar of 100, right? So the email is varchar of 100 and also this one should be what is that one? So unique constraint I'm assigning. Unique means what? It does not allow. So duplicate values, it does not allow. It does not allow duplicate values. That's all. So I'm just executing this query. So the table is successfully created. I am sharing this one with you. So all of you please create the table. After that, so I will share you some exercise with you after discussing this constraints you have to do on your own. So that one requires hands-on practice. The next step is what is the command we have to execute to see the description of the table. What is the command? So describe employee. If I'm writing so describe employee, so then automatically what happens? It is providing so complete description about this table. Anyone, could you please unmute and speak with me? Can you please tell me what is the description it is stating? What do you understand from this description? Because you need clarity, right? So somebody might be you're already good in this area, for suppose. Can you please explain? So what is the description it is showing? So in my screen. So take employee number. What is null? No. Why it is showing so null as no? Any idea? Because we assigned what is that key? What is the constraint I assigned on employee number? Primary key. Primary key means what? It does not accept. So duplicate values, it does not accept null values also. So that's why it is specifying as what is that one, so no. And for the name as well, we specified not null, correct? For the name, what is the constraint? What is the keyword I assigned? Not null. What does it mean? So for name also, it does not accept what type of values? Null values. And for email, I specified unique. Unique means what? So it does not accept duplicate values. So here it is specified as unique. And here it is specified as what is that one? So the primary key. So by describing the table, we can able to understand what exactly the constraints that are applied on the particular columns. So here clearly we can able to identify. So on the employee number, so what is the constraint is assigned? So primary key. On the name, uh, not null constraint is applied. On the email also, unique constraint is applied like that. So all of you please execute that one and try to insert the values. So try to insert the values, whether it is allowing so duplicate values or not. So you can check it. Already you are having experience with the insert command, right? I'm requesting all of you, please try to do some insert commands, whether that one is working or not. So could you please confirm? I'm just inserting so on my own, for suppose. Let's see. So the employee number is a primary key. It does not accept duplicate values, right? So for this, what I'm doing here, insert into employee space values of and employee number 1 and name is John. And also the email will be so John at the rate of gmail.com or something. So this is the way so we can able to insert multiple records, right? So you can run this query. This works successfully. So no worries without having any problem. So this one works successfully. So the next step is what is that once I am trying to insert the same record again, for suppose I am just copying the existing, so the query. So insert into employee space values of 1 again, so John. So the same record I am trying to insert. What happens? The 1 is repeated again. So automatically we are getting so an error, right? What is the error it is saying? So duplicate entry 1 for the key, so the primary. It is clearly stating like so the employee number 1 cannot be inserted again. So that one is reading as duplicate entry. For example, if I am trying to insert null value, okay, so instead of the employee number, I am trying to insert null value, because if you're asking me what is primary key means, primary key does not accept duplicate values and it does not accept null values as well. So now we can run this query. So still we are getting error, right? What is that once the employee number cannot be null. So that means the primary key is working fine. That means if we are assigning a primary key on the particular column, this one is at column level. On the particular column we are applying only on single column. That one does not accept duplicate values and also null values. Correct? Yes, great. So the next step is, for suppose I am providing so different employee number 2. But what I am doing here is for the name, what is the constraint I assigned? Not null. But I am trying to insert null value here. Is it possible? This record will be getting inserted. Not at all. This record is not getting inserted at all. So the reason is for this employee name, right? I specified one keyword. What is that keyword? Not null. What is the meaning of not null? So the particular column so does not accept null values. So if I'm trying to execute this query, so ultimately it is giving so an error, right? What is the error? So column name so cannot be null. So the particular column so cannot accept what is that one, so the null values like that. So not null means what? So the particular column so does not accept null values. Here I am specifying for suppose some name Rajan, so Rajan at the rate of so gmail.com or something. Now look at this. This one is unique and also not null. And this name is not null. And email is also not unique. Different email I provided. So now this is a valid record or not? As per our rules, which we defined earlier on the query. So this email should not be, email must be unique. It does not allow so duplicate values like that. So now this query works fine. We are not getting any error. So look at this. We are not getting any error. So the record is successfully inserted. Now we can check. So if I'm writing, so select star from employee. So what happens? It is working fine as expected. Correct? It is working fine as expected. So we are getting so employee number, name, and also email like that. So I hope all of you understand. So what is unique constraint, what is not null constraint and all. If you are okay, if you are comfortable with assigning unique constraint on the particular column, not null, and also what is that one? Primary key. So could you please confirm in the chat? If you are having any questions, please feel free to unmute and speak with me. Okay, otherwise I cannot understand, right? Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Nikita, for responding, because I'm putting so lot of effort, right? So whether you are understanding or not, so that is my importance. Please remember that point. If you are not understanding, I'm ready to explain so multiple examples, but don't be silent. But okay, so but you understand, so like at column level, so only for the particular column. So think about so the table level. What is table level actually? Already I discussed it, right? Table level means what? If you want to assign. So if you are asking me what is table level, so if you want to assign the constraint, so for more than one column, for suppose, right? So for more than, so one column, so then we can go for, so the table level. For example, so we have an employee number, so name and also email. I want to assign the constraint, so for more than one column. So for example, so I want to assign so primary key for these two columns as a combination. So that means the same set of values cannot be repeated, right? So for example, so one Suresh. So similarly, again, I'm repeating. So one Suresh, this one does it works? No, because the same set of values cannot be repeated. Because this one is treating a set of values like that. But if I'm changing, so one Raj for suppose, this one is valid. Why this one is valid? The same set of values cannot be repeated. Same set of values, set, I am speaking about here. Try to understand. Set in the sense, so again, one Suresh cannot be repeated. So first we are having one Suresh and next it is starting with what is that one? So the one Ras. The same set of values cannot be repeated again and again. So this type of constraints, we can call it as what is that one? So same primary key, same unique key only, but we are assigning for more than one column. Correct? We are assigning for what is that one? So more than one column. Let's see how this one. So let's assign so a primary key for first unique key for this employee number and name. So I'm just dropping this table again. So the employee table, I'm dropping it. I need to check for what is that one. So assigning unique constraint. So unique constraint at a table level. What is the level? So table level per suppose. So previously we applied at a column level. So now we are applying at what is that one? So the table level. So first I am dropping the table. So before starting it, so first I am checking what are the tables that are present. So what is the command we can use? Show tables. This command is mainly for displaying all the tables, right? So we have an employee table which is already present. But I'm creating so employee table in a fresh way, right? So what I'm doing, so I'm dropping this table. So what is the command? So we can use drop table. What is the table name? Employee. I'm just dropping this table because I need to recreate this table again. I need to recreate this table again with what is that one? So the composite. So composite unique key. So composite, what is that one? So unique key like that. So let's create so the table. So create table. What is that one? So the employee. We have so the employee number whose type is integer. And also name. What is this type? So varchar of 100. And also the email. So the varchar of 100 per suppose. Right? We are creating an employee table. So which is having so the employee number and also the name and also email. So for this employee number and name, so I need to assign, so as a combination of employee number and name, I need to assign what is that one? So unique constraint. So for this, we are using one keyword. What is that keyword? So constraint. And constraint name. What is the constraint's name? That is your wish. We can provide any name, but I am recommending, so we can provide some meaningful name per suppose. For example, I'm assigning unique constraint on employee number and name, both the columns. So in such cases, best practice is what is that one? So e number underscore name underscore UK. UK stands for what? So unique constraint, unique key. We can feel like that. Or otherwise, that is up to you. You can provide UC, unique constraint. It's a best practice, right? Because after creating, if you want to refer to that constraint, so we can make use of this name. So e number underscore name underscore UC. What is the constraint we are assigning? Unique of, so e number comma name. Here try to understand. We have created what is that one? So one unique constraint. And the name of the constraint is what is that one? So e number underscore name underscore UC. On which columns we are assigning the constraint? So e number comma name. For employee number comma name, so we are assigning what is that one? So unique constraint like that. So just execute this one. So you can run this code. So you can able to see. So the table is successfully created. I'm just sharing this query. So please look into that query. So for your understanding, because this is the first query which we are writing at the table level, right? So that means we are assigning a constraint. So for more than one column. I just shared that query in the chat. So please observe that one. So now I'm trying to insert the data. So can you please tell me, so I assigned unique constraint on what are the columns? As a combination of e number and name, I assigned what is that one? So unique constraint. So now let's try to insert. So the data per suppose insert into first check. So show tables, right? So first check show tables, whether the tables are getting created or not. If I'm executing show tables, I can see. So the employee table is getting created. Employee table is successfully getting created. So once the employee table is created, so now we can try to insert the data, insert into what is the command? So the employee. So values of what is that one? So one. So Ram. So Ram at the rate of gmail.com. But suppose I am keeping so Ram at the rate of gmail.com. But try to understand here. This is the first record. Okay. So the first record will insert successfully. So without having any worries. Right. This one will execute. So without having any problem. And also to see that records, so you can just go there. So select star from what is the table? Employee table. If I'm issuing, so select star from employee, of course, we are getting one record. Now the question will start. What is that question? Can I insert so same employee number name as a set per suppose? So try to understand. I am just copying this query and I am re-executing this query again. So same employee number and name, but I'm changing what is that one? So the mail, for suppose. So the mail I am keeping it as Raman. Now can you please tell me this one works? Could you please type it in the chat? Is this works? No. Yes. I have written, so Chirag, I will explain it again, so no worries. That is the name of the constraint. Name of the constraint is different. Unique is different. Unique is the actual keyword which we have to assign, which we are using to assign unique constraint. Name of the constraint which we are using for our purpose. I will discuss about that one, no worries. First, please concentrate here. So first our concentration is whether this one will execute or not. If I am running this query, whether this one will execute or not. It does not work, right? Because with the same set of values, already one record is present. We can run this code and verify. So look at this, it is giving error. What it is giving? So I'm just pasting this one in Notepad. So for your better visibility, I'm just keeping this one in the notepad. So I will show you what is the exactly error it is facing. What it is facing. So duplicate entry, 1-ram, right? The duplicate entry 1-ram, it is repeating again and again. So we are trying to insert so the duplicate entries. That one does not work. So what we have to do, for suppose I am changing this one to different name, for suppose. Now it works. Yes, it works. The reason is the same set of values are not repeated again, right? So previously 1-ram, but same one is repeated, but the name is not repeated. Try to understand. So the name is not repeated. Name is Raman. So previously Ram, now it is getting changed to Raman. So now this one works without having any problem, without any error. So now look at this. If I'm trying to execute this query, so I'm not getting any error, right? So this one works fine as expected. So now I'm writing, so select star from employee, right? So automatically you can see. So the record is getting inserted. That one is not treating as duplicate record. The reason is in the case of what is that one? So composite keys. If you're assigning a key for employee number and the name, the same set of values cannot be repeated again and again. For example, here 1-ram and here 1-raman. The same set of values cannot be repeated again and again. So that's what I am trying to tell you. Is it clear, all of you? What is composite key? So we understand about so what is composite and what is normal key, right? We understand about so what is the normal constraint, normal way of applying constraint, and what is the composite key. So normal key means what? So we are applying on only one column, right? Might be you are applying on so employee number or somewhere. But composite key means what? So more than one column. For example, so employee number and name. We are applying so single unique constraint or primary key, whatever it may be. The same set of values cannot be repeated. But now I am talking about so the foreign key. So try to understand so what exactly foreign key, how it behaves. This is super important. For example, let's assume that so we have an employee table. So we have an employee table which is capable of storing employee details, department details. So my question is it possible to store employee details? For example, employee number, name, and email. And also salary and department name and location. So is it possible to store all these details in a single employee table? It's not possible, right? It's possible, but the problem, there are some problems might be there. For example, what are the problems? For example, one employee number and name is some Suresh at gmail.com, whatever the email, and salary. And department name is so analytics department, for suppose. And location is USA. So might be there is another employee who are working in the same department, right? Who are working in the same department, for example. So employee number 2 and name is John, and also email is something, and salary is something. And he is also working for what is that one? So same analytics department. And it is also located in same USA. But try to understand. So for example, so we have another record, Adams. So he is having some email ID and also salary. and he belongs to analytics department only, but his location is different for suppose. So SF, San Francisco, or otherwise so New Zealand or some other country for suppose, NZ. So, but what happened here? The same analytics department is repeated again and again. So same department name is repeated again and again. So if you want to maintain the data, entire the application data, for example, even if you are using some applications, right, in real life, might be you are booking in India, might be there is a Zomato app, right? Zomato application, Zomato or Swiggy. Those are all food order applications like Amazon. In Amazon also we can purchase product. But try to understand in a relational database management system, we are not going to store the entire data in a single table. So that is the first question. Is it correct? Are you agree with me? So is it possible to store the entire data in a single table? It's not a good practice. Why? There are some problems. What are the problems? So the same values cannot be repeated again and again. Might be I'm purchasing a laptop. So for suppose uh, Lenovo laptop, some model. The same laptop will be purchased by many people. So the same records will be repeated again and again. So this problem we can call it as data redundancy problem. So data redundancy. So if you are observing, so the same analytics department is repeated again and again. So for that one, what we have to do as a database designer, we have to perform so normalization. So what is normalization? I will discuss theoretically, might be in the next session. So in the tomorrow session. Normalization means overall high level, we can try to understand. It is not possible to store the entire data of your application in a single table. For example, you are designing a database for Amazon. Amazon contains many tables. It's not possible to store the entire data in a single table. For that, so normalization is a process of decomposing, right? Of decomposing a big table into what is that one? So smaller tables. So big table into smaller tables to reduce data redundancy. To reduce data redundancy and anomalies, for suppose. Anomalies means what? So to reduce data dependency and also errors. We can say, so in database terminology, we can call that errors as anomalies. So I'm not talking about what errors we are getting right now. What I'm doing is, so the above table, which is holding, so the employee details and also department details and location details. Instead of keeping all the details in a single table, so I'm just splitting the tables into what is that one? So multiple tables, for suppose. I'm just dividing that entire entity. So entity is nothing but what is that one? So the table. So we have so employee table and also department table and also location table. So we are creating so three different tables. This employee table contains what are the fields? Employee number, name, email, and department table contains department ID and department name. And location table contains what are the fields? Location ID and also location name. Can you please tell me if you are creating a table in a Oracle or MySQL or any database, every table is associated with one primary key. Is it correct? Here employee number is a primary key. So department ID is a primary key and location ID is a primary key. What is the purpose of primary key? Primary key is mainly for uniquely identifying a particular record. Okay, so primary key values cannot be duplicated and primary key does not accept null values as well. Correct? So the primary key does not accept null values and primary key does not allow duplicate values. So we have so these tables for suppose. and we have a so department table, and we have what is that one? So the location table. So the location details might be stored in a separate one. So location ID 101 and location name is USA and 102 so New Zealand, right? So NZ. And we have so department. So departments, there are two departments are there. For suppose one is analytics department. So for example, so analytics department. And another department might be, what is that one? So the programming department. And we have employees, for suppose employee number, so name is, so Ras. So he's having some email ID. In a similar way, so Raman or Ram is having some email ID. But how these tables are connected with each other? For example, let's say, so every employee is working in so particular department. For example, so Raj is working in department analytics department. So we need to provide some mapping between these tables, right? I will discuss about what are the mappings we can do. But what I am doing here is, I am just keeping so another extra column in employee table. So that is department number column. So this is called as what is that one? So the foreign key. FK. FK stands for what? So the foreign key. So always foreign keys is referencing what is that one? So the primary keys. That means if Raj belongs to analytics department means we can just keep what is that one? So Raj department number is what is that one? So 10. So the foreign key value will be 10. That means Raj belongs to what is the department? So analytics department. So if you're asking me what is foreign key means, it is just a reference. Okay. So reference refer to the another table record. So already in department table, so we have department ID 10, one record is present. Here we are keeping so the foreign key, so department number 10. So this foreign key references what is that one? So the primary key. In the similar way, so the department is located in what is that one? So the New Zealand, for suppose. Right. So the location ID, if you are keeping here, this location ID, we can call it as what is that one? So the foreign key. This location ID refers to what is that one? So location table primary key. So please remember, foreign keys always refers to what is that one? So the primary keys. It is just a link. It is just establishing a link between the two tables. For example, so your location ID is 102. I am keeping. So that means Raz is working in analytics department and he belongs to the location, so New Zealand. And in the similar way, so the Ram is also working in analytics department only, because here 10 means what? So this one is referring to this record, right? And he belongs to what is that one? So 101 location. That means USA location. And Rajesh belongs to New Zealand. So Ram belongs to what is that one? So USA location, like that. So in this way, so what do you understand? It's not a best practice to store the entire data in a single table, right? In a real life, we have, so if you are working with real life data, right? Your data will be stored in what is that one? So the multiple tables, not like Excel sheet. In Excel sheet, what you done might be you already undergone Excel training. We have entire Excel sheet. Might be that Excel sheet is containing entire data. So what we have to do, we have to use the normalization process to reduce the data redundancy. So we have to split the table into what is that one? So multiple tables. We have to identify the entities in the tables, for suppose. In the Excel sheet, we have so a lot of data. From the data, we have to identify what are the possible entities for our application. And we can divide that one into what is that one? So multiple tables. And we can provide the link between the tables with the help of foreign key. Yes, we have to link the tables with the help of foreign key. But identifying relationships it is also biggest task, right? I cannot say it's not easy. If I am providing some data set for suppose for you in the Excel sheet, you want to transform that one, you want to migrate that one into the SQL tables. If I am giving some task for you, what happens? First, we have to identify what exactly the data and what exactly the domain it is pointing. According to the domain, we have to identify the entities in that data set. If you are taking HR data set, so there might be employees are there, departments are there, locations are there. Okay, there are several entities will be involved. We just divide that entities and we can create a separate tables. But while after dividing the entities, right, not only dividing the entities, I am speaking. So we need to identify the relationship between the tables also. So if you are speaking about the relationships, so listen, this one gives more knowledge for you. After dividing the tables, how to provide the relationships between the tables. If you are talking about relationships, we have one-to-one relationship. And also we have one-to-many relationship, correct? One-to-many relationship in the reverse. In the reverse, we can call it as, what is that one? So many-to-one relationship. And also another one is, what is that one? So many-to-many relationship. So we have these types of relationships. We have one-to-one relationship and one-to-many and many-to-one and also many-to-many relationship. So if you are speaking, first one-to-one relationship, can we please give me one example for suppose? So we have two tables for suppose, employee table and passport table. Okay, it's not a best practice to store the employee details and passport details in a single table. So employee table contains employee details like employee number, name, so address or email. And passport table contains what is that one? So the passport ID, passport number, and expiry date for suppose. Here employee number is called as primary key and also your passport ID is called as primary key. So we have two tables for suppose. And in the passport also we have the passport ID, passport number, and also expiry date. So these two tables are individual tables. Passport table is mainly for storing the passport details and employee table is mainly for storing the employee details. All of you are listening carefully what I am speaking. So we are not storing the data of employee and passport details in a single table. So we are identified as two entities for suppose. So what we done, we identified as what is that one? So single employee table and also passport table separately. So no need to use foreign key. Why we have to create two tables means there is some problem like Behara. So what is the problem? So data redundancy problem. There are some problems we have. I will discuss about that problems, what problems we are getting. Okay, so or otherwise you can just visit the self-learning. So we can able to understand what exactly normalization. I will discuss. Might be tomorrow I will show you the slides and I will explain what exactly normalization process like that. But in this case, we have to identify as a engineer, you have to identify what is the relationship between these two tables. So there are different types of relationships, right? So I identified this one is one-to-one relationship. One-to-one relationship means what? One instance of employee is associated with what is that one? So one instance of passport. So for example, so we have the passport ID and passport number and also expiry date. and we have an employee, for suppose, so with some email ID. But we need to map these instances, for suppose. The Suresh passport is, this is the passport, passport ID 1. In such cases where we can create foreign key. So either employee table we can create foreign key, or our passport table we can create foreign key. That is up to you. Here I am making, so employee is the owning side of the relationship. So we have to decide what is that one. So owning side of the relationship. What is that one? So owning side of relationship. In the case of one-to-one mapping, right? Either we can do the owning side as employee or passport. For example, if I am doing owning side as employee, what I am keeping, so the passport ID as a foreign key I am keeping. I am keeping, so this passport ID as a foreign key. This foreign key references, what is that one? So the primary key. Right? So if I am keeping one here, or otherwise, so you can maintain so different passport IDs here. So this is 101. If I am keeping so 101, so that means this one is mapped with this passport record, right? And this is one approach. So or otherwise, I am not saying so like always we have to keep so the foreign key at employee side. That is your wish. We can choose your option. So either we can keep it, so the employee number in the passport ID, for suppose, the employee number I am keeping it as foreign key here. So this employee number is a foreign key, but this foreign key references, what is that one? So the primary key, for example. So this foreign key references this primary key. That is also possible. So that is your wish. We have to decide. So which entity is the owning side of the relationship? That is the super important step here. What is the entity I am choosing as a owner of the relationship in this context? I am choosing employee is the owning side of the relationship. So that's why I'm keeping so the passport ID here. So this is acting as what is that one? So the foreign key, which is mainly for providing the reference between these two tables. So please remember and keep in mind, so very, very important point. Foreign keys are always referring to the primary keys, correct? Foreign keys are always referring to primary keys. That means we are just providing a reference of what is that one? So the passport here. So this 101. So this one is mapped with what is that one? So the passport ID. So 101 like that. So try to understand in the case of one mapping, only one instance of employee is associated with one instance of passport. One instance in the sense one record of employee is associated with what is that one? So one record of passport. Okay. So that type of relationship is called as what is that one? So foreign key relationship. Sorry. What is that one? So one-to-one relationship. So in real life also, one employee is having one passport or multiple passports. Might be that is the business case, right? That is the scenario. If one employee is associated with only one passport, in such cases we have to provide one-to-one. Can you please tell me if it is one-to-one? So for this foreign key column, you must assign unique key also, right? It is foreign key. And also as well as what is that one? So we have to assign an extra constraint. What is the extra constraint? Unique constraint. Because the same set of values cannot be repeated. For example, if it is in one-to-one relationship, can you please tell me, can I write it like this? So to Ras and also email ID, again he is having so 101. So two people are having same passport number. Are you understanding what I am speaking, all of you? Two people are not having same passport number. So how can you restrict the duplicate values? You can restrict the duplicate values by extra. We are assigning what is that one? So unique key. So that means this person is having so 102. So a separate passport number. So that passport is having so different expiry date like this. This is called as one-to-one mapping. Yes, we are open to the questions. Please start your questions. All of you understand what exactly one-to-one mapping? So one-to-one means what? Can you please give me some examples? Might be I'm asking you in the chat or otherwise you can unmute and speak. Can you please give me some examples for one-to-one mapping? One employee, one passport. That is okay. Any other scenarios for suppose one employee is having one Aadhaar card number, correct? Any others in real life? Very good. But one employee is having multiple account numbers, right? Subbu, one employee is having some multiple account numbers. Yes, Swati, please go ahead. There is no need to raise hand. You can unmute and feel free to speak. Yeah.
सर एक्चुअली इफ जो आपने सिनेरियो बताया है इसमें अगर किसी जो भी एम्प्लॉय है उसके पास पासपोर्ट नहीं है, उसके पास आधार कार्ड है, किसी के पास पैन कार्ड है, किसी
Yeah.
के पास कुछ और चीज है, तो हम उसके लिए कैसे इस चीज को वर्क करेंगे? और एक और क्वेश्चन है कि हर एक एम्प्लॉय का
Yes,
अलग
good
अलग
question. Good question. I understand your scenario. See, good question, right? So Swati is raising. See, what happened means sometimes some employees are not having passport. Yes, of course. The employee is not having passport, so in such cases, this foreign key will allow null value. Okay, there is no need to specify explicitly null. That is one good question. That means might be employee is having passport. If employee is not having passport, I cannot say always mandatory. So the employee is having passport, right? For example, so if you are taking some people, so those who are working in domestic, for suppose they are not having, they don't want any passport. For suppose, assume that. In such cases, what happens for that employee? So this value should be null. So foreign key also allows what is that one? So null values also. So key also can change for every employee, not required. So we are just assigning a foreign key. So the foreign key by default. So if you are taking so the foreign key, right? So foreign key will accept null values also. There is no need to specify so null explicitly. For suppose if you want to make it, so the foreign key must be unique in the case of one-to-one mapping, right? In the case of one-to-one mapping, for suppose. Unique. Unique means what? So the same set of values cannot be repeated. In the case of unique also, it will allow null values. What is the purpose of keeping so separate foreign key for each record? Not required. So on the top of column itself, we can mention that one as foreign key, correct? Is it clear, Swati, your question? Sorry. Any, what exactly? This is your question? Great. So foreign key, it will allow null values also. Okay, so the next step is what is that one? So one to many. But one question I am asking before going to this one to many, can you please tell me in the case of one to many relationship, right? In the case of one to one, per suppose. So what is owning side? So we have to decide so owning side of the relationship, right? Owning side means what? So that is either employee side or so the passport side. Who will decide? That is your wish. We can choose. Okay, according to your right, your requirement in business, we have to choose the owning side. So either we can keep so that one in the employee or in the passport. Another question I am asking, so I am shooting it here. What is the purpose of providing these foreign keys? Right? Why we have to provide this foreign key? For example, let's say in your application, if you are, suppose you are working as a HR, we are searching for an employee. But in the application is providing support for what is that one? So getting other details also, right? So you are visiting the employee, and also from the employee you want to know the employee personal information, the employee pay scale information, and everything we need to get. So payroll information will be present in payroll table. Employee information is present in employee table. But still, still the HR knows only employee details. From that employee details, he can able to fetch. He or she can able to fetch. So the payroll details and other details as well, right? So that is the benefit of what is that one? So this foreign keys. Okay. So the next one is what is that one? So we have so one to many relationship. So try to understand so what exactly one to many. But this one is a bit difficult to understand. So please concentrate. So one to many. In the reverse, it is so many to one. There is no particular special, right? So one to many, and reverse it would be many to one. So let's give me one scenario for suppose for one to many. Anyone, can you please tell me one scenario for one to many? You're all giant students, for suppose as a part of this course. Students and courses, that is not one to many, right? One employee is having so multiple phone numbers. That is correct. So let's analyze for suppose. Might be one of you mentioned like student and courses. It's not one to many. Why it is not one to many? Student and courses if you are taking. It is comes under what is that one? So many to many. It's not one to many because we can think in a way. One student can register for many courses, correct? If we are thinking in a student point of view, the student can register for many courses. And the same course is registered by many students. So that means it is one side one to many and other side it is one to many again. So this one becomes what is that one? So many to many relationship. Many students are registered for many courses. Many customers can place many orders. Customers and orders are also many to many relationship. Surya Prakash. Okay. Customers and orders also. Okay. So you are talking about customers and orders, right? Let's rethink. So think yourself. Okay, it's one to many only. It's not many to many. Sorry, Surya Prakash. The reason is order ID will be different, right? So order ID will be different. Customers and products. Now tell me, what is the relationship between the customers and products? So it's many to many. It's not comes under one to many. Many customers can order many products. Okay, so if you are taking so customers and orders, for suppose simple example, customers and orders, it is one to many relationship, right? So because for every customer order ID will be different. For example, if you are taking customers table, so customers table contains customer ID, customer name, and also it contains some other details also, right? I will just show you. I am just designing it here. So please look at this. I am just opening so the MySQL workbench. So go to file, new model. See here it is providing some option to create a new model. So click on so add diagram. I am just creating what is that one? So the new table for suppose. What is the table name actually? So here I am specifying so what is the table name? So the customer table I am creating for suppose the customer table. And this customer table is having some properties. So the customer ID, And also we have so the customer name and also as well as so customer address. Okay, so these are the 3 fields. And we have so orders table, for suppose this customer is placed how many orders. If we are taking so customers and orders and customers and products, okay, there are some relationships will come. But right now I have customer and order, so that is in my mind. So what I am doing is I am selecting a new table. I am just double clicking here. So I am getting so the orders table. Right. So this is called as what is that one? So the orders table. In the orders table, so we have some fields. So the order ID and also quantity. Uh, so quantity and also price, for suppose. So we can say so total price. So this price should be of type what type? So integer type. So we have so these 2 tables. But this one is what type of relationship? One to many relationship, right? Please listen. So in one to many relationship, always it is a best practice. Okay, so it is a best practice to keep foreign key on many side. What is the many side here? So one customer can place many orders, correct? The same order cannot placed by the another customer. Because every customer, if customer is placing an order means the order ID will be different, right? So for every customer, the order ID will be different. In such cases, only the blind way of thinking is always many side we can create the foreign key. For example, if you are going here, so if you want to specify the relationship here, just a second, it is not closing. Yeah, we have so 1 to n. So 1 to n relationship, per suppose. You can select this one. So first I am selecting order, and after that I am clicking on customer. So look at this, the foreign key is created here or not? So in the orders table, so the foreign key is getting created. So we can see in orders table, so the customer ID is treating as a foreign key. That foreign key is referencing what is the primary key. So customer table, so customer ID as a primary key. So might be you are asking me question, why we are creating foreign key in orders table? So in the case of one to many relationship, especially, it is a best practice. Always many side we can keep the foreign key, right? So many side always we can keep the foreign key like that. So the customer ID. So that is your wish. We can provide any name. Might be customer underscore CID. If you want to change the name here, so you just double click and you can go to this column and we can specify what is that one. So the customer ID. So if you want to change it, for suppose. So if you're observing, so this one is red color, right? So this one is called as what is that one? So the foreign key. This foreign key is referencing so the customer ID primary key like that. So this is the way we have to specify so one to many relationship. And another relationship we have. This one understand all of you? Do you have any questions? You can unmute and speak with me. And also try it. How to create a model. Just go to file, new model. Okay, so then automatically it will open that one. If anyone is not getting understanding, so please share your screen. I'll help you. How to create this ER diagram. ER stands for what? Entity relationship diagram. Entity relationship diagram. Is it clear, all of you? All of you can able to follow up the session? All of you can able to understand, so what is one to many relationship? You don't want to worry about so drawing diagrams, but try to understand the concept first. what is one-to-many relationship and how it works. So where the ID key will appear, you can share your screen. Might be I cannot understand so what exactly where ID key will appear.
Sir, actually, I didn't install
Okay.
SQL.
Okay, got it. Yeah.
Sir, my question is,
Mm.
you said that there some ID appear. So where is the foreign key? Sorry, where is the foreign key appear so we can
It's
recognize?
many side always. Right. First, if I'm just going back for suppose, look at this.
Hmm.
There is no relation now. Correct.
Yes.
In these tables, might be you have to make a decision as a database designer. Correct.
Hmm.
So where I can keep foreign key. First, what we have to do is first we have to identify the relationship between these two tables, customer and order. So you identified as it is one to many. So always your recommendation should be always many side we can keep the foreign key. What is the many side? Many orders, right? Customer can place many orders. So that's why you can just go there and select. 1 second. Let's close this one so you can see we have so relationship symbols also available here. So 1 to n. You can see. So 1 to n, right? Just click 1 to n. First click on orders and next click on customers. So automatically, so the foreign key is created here. Look at this red color foreign key is created, right? So this foreign key is referencing what is that? This foreign key is referencing so the primary key. So customer underscore CID, this one is a foreign key. That is referencing what is that one? So CID column and like that.
Sir, can
Is
we
it?
change this foreign key, or can we
Keep it in customer, you are asking, correct?
yes.
That's not a good practice, I am saying. Okay. So the
Okay.
reason is in the case of one to many relationship, always many side, even if you are observing so many database designs, right? So always we are keeping so many side as a foreign key. That's what I am saying. Best practice I am saying. So you people, for suppose if you are new to the database design, if you're new to the database table creation and all, so what happens? How can you say whether the particular order belongs to the particular customer? If you are keeping order ID in the customer table, but it works. But when coming to the frameworks, right? I am an application developer. I design databases. In my experience, I identified what is that one. So always many side we have to keep the foreign key. That is the best practice. That's what I am saying. You can observe so many databases in by asking in what is that one? So chat GPT. For example, if I'm asking in chat GPT for suppose. So I'm just opening so chat GPT. So in relational databases in RDBMS. So why we are creating? My screen is visible, all of you. Why we are creating foreign key? Always many side, right? So side of relationship which represents what is that one? So which record in the one side to the many records it belongs to. So it is giving some information, right? So you can just check it out. One department can have many employees, for suppose. In the similar way, so one customer can place many orders, right? Many orders. So each employee belongs to one department. So the order, whatever the if you are other side, if you are checking one order belongs to one customer only. So if you are talking about where the foreign key will go is in employee table. So we are keeping so department ID as a foreign key. In department table, so department ID as a foreign key, primary key per suppose. Okay, so the logical reason is, so if you are keeping, so when if you are placing so the foreign key in the one side per suppose, it would not work properly. It's a wrong design. Okay, so because the department is having so 50 employees per suppose, you can just correlate your queries like this per suppose. Okay, then you can able to understand so what exactly the problem. Okay, so you can just go through that one and you can discuss, put the discussion tomorrow also. Then you can able to understand. So might be, so others is asking some question. Could you please unmute and speak?
Sir,
Yes, others.
can you show the linking part once again? How did you link both the
1
tables?
second. Linking part in the sense, which one you
You
are
have linked
asking?
the foreign key and primary key, right?
Okay, this one only, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, how did you link that? This arrow one. This.
Nothing. It's so just I'm just deleting existing one. This is the table which is already present,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Here we have, so the links are there, one to one, one to many and all, correct?
Okay.
You can select so one to many in a strong way. So not like dot, 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 one to n. First you can select the orders because one order belongs to one customer.
Yeah.
One customer can place many orders. So here orders I am selecting and also customers I am selecting. So automatically what happens, there is a relationship will be established between so the customers and orders. One order can one customer
Okay.
can place many orders. The customer ID
This
is allocated
customer
as
customer ID it is taking automatically when you have selected
yes.
the.
Automatically it will select. Okay.
Okay.
That's the design,
Okay.
right? The table will
Okay.
that is
Okay.
the good
Okay.
thing about what is that one workbench like that.
Okay.
I think others is asking, so sir, should not the quantity type be in integer? So integer means quantity in the sense in my scenario. From the context, it will be varied actually. You have to specify it as integer, correct? The reason is the quantity number, right? That is a number. But now the question is, what I am asking is, I think Swati mentioned, right? So why we have to keep that one as a, what is that one? So separately foreign key or primary key in the many side. Okay, so that one you can just do some research. Okay, so always it is a best practice. We can specify what is that one, so the foreign key at what is that one, so the many side. Again, I will come back to the discussion. And last one, what is that one? So many to many relationship. If you are asking me, this is one to many and many to one, correct? Could you please tell me? So this relationship will cover what is that one? So one to many and many to one. If you are having order details, we can able to get the customer details, correct? We can able to get the customer details. And if you are having customer details, then we can able to get what is that one. So who are all placed that who are all customers? That means what is the customer details and also who what are the orders the customer placed. All those details we can able to get it. Up to here, is it okay, all of you? So one to many relationship. Do you have any questions? You can unmute and speak with me. Do you have any questions? Okay, so nobody is responding. And one more thing, I need to talk about what is that one. So many to many relationship. So if you're asking me about so many to many relationship, right? So that is so many to many relationship.
Sir, you only teach one to many. So how it's looks like more to one?
Yes, good question. So
Yes.
I'm just speaking like an application point of view, right? See, you are not inserting so data manually. Who will how you are inserting the data? Could you please tell me? I think good discussion actually. For suppose in real life, how you are inserting the data? You are booking a flight ticket, correct? For suppose if you want to travel, you are booking a flight ticket. Let's take some example. How we are interacting with the database through some application. Might be you are going to some website. Okay, so the flight booking website, not Google and all. If you are going to the directly flight booking website and you are providing your details and you are booking, correct? So your details will be you are a customer for that airlines, and flight details will be stored in a separate table, per suppose, correct? Your details will be stored in a separate table. Flight details will be stored in separate table. In such cases, if you are providing so many side as a foreign key, in the application point of view, in the programming point of view, so what happens means, so your question comes into the picture, right? What is your question? So I am having order details. So I specified foreign key here, for suppose. Let's say here I specified foreign key in 1 to 1. What is where I specified foreign key? In employee table, correct? So that means if I am having employee details, I can able to fetch the passport. What about reverse mapping? Reverse mapping means if I am having passport details, how can I fetch the employee details? Whatever the frameworks we have available in the market, programming frameworks I am talking about, almost all the programming frameworks are having, are suggesting, so don't create foreign keys on both sides. For example, if you are having so the passport details, so from the passport details, if you want to fetch the employee, if you want to get the employee, so don't create foreign key employee number on so passport table. That one decreases the performance. So internally the frameworks which we are using in programming, so those frameworks will support you without creating a separate foreign key. So it is using the same foreign key so to get the passport details as well in a reverse mapping. For example, so frameworks means might be if you are working with PHP or Laravel, or otherwise if you are working with Java, there are separate frameworks are there for implementing this inserting records into the database, right? We are writing some logic. Those frameworks, what they are suggesting is don't create foreign keys on both sides. If you are creating foreign keys on both sides, right, so automatically it will degrade the performance. So it will decrease the performance like that. Instead of that one, you just make it one foreign key. So in the reverse mapping also, that means if you are having a passport, from the passport, if you want to get the employee, in the reverse mapping also we'll use the same foreign key. Okay, we'll use the same foreign key to get the employee details. In the database level, it is not providing. You are designing a database means according to the application only we are designing the database, because your databases are designed to store the application data only, correct? To store the application data. Whenever application programs are interacting with databases, so as a database designer, we don't create what is that one, so multiple foreign keys on both sides. We'll use the same foreign key to refer from reverse side as well. Hope you understand, Swati. So what I am saying, is it clear? Okay, so if you are creating what is that one, so multiple things, what happens? Automatically your performance will be gone. So let's think about another table for suppose many to many relationship. What is that one? So the customers, and also as well as what is that one? So products. Because so customers, products, customer is placing order for products, right? We have customers orders table, customer products table. But what is the relationship between the customer and products? Anyone, can you please guess it? What is the relationship? So it is many to many relationship, correct? Many to many. Many to many means what? Many customers will order for many products. In such cases, please remember, in the case of many to many relationship, how the database design looks like, how the tables will be created here is. So we have a customer table and also the products table. So customer table is having so customer ID, right? So customer name and also email. And also products table is having so product ID. So product name. So for example, so your customer ID is a primary key. So product ID is a primary key. But what happens means in the case of many to many relationship, so there is a separate table will be created. So this one is called as might be customer underscore products. So one separate table will be created. So customer underscore, what is that one? So products. So in this customer underscore products table, right? We can we have so two foreign keys. One is customer ID and another one is what is that one? So product ID. So this product ID is a foreign key. And this customer ID is also a foreign key. So this customer ID references so customer table so primary key and this product ID references what is that one? So product ID primary key. So we have a junction table. This one is called as what is that one? So junction table. In the case of many to many relationship, always junction table will be created. So this junction table, what it contains? It contains the foreign keys. For suppose, for example, so the customer ID it is having some name and also email, and product ID is also 101, which is having so some product name. If customer is placing an order for a particular product, so customer ID and also 101. So customer ID is 2 for suppose. And also he also placed so the product order for suppose. So product ID. So two customers placed for same product, right? Same product. Like that same product will be ordered by many customers. That means many products, many customers can order many products like that. Or many products will be ordered by many customers. So in such cases, there is a separate, what we can say. So junction table will be getting created. In between, so the order table will also include. So let's see here. I am not instructing anything, so I am just creating what is that one? So products table here. I understand your questions. So let's see. After that, we'll see. So let's create a product table. So I am just clicking on, so what is that one? So this table, and I'm just double clicking on here, or otherwise just drag and drop. Why it is not coming? Yeah, it is coming. This table name is what is that one? So products. So what are the fields will be present in this table? So we have so product ID and name of the product and also the price of the product. Right, so the name of the product and also the price of the product. So if you are taking so the customer and products, So what type of mapping I need to provide between these two? So I'm providing so many to many per suppose. So many to many mapping. I'm selecting customer and also products. What happens? So a separate table is junction table is getting created or not? As per the design, so a separate junction table is getting created. So this table name is called as what is that one? So the customer underscore. So I'm just changing the name to what is that one? So customer underscore products. So if you are observing, so this junction table, right? So this one contains customer ID and also products ID. These two are foreign keys. You can see here. So this products ID references what is that one? So products table, and customer ID references what is that one? So the customer table, customer ID. So these two are acting as what is that one? So the foreign keys. Okay. So in this way, so if you are designing a database, for suppose if a customer is placing an order for a particular product, the order details will be stored in a separate table, and the mapping information. So if the customer is placed an order for a particular product. That one is mapping information will be stored in what is that one? So separate table. So in the case of many to many relationship, only especially in the case of many to many relationship only. So we have a separate junction table will be getting created. In the junction table, we can able to see so the customer ID and also product ID. Is it clear, all of you? All of you can able to understand so what I am speaking up to now. I just want to hear some questions from you. So please start asking questions. So what is one-to-one mapping? Could you please tell me what is the example I provided here? So employee and passport, is it correct? Say yes or no, all of you remember. So the employee and passport. One employee is having so only one passport. So could you please tell me where we can provide the foreign key? That is my question. In employee table or passport table? What is your opinion? I think I'm just writing it again. So this is the one, right? So employee table and also passport table. So in employee table, I have to provide the foreign key, or in the passport table, I have to provide the foreign key. That is your wish, right?
It's up to us, sir.
Yes. So let's connect to the MySQL workbench. Let's see how I am creating, how I am connecting these two tables. So let's connect with this workbench. I am just providing so the password. So something wrong password I entered. So the password is root. I am just dropping this table, dropping this database completely. What is the command? Could you please tell me? So to drop this database. So drop database. So database name. What is the database name? Employee DB. So this one drops the database. Again, if I want to create the database, what is the command? So create database. What is the command? So create database employee DB. So, but my database is what is that one? So employee DB. Inside the employee DB, I want to create so employee table and also passport table. But my requirement is in employee table, I am going to keep so the foreign key. So what is the table? First I can create it is first I am creating so the passport table. So create table. So passport passport ID whose type is what is that one? So the integer. And this one is what type of that one? So this one is a primary key, right? Primary key and also passport number. So this one is varchar of 30 or varchar of some number, for suppose varchar of 30. And also expiry date. So expiry date is whose type it is? Date data type. So I'm just sharing this query. Could you please look into this query and execute it? After executing all of you, I will execute this query. This one works. Can you please tell me without using the database, this query can execute? We can execute? No. First database we can create. It's already created. Next step is what is that one? So we have to use the database, right? What is the command? So use employee DB. This is super important. Without using the database, we cannot execute the query. So now currently we are using, so you can just refresh. We can see currently we are using, so the employee DB. And after that, so I am creating, so this passport table. Correct? So just execute this query. So the passport, this is successfully created. But might be you can observe, so the data types here. So the passport ID is primary key. All of you know about, so what is primary key? Primary key means one table contains one primary key. We cannot create more than one primary key, right? So we cannot create so more than one primary key in a table. So that is super important thing we have to remember. So just a second. So I'm just connecting my pen. Yeah. So the primary key, if you are talking about, so one table contains what is that one? So only one primary key. We cannot create so more than one primary key. So primary key means what? So unique plus not null, as discussed yesterday. That means in the previous session. Is it possible to create so multiple primary keys? Anyone, can you please tell me? Is it possible to create so multiple primary keys? No. We can create so only one primary key. I think Arpita, you are getting the error. So the reason is might be you are not using the database, right? You are not using the database. You created database or not, so could you please verify it? Or otherwise you can share your screen. So that would be helpful to understand so where exactly we are getting the error. You can unmute and speak with me. So,
Sure, sir. I'll just share it. So
yeah,
I've just
please.
copied the comment which you have pasted in the chat box, right?
No
So
problem. You can share your screen so you
yeah,
can able to
sure. I'm
understand.
doing that. I'm doing that, sir.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm just following from yesterday.
So what happened means first
Hmm.
create database command in the bottom you can check green color, right?
Yeah,
That is
green color. Now
executed.
it is red means it is not created.
So what is the mistaken is you created database, you are not using the database. Correct? What is the command I've written in between? So use command I've written, right? Use employee DB. So could you please look into my screen so you can able to see
Hmm.
creating a database, that is one option. So after that, what we have to do? So we have to select the database, right? What is the command I used here? Use employee DB, correct? So if I'm selecting, so use employee DB, so then only the database is getting selected. And also you can see here one refresh icon, correct? You can able to identify Arpita. So this refresh icon. If you are refreshing, so this employee DB is getting highlighted. Once you are executing, after executing this command, use employee DB. Now we can execute this query. So create table, so the passport, that query. So then automatically, so the passport table is getting created. But might be all of you can see this is a new data type, right? So you're observing. So what is the data type here? The date data type. Because if you are talking about so the expiry date, so this one is going to be what type of data type? Date data type. So we need to insert the date. Is it clear, Arpita? What is the mistake you made? Or otherwise you can share your screen quickly.
Yes, sir. If you can just guide me once again.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Shall I write this once
Before
again?
before that command, so you can
Hmm.
just write use employee DB, use employee DB.
Here, right?
Before that line, that means line number 2, you can write it.
Line number 2. Okay.
Mm-mm.
Use
Use
employee.
space, use
Oh,
space
okay.
employee DB. Don't get confused. Okay, no worries. So put semicolon and you can just execute that query.
Okay.
So now that is using employee DB, right? How can you know whether it is using employee DB? So go to the refresh icon and click it.
So which one is the refresh, sir?
You are
This.
not watching my screen actually. So previously I shown, right? So please look at my screen.
Okay.
This is called as my mouse pointer, you can observe. My screen is visible?
Not yet, sir. You are not sharing.
Okay. I already shared. Could you please check it out? Now it is visible.
No, I can see you, sir, but screen is not visible.
Team, could you please confirm my screen is visible?
Yes, sir, your screen is visible.
I think Arpita, you are on another screen. So could you please check it out? My screen is visible or not? No.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Okay, I got it.
So now you can just check this mouse pointer. So the refresh icon is visible, right? You just
Okay.
click on this refresh icon.
Okay.
It is automatically refreshing and it is displaying. So
Yes.
employee DB is getting highlighted, right?
Yes, right, sir. Got it.
So you just refresh it and employee DB is visible or not. So you can check it out.
Yes, it is visible, sir. Employee DB, and then under that tables, views, stored
Yes.
procedures, and
So now
functions.
we can execute the query. So creating a table query, it will execute and it will show you the table under the tables.
So shall I re-enter that query again, or shall I just select
You
it
can
and
just
run it
share your
again?
screen. You can share your screen, might be. See, your query is still not executed anywhere, right? You can check. After selecting the database only, you have to execute the query. So you can just execute line number 3 now.
Okay.
So now it is successful, right?
It is.
Refresh again, refresh the tables. Now go to the tables, you can see your table.
Yes,
Arrow
I
mark,
can.
arrow mark, arrow mark.
Yeah.
Your table is created or not?
Passport.
So I'm requesting, please go through the previous sessions. Yesterday itself I told, right?
Yes,
If you are
sir.
not having time.
I went through, but a little more
Yes,
practice needed
yes.
for me.
Yeah, no problem. Next week you can get it recovered. No issue.
Sure, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So we have a passport table is getting created. And the next, please like the messages once you are created the passport table. So now I am creating employee table. So create table employee of employee number whose type is integer. Of course, this one is a primary key, right? And also the name. What is its type? So varchar of 30 or varchar of 50 per suppose. And also address. So varchar of 100. And email. So varchar of some 50 or varchar of 40. And at last, so we have to provide the foreign key. Can you please tell me anyone? So what is the foreign key column? Passport ID, right? So passport ID is integer. So here, this passport ID is acting as a foreign key that refers to what is that one? So the primary key. So that is your wish. Might be you're asking me, so is it mandatory to provide the same column and name? So not required. For example, so if I am specifying so the pass ID, so that means passport ID. Whose type is what is that one? So the integer. So this one references. So the passport of so PID like this. So look at this query. So might be this one is looking somewhat strange for you. It's not strange, very simple. In employee tables, I need to keep one extra column. What is that extra column? So the passport underscore ID. So there are few questions might be we are expecting whether I have to provide the same column name, primary key column name and foreign key column name must be same, not required. If you want to keep the separate name, so you can keep it. So for example, so in employee table, I am keeping so pass underscore ID. But in passport table, I am keeping so the PID, right? So in employee table, so this is the passport ID is a column. So that is referencing always foreign key is always referencing so primary key, right? So passport of PID like this. So just execute this query. We can able to see so that query is successful. So the table is getting created and relationship is established. I'm just sharing this query in the chat. You also could you please try this query and try to understand. Executing query is not a problem. So try to understand so what that query is doing behind the scenes. That is super important. Correct? So in employee table, so we are having so the passport ID. So this one is acting as a foreign key. That foreign key is referencing so the primary key, which is present in the passport table. So we are providing the relationship between the two tables. But additionally, we have to provide unique also because the foreign key value must be unique. Unique means what? It does not allow duplicate values. But right now, so we can just execute this query. And also, could you please like this message once you are done with the particular task? All of you understand so how to assign so the foreign key? So do you have any questions? Is it okay, everyone? You can unmute and speak with me if you are not understand anything. Just I am keeping an extra column. Where I am keeping an extra column, so in the employee table. That is your wish. Either we can keep it in employee table or in passport table. Yesterday I discussed it, right? In the case of one-to-one relationship, right? One instance of employee is associated with what is that one? So one instance of passport. One employees have one passport only. In such cases, that is your wish. Either we can keep foreign key in employee table or either we can keep so foreign key in passport table. So that is up to you. And also the column names also might be differed. We cannot say so the column names in employee table should be matched with the passport table like that. Okay. But one important thing, so we have to specify what is that one so unique. One extra constraint in the foreign key we need to provide in the case of one-to-one relationship. What is that one so unique constraint we have to provide? Could you please look into that one if you are not understanding? So please ask me, unmute and speak with me. I will explain it again. So now from
Sir,
the yes, please.
sir, if I want to like एड्रेस जैसे कि आपने एड्रेस लिखा है वो
Yeah.
सेकंड ऑप्शन पे लिखा है तो क्या हम उसको फर्स्ट में नहीं लिख सकते?
See, yesterday already discussed, right? One to many. At that situation, we have to go for one to many. Correct? So we have to create a separate address table because one person is having many addresses. Correct? I cannot say one person is having only one address. One person is having, so one employee is having many addresses. That is one to many relationship. In the yesterday session, I just discussed always many side we have to keep the foreign key. Did you remember that one? Yesterday you joined, you asked so many questions related to one to many and many to many, right, Swati?
Yes, sir. What?
Did you remember that concept? Practically, we'll see
Yes, yes.
how that one works. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. So first complete this query. In this query, so is it clear, right? how it is working and all. So how the foreign key will be defined. And the next one is, what is that one? So one employee is having many addresses. So the same scenario, we can take it. For example, say as discussed, so Swati is requesting, right? So one employee is having many addresses. So already employee table is already created, right? So for example, let's say, so we have an employee table. So as per your scenario, we have employee number, name, address, and also email. And also we have address table. So we cannot keep address here, correct? Employee number, name, and also email.
Sir,
Okay.
your screen is not showing.
Oh, sorry. Just give me a second. So I will share my screen. Thanks for letting me. My screen is visible, right now. So we have employee number, so name and also email. It's visible, right, Swati?
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
Yeah, okay. And also there are some properties might be you can keep if you want, for suppose gender. But we have also the address. Address we are maintaining in a separate table. Because if you are speaking about the address, one employee is having so many addresses. It's a one to many or many to many. Can you please guess it? What type of relationship between the employee and address table? One to many, right? One employee is having many address. So the same address belongs to another employee? No. The same address, one address belongs to one employee only. That means from employee side, one employee is having many addresses. From address side, it is one to one. One to one means what? So one address is associated with only one employee, like that. So it is one to many purely. So every address is having associated with some ID. This is a primary key. And also we can say address. So some other, so landmark, per suppose, some other fields. Okay, so these are the fields. So now tell me where I can create, so the foreign key, what are the primary keys? First of all, in employee table, in address table, what are the primary keys? In employee table, employee number is called as, so primary key. You know already, in any table, for suppose if you are creating, so one table contains only one primary key. We have to choose only one primary key. And in address table is also, this ID can be treating as what is that one, so the primary key, correct? In address table, so this ID can be treated as what is that one, so the primary key. So we have, so the employee numbers, name, email, and also gender. And in the address table, so we have ID and also address and also the landmark. So these are all what are the non-primary keys. So one employee is having many addresses. In such cases, always it is best practice to keep, so foreign key. So this is acting as what is the one, so the foreign key, right? Employee underscore ID. This one is acting as a foreign key. Always we can keep foreign key at many sites. So might be you're asking me question. It's a best practice I am saying. If you are working as an application developer, right? So you can able to understand while working with the frameworks. Always we are keeping, so the foreign key in many to one to many relationship at many sites. So this address contains many employees, right? So might be this employee ID is getting repeated again and again. So this is called as what is that one? So one to many relationship. So so many relationship. One to many relationship means what? So one employee is having many addresses. But the address belongs to only one employee only, other side. Is it clear? So can I implement this one? So I already have employee table. So now what I have to do, I need to create an address table separately. So this address table contains employee ID. So that means address table always refers to what is that one? So the employee number primary key. So let's observe here. So we have already tables. So what I am doing here is I am just doing so describe employee per suppose. So describe RDESC. What is the table name? So the employee table. Could you please check it? So what is the what we are getting? Of course, we are getting the employee table which contains address also. Can you please tell me how to remove this address column? Very simple, right? So I just want to alter this table. So alter table, employee. So drop. So what is that one? So drop column. What is that column? I need to drop it. Address column. Correct. Because I don't want address. Address I need to maintain it in a separate table. It is successful. So now if I am describing employee, I can see. So there is no address column. So I'm just sharing these queries in the chat. All of you please do that step. All of you please do that step and like this message. Because in employee table, I already kept one address column. So I'm not interested in keeping address in employee table. So I want to maintain it separately. Correct? So for that one, what I did here, I just dropped this address column. Correct? I just dropped this address column. So drop column address. Then automatically, so the address column is getting dropped. So now this employee table is free. It does not contain any address column. The next step, what I have to do is, I need to create a separate address table, which is mainly for keeping the addresses. So create table address. So of ID, every address is having associated with some ID, right? Unique identification number. So ID is integer. And this one is going to be, what is that one? So the primary key. And also the actual address, this is varchar of 100. And also as well as so landmark. So just simply I'm keeping an extra column. So the landmark, this is varchar of 30 or varchar of 20. But this address, there is a relationship with the employee table, right? So one employee is having so many addresses. So what is the many side? So address is the many side. Here I have to keep what is that one? So the foreign key. That means I am keeping so like simply emp underscore id. So that is your wish. I am not saying so compulsory we must provide so emp underscore id. That means in the relationship, please remember this is important point. While creating the foreign keys, right? Foreign key names should not be exactly same as primary key names. So we primary key name we created, right? So what is the primary key name here? Employee number. E number is the primary key. So I am not expecting so the foreign key name also should be same as primary key name, right? So just I am keeping so the emp underscore id. So which whose type is what is that one? So integer. So this one is going to be a foreign key. That means this one is referencing. So employee of what is that one? So employee number. As discussed, foreign keys are always referencing what is that one? So the primary keys. Okay, if you're asking me why, what is the purpose of creating foreign key means foreign key is always referencing what? Primary keys. Here employee underscore ID is a foreign key that is referencing so the employee table employee number. So that's all. So automatically a relationship will be established between these two tables. So this query is successfully executed. So the relationship is getting established. But what happens in address table? we have an extra column which is nothing but employee ID. So while giving the employee ID, so that should be matched with the existing employee number. Okay, I'm just sharing this query. Please have a look into this query and please like this message once you are done with the task. So this is called as, what is that one? So one to many relationship. Correct? Can you please, anyone, could you please tell me another example? Might be yesterday we discussed it, right? One to many. One employee is having many addresses. One employee is having multiple mobile numbers, might be. So we'll create, so what is that one? So one mobile number table, right? So first complete this one. I'll try to expand this one so to understand in a better way. So I will write another example. How to manage one to many relationship. So might be one person, one employee is having so multiple mobile numbers, or one employee is having so multiple, what we can say, vehicles, right? That is also a relationship. One employee is having multiple vehicles. So I'm having so two bikes and also one car, per suppose. That means as an employee, I am having associated with one car and also two bikes, right? So that is one to many relationship. But that bike does not belongs to another employee. That bike belongs to me only. That car belongs to me only. So let's implement. So I'm just giving a task for you. You have to create one vehicle table, right? Just think yourself. We have to create one vehicle table. One employee can have so many vehicles. That is the requirement. So how can you fulfill that requirement? So first do this one. I can see only 5 or 6 members only doing the task and liking that messages. I don't know what happened to the remaining people. I am requesting
Sir,
everyone should be on the same page. Yeah, Swati,
sir,
please.
sir.
Yes, Swati, please
Um,
go ahead. Yeah.
sir, in alter table, sir, you just write alter table employee drop column address, but in my laptop, in my SQL workbench, it's not
Hmm.
working. It's a cross error code.
Oh, okay.
I
So
don't know
it's a
why.
safe update. Safe update we are getting. Error is safe
Uh,
update related to safe update, correct?
safe update.
What is the error we are getting? So just execute. It
You
is
have an
giving a
error in your SQL syntax. Check the menu that
share your screen. Share your screen. So I'll help you. So
actually,
might
sir,
be
I'm logging in from my phone. That's why I can
okay.
find
So
it.
that is the biggest challenge, right? So
Yes.
yeah. So I cannot see your screen means you can continue. So meanwhile, in the break time, you can connect to your laptop. Might be that would be better. I can able to provide the solution for you. So please
Um,
make sure that you can just log in from your laptop itself. Then it would be better to interact with
actually,
them.
here's some network problem. That's why in laptop, lots of challenges
Understand.
I can face. That's why I
Okay.
log in from my phone. Okay, I
You can share your at
write
least a
again.
screenshot. Screenshot
Okay,
in the
okay,
like that chat. Might be I will look into that screenshot.
okay,
Okay.
sir.
Yeah. So here look at this. I am just creating so vehicles table. Same scenario, right? So one employee is having so many vehicles. Hmm. So how can you write it? So create table vehicles. So vehicle is having so ID integer and it should be what type? So it is a primary key. And also the type of or otherwise, so vehicle type or suppose that is a motorbike or otherwise the two-wheeler or four-wheeler like that. So type it is varchar of 10 again. And also we can specify so some other things, right? So we have so ID, so the vehicle ID and also the vehicle type and also uh, what other things we can specify it here so in the vehicles. So might be the price of the vehicle. So price of the vehicle should be integer. But try to understand. So this vehicle belongs to what is that one? So the employee, right? So what is the relationship between the employee and vehicles? One to many relationship. So one employee is having so many vehicles. So in such cases, so what I have to provide? I have to provide so employee underscore ID. So this is an integer. So this one is referencing. So references employee table of what is that one? So employee number. That's all. So because employee table is already present, we have separate vehicles table. The vehicles who that are belongs to the particular employee, they are stored in this vehicles table. We need to provide the relationship between these two tables. In such cases, always in one to many relationship, I recommended always many side we can keep the foreign key, right? It's always best practice. For suppose if I'm keeping so employee ID in vehicle table, so that one is referencing what is that one? So the employee of employee number. So if I'm executing this query, so this query is successfully executed. So now we can just refresh these tables. What are the tables are present? Look at. So we have employee table and address table and also passport table and vehicle table. So for this employee table, if I want to draw a diagram per suppose, here look at this. Here we have so several options, right? I just want to see the diagram per suppose. If I am specifying so create schema, I think so create schema, that option is different. Is there any option will be there? So from these tables.
Sir, please wait 5 minutes.
Okay, no problem.
I'm just doing this.
See, the problem is try to understand actually. If I'm stopping the session for 5 minutes, other people will strike. Okay. So
Sir, I just have one doubt.
yeah.
This nurtured numbers, wherever you are mentioning 150, 20, 10, I mean, I'm
Mm.
just little clueless. I mean, how you're putting these numbers? Is it random or is there a strategy behind this?
So just randomly I'm putting. For suppose if you are taking for example, so gender. For gender, only one character is sufficient. In such cases, we are just putting care of one like that, correct?
Okay.
Care of one. So single character, male or female.
For
But if you
gender,
are
okay. Hmm.
so if you are generally so data type. For suppose if you are talking about what is data type actually, so data type represents the type of data, correct? So type
Ye-
of data.
Yes.
So what are the different types of data we have? Name. Name is what type of data? String type, correct? And
Okay.
also salary. Salary is what type? Salary might be this as an integer or
Yes.
floating point. Sometimes might be. So some point, decimal point will be there.
Okay. One is numeric also we can say, and name is
Yes.
also like text we can say.
Mm. Text we cannot keep it as salary. So because salary is always it's a numeric value,
No, no,
correct?
name. Name you said, right? So
Name
name
it
is
is
the
a
text. Yeah,
string.
salary
String
is
means
numeric.
string is in the sense text type only.
Okay,
Correct.
okay.
Okay, I'm just providing the generic names. I'm saying. Okay, in the similar way. So if you are working with dates, it is date data type. Got it.
Got it, sir.
So like that. So, but what I'm for simplicity, I'm just keeping integer. Okay, we have
So
in
numbers
MySQL.
can be as per my wish. I mean, I can put any numbers as I want.
Number means what is that one? So integer means that is having range, right?
Uh,
So what is the range is -3 to 767 to 3 to 768 like that.
Okay. Between that, I
So
have to keep the numbers.
numbers. So we have so like that so many data types we have. Why I am not focusing on specifically these data types we have to use and all means. This training is majorly focusing on what is that one. So like we need to understand the major concepts. After that, we have to go deep dive. So for that one, nowadays we have all the AI tools are available, right? So for example, if you are getting some doubt related to what is that one, I discussed. So the data types, for suppose you can just ask AI, it will provide. So for example, so I'm asking Perplexity or Chat GPT. So can you please tell me? So explain data types in MySQL. So right. So MySQL 2 beginner, for suppose. So please provide detailed documentation, for suppose, detailed documentation. So you can ask a chat GPT or anywhere, so you can able to get all the things, right? So what are those numeric types? So there are so many things are there. You can see, so tiny int, so it is accepting 0 to 255 or minus 128 to 127. Okay, so we are not going so somewhat deeper into this area because we have so 3 weeks only, right? But this one provides overall the view. Nowadays, if you are getting a job, if you are getting into the IT industry, you don't want to you don't want to become an expert in one technology like that. Correct? So for
Okay,
example,
understood.
now we are learning so MySQL. So tomorrow you cannot say you are not going to work on MySQL. So might be you are working on some other database or we are working on data analytics side. This is just knowledge we are providing. So these are the data types available. So you can make use of this if you want for learning purpose. If you want some other tools, you can just explore if you want further. Okay, that's what we are saying. Is it clear, Arpita?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah,
Thank you.
yeah. So I just shared this query. So all of you please create this vehicles query. So we have the multiple vehicles, right? Already, so I think shared the query. Could you please like that query? I can see only 5 members are liking that query. So that means remaining people are not executing that query, I am feeling. Anyone, could you please confirm? So like all of you are executing that query. So previous query address 8 members are completed, but I can see, okay, great. So I think I can see 10 members. I can able to understand. So if you are liking that message, then only I can able to understand. So whether you completed the task or not. So please do that one. So now another relationship, what is that one? So one-to-many relationship, right? So one-to-many relationship. For example, as per this up to now, we have what are the tables are present. Please look at here. So I'm just refreshing. We have an employee table, address table, passport table, and vehicle table. But here we created tables. From this table, I want to generate ER diagram, for suppose, database diagram. Let's see here. So go to tools, database. We have one option called as what is that one? So reverse engineering. All of you could please check it out whether this option is available for you. So on the database menu, we have what is the option? Reverse engineering. So we created tables. I'm just doing reverse engineering here. So here, so the password username is root and click next. So provide the password as what is that one? So whatever the password you have, so that is root and click next. So which database we are going to draw this diagram? For which database? So employee DB. All my tables are present in employee DB only. So select that employee DB. So click next and click next and execute. See, automatically it is preparing some model diagram for me. So there are 4 tables identified. So click finish. So, but what happens? So the tables are getting created, but there is no relationships. So that's what I want to check. So tables are created, but automatically the relationships also needs to be established, right? So I need to check that part, why the relationships are not established. Anyone is getting relationships as well? Only tables you are getting, or relationships also you are getting?
Sir,
I'm
can
just,
you please show again because I missed out where to put the password and all. I am in that page.
yes. I will repeat it again, no worries.
Sure.
So if I'm right clicking on, so this, I'm selecting currently what is the database you selected? Please identify that. Employee DB, correct? So employee DB is selected. So just refresh it. So we have employee table and also the passport table and also vehicle table and also address table. I don't know why this one is taking so showing. Oh, okay. Employee table, address table, passport table, and vehicles table. So now we can just go to database. And also this one is getting highlighted or not. So please verify it. So we are creating, we have several databases we have. But from the tables, after creating the tables, I want to generate what is that one. So that ER diagram for these tables. I'm just going, so reverse engineering. And I'm just clicking next. So by default, it is providing all the details. Don't touch that things. Click next. Here it is asking so the password, right? So you can just provide the password root. And click next. Here I am selecting what is that one. So the employee DB. So retrieve objects from the selected schema. Check the results. Click next. So there are total 4 objects selected. So what are the tables that are getting selected? Address and employee. So for example, I'm just selecting the tables and I'm just moving to the next table. That means next, I'm just moving all those things to the next, whatever the tables that are required in the diagram. And click execute. So click finish. But unfortunately, what happened means it is not creating so relationships. But we mentioned the relationships as well as a part of the creation of the table, right? So previously, you know, as a part of the creation of the table, so we mentioned the relationships as well. But it is not listing so the relationships. I will check that one again. So is there any option I am missing? So don't save. What is the option we have to select? So final check. Reverse engineering. Is there any other options are available? Could you please check it in that one? Hmm. So this one, right? So I'm just closing this. What happened? This is completely getting closed, it seems. Okay. Now it is fine. So now we can go to the database. So I will do one thing. So might be after creating these tables, I am just executing what is that command. So commit command. So commit is belongs to the transactions. Now we can just go to the database. So here schema transfer wizard. That is one option will be there and also reverse engineering. So click on reverse engineering. So you can just leave it as it is and click next and provide the password. What is the password? So root. So it is automatically connecting to the database and we are selecting what is that one? So the employee database, right? So what is the database we are currently using? So the employee DB and click next and click next. So we have So the table objects, we are importing all the table objects, click execute. But the same options only I'm following, so I cannot see. So like we need to identify only the tables are getting imported, but I cannot see what about so the other ones, right? So I cannot see other ones, for suppose if you are tables are created, but relationships are not getting created. I will check and I will let you know why the relationships are not creating. So in the case of reverse engineering and all. So we need to look into that one also, right? So that is super important. For example, if you are looking at the employee table, right? So we have forward engineering and reverse engineering. But here we done what is that one for reverse engineering. So first we created tables. And from the tables, we are just trying to so create the diagrams. But relationships are not created. I will just check and I will let you know. Okay. So might be today or tomorrow. That means in the upcoming session, I will just let you know what is the mistake happened. Because it is not showing any options so related to that one. So we'll look into that part. Okay, so it's not that much important. So majorly we have to work on what is that one. So creating tables, right? And the next step is what is that one? So one to many relationship. Sorry, many to many relationship. Can you please tell me employees and courses? What is the relationship? So we have an employee table and courses table, right? What is the relationship between the employee and courses?
Many to many, sir.
Many to many, correct? So if you are taking so the employee table, which is having so these properties, so employee number, name, email, and gender. And also we have so the courses table. In the courses table, so what are the columns we have? So the course ID, so the course name, okay, and also like the duration. So course ID, course name, and also duration. So this one comes under many to many relationship. If you want to, if you are establishing many to many relationship, right? So a separate junction table needs to be created. So that junction table name is employee underscore what is that one? So the course table. So this employee underscore course table contains two foreign keys. So what are the two foreign keys? One is employee number and another one is what is that one? So the course ID. This employee number is acting as what is that one? So the foreign key. And also the course ID, this one is also acting as what is that one? So the foreign key. Right. So this employee number refers to the employee table and also the what is that one? So the course ID refers to what is that one? So the foreign key like that. So you can observe here. So what we are getting, you can able to see. So here we have, so how we can implement this part for suppose. I'm just keeping, so create table. So courses. So first I'm keeping, so course ID. What is that one? So integer. It's a primary key, right? So course ID, it is a primary key and also what is that one? So the course name. So varchar of 100. And also as well as what is that one? So duration. It's of integer type per suppose. So I'm just creating so the courses table, which is having these fields. Right. So and the next what is that one? So we have to create so employee underscore courses. We have to create a separate junction table. So create table. So employee underscore courses. We have so the employee ID, whose type is what is that one? So integer. And this is a foreign key. So that means this one references. So employee table of what is that one? So the employee number. Correct. So the employee underscore courses table, this is, we can call it a junction table or join table. So This one contains employee ID. This one is referencing so the employee table of employee number. And also we have so the course ID. So this one is also an integer. This one references. So what is the table? So courses table of what is that one? So the course ID. All right. So very simple. So this junction table contains two primary key, two foreign keys. These foreign keys are mainly for referring to the both the tables. So how this works? So already yesterday I discussed so theoretically. So again I'm just repeating. So please observe, try to understand. So we have employee table, so which contains employee number, name, and also email per suppose. And also we have so the course table which contains course ID, course name, and duration. So in these tables, what is the primary key here in employee table? Employee number is the primary key, and in course table, course ID is the primary key. So for suppose the course ID is 101, so course name is something like Java, and duration is so 10 hours or something. And employee number 1, so name is Suresh, so some email ID. And employee number 2, so John, he's also having some email ID per suppose. So like that we have multiple courses, 102, so analytics. And also this duration is what is that one? So 20 days, something like that. But many employees can register for many courses. In such cases, we have a separate junction table. So what is the table? So employee underscore, what is the table? So courses table. So employee underscore courses table. Right? So in the employee underscore courses table, so we have to keep, so the employee number, so that is your wish, you can provide any name. So this one I am providing it as employee ID and also course ID. So these two are foreign keys actually. So this is a foreign key. And also as well as this course ID is also a foreign key. So these foreign keys are referencing what is that one? So the employee table, employee number, and this course ID is referring to this course ID. So the primary key. For example, if I am saying 11 and 12, that means the employee number 1 is registered for how many courses? 2 courses. In the similar way, so the same courses are registered by some employee number 2 also, right? So for example, so here I am specifying so 2-1 and 2-2. So that means many employees are registered for what is that one? So many courses. If you are observing, so not 1 or 2 here. So this is 101. And this is going to be what is that one? So 102 course. Here also this is 101. So employee number 2 also registered for so same courses, right? So 102. So like that we have so n number of courses and n number of employees. But how we are providing the mapping? So we need some separate table. So that is many employees are working for many courses like that. So we need to create a separate junction table. That's what I am trying to tell you. I'm just sharing this code with you. You just execute whether this one is working or not. So in my case, it is working fine. So look at this. If I'm running this query, so the table is successfully getting created. I'm just sharing this table with you. So please run this query and check it out. So whether this one so working fine as expected or not. So employee ID integer foreign key of employee ID. Yes, we can do Surya Prakash Reddy. We can do it, no problem. So that is constraint we are specifying. So constraint name, right? So there are different syntaxes we have. So employee ID integer foreign key of employee ID. So if you are using the syntax, right? So better you can provide the constraint name. So what we have to do? So constraint space constraint name. And after that, so foreign key of employee ID references. I'm just writing the syntax in the chart for that. So employee ID integer, right? So this is the foreign key column. So here we can make use of what is that one. So better we can provide your own constraint name. So emp underscore ID underscore fk. So here we can specify what is the constraint, actual constraint. So foreign key, right?
No, in my case, I'm just saying if we use foreign key, then we can have that relations in reverse engineering. We need to use that word foreign key.
Okay. So if you are using that model, so then only it is providing. So reverse engineering feature is getting enabled. We are talking about. Yes, we'll see that
Yes.
one also. Okay. So first let's complete this one, and after that I will implement the same thing, same tables with the help of what is that one, the foreign key keyword. So we can implement it. I will show you that one as well. Did you check whether the reverse engineering is getting the foreign key relationship if you are using foreign key?
Yes, I checked. It's working for me.
Oh yeah. All of you, please complete that one and please like that message. Once you are completed, I'll tell you another way of creating these foreign keys. Complete it and like that message. If you are having any questions, you can ask me. But what the Prasanna identified, right? So we have a separate syntax. As discussed previously also, we are using constraint keyword, right? So with the help of the primary key, so especially we are specifying the name. If you are following that syntax, so the reverse engineering is showing the diagram. So it is making the foreign key entries. So he is telling. So might be we'll just look into that one also. We'll drop this tables and we'll recreate it again with the help of that option. But both the ways, like this is the basic approach, right? If you want to go for some advanced approach, especially we are mentioning the foreign key. But I cannot say like the same option. So which is recommended in production means the next option what I am talking about. So constraint keyword, that one works in real time. Okay, this is just for understanding. So we are just using references keyword. But in production, if you want to use assign any key, how to assign the key, I will just discuss. So we understand what is foreign key and all. So now we can observe. So in a production environment, right? So production in the sense like in the live environment. If you want to design a table, so there are several options we have to follow. But I am not writing actual production code. I will show you how the production code looks like also. But what I am doing is here right now, so I am just deleting all these queries. I am dropping this employee DB first. So drop database. What is the database? Employee DB. So it's getting dropped, right? So no, there is no longer, the employee DB is not existed. So the next step, what I can do here, I have to create the employee DB. So how to create the employee DB? So create table. So same story, right? So the employee DB. I'm just trying to quickly explain. So you done all these steps. What it is saying? So employee DB it is giving error. So drop database employee DB is selected. What is the issue here? So the drop database, right? Sorry. So I've created a table. So it's a database. So employee DB. So it's created. So how can I check? Just refresh it. But still we are not using this employee DB. How to use the employee DB? What is the command to use the employee DB? What is the command? So we have to use employee DB. So if I'm writing, so use employee DB, so automatically this employee DB is getting selected. So now let's create some employee table first. So you know already how to create employee table. So create table, employee. So what are the fields? we have employee number integer and also name varchar of 30 and also email. So varchar of 30. So the maximum size is 30 like that I'm keeping. I'm just creating a table. So same table, so employee table again. So employee number, name. But here I am not assigned so the primary key, right? Can you please tell me how to assign the primary key? So another approach we can make use of what is that keyword, so constraint. So space constraint name, right? So e number underscore. So pk. So what is the constraint name actually? What is the constraint I'm assigning? So primary key of e number. So this is another approach, right? So instead of specifying so primary key here, so we are specifying our own constraint name. Let's execute this code. So the table is successfully created. How can you say so whether successfully created or not? So we can describe the table. Okay, so you can describe the table, we can see. So I'm just describing the table, so the primary key is assigned or not. So describe what is the table name. So employee table. Okay, so now this employee is having addresses. Employee is having many addresses. So create table addresses or otherwise create table address which is having ID whose type is integer. And here itself I am assigning so primary key, that is up to you. And also the name, address. So this is varchar of 100. Right? So ID and also address and also as well as this one contains some landmark. So this landmark is of type, what is the type? So varchar of 100. And we need to specify so the foreign key here. So for this I am just creating so constraint. So first we can specify the column name, right? So what is the foreign key here? So emp underscore ID. So whose type is integer. So I am just keeping an extra column called as emp underscore ID. And we can specify constraint. So emp underscore ID underscore fk. This one we can call it as what is that one? So the foreign key. Here I am specifying what is that one? So the foreign key. So foreign key of what is that one? So the employee ID. So we can specify references. Here especially I am using so the foreign key keyword, right? So references. Which table? So employee ID. So employee table of employee ID. That means employee table of employee number. Right? So this is the way. So we can able to specify so explicitly the foreign key. I'm just sharing this one. First, let me execute this one. I'm just executing this query. It is successful. But what is the benefit we are getting here is, as Prasanna tried, right? What Prasanna is saying, so if you are specifying explicitly so the foreign key, then automatically it is populating in reverse engineering. So I'm just sharing this code with you. I already shared so how to create a primary key so previously. You are not liking this one. Okay, so please like it once you have completed that part. Now we can try reverse engineering for suppose. So go to database, so reverse engineer. If I am trying to generate a diagram from these tables for suppose. So now it is populating the relationships we can observe. So employee DB I selected. So click next and click next. And let's create and click finish. So now look at this this one. Whenever I am using the foreign key keyword, right? So automatically what happens? This one is populating the foreign key and primary key relationship as well. If you are keeping a cursor on this relationship, we can able to see this foreign key is pointing to what is that one's the primary key. But we cannot say always, right? So we cannot say this is the MySQL admin. If you are going with some other tool, so might be there is some little bit difference will be there. So this is another approach of what is that one? So creating a foreign key, correct? This is another approach of creating what is that one? So the foreign key. So we can just make use of that approaches and we can create the foreign keys. In the similar way, for example, let's say, so I'm just going to this MySQL instance. So many employees can register for many courses. So let's create course table again. So create course, create table course of course ID whose type is integer. And here I am keeping what is that one's the primary key. And also course name whose type is varchar of 100. And also duration, right? I am just keeping another field what is that one? So duration. So duration is of type, what is the type? So integer. And okay, so I am just keeping duration. So this is courses table, but when coming to the relationships, what is the relationship between the employee and courses? It is many to many relationship, correct? What type of relationship it is? So many to many relationship. So we need to create a separate table for that one. What is the table? So create table employee underscore courses. So this one is accepting employee ID and also the course ID, correct? So these two are foreign keys. So how can you specify here? So you can specify constraint. So constraint name, what is the constraint name? For example, emp underscore ID underscore fk. So that is your wish, you can provide any name. Here I am keeping foreign key of emp underscore ID. So references. I am just keeping employee of what is that one? So e number. In the similar way, so another constraint. What is that constraint? So course underscore ID. So course underscore ID underscore fk. So references. This one is referring to what is that one? So the courses of. So course of what is the table? So course ID. Sorry. Here I am making a mistake. Constraint. Here we have to specify what is the keyword. So foreign key keyword. So foreign key of course underscore ID. So that one references what is that one? So the course table. So CID column. I am just executing this query. I am getting an error. So duplicate ID, employee underscore ID foreign key. Just check it out why we are getting might be that name is already present. So you can specify what is that one FK1 per suppose. Here this one should be, you have to specify what is that one, so foreign key, right? Okay, so now we can try to execute. So don't get confused, I will explain it again. So all these queries, what I did here. So now it is successful. I'm just sharing this query in the chat. So previously we are not using the foreign key keyword, right? So but now we are using what is that keyword? So the foreign key keyword. So now we can go to the chat and you can see. So I posted that query. Now we can do reverse engineering for suppose with all these tables. You just right click or otherwise you just go to the database and do reverse engineering. So all these tables are getting populated or not in the ER diagram. So we can check it in the database diagram. So click next and click finish. But I cannot see if I am going down. So might be I can able to see. Okay, so the tables are getting created here successfully. What happens? So we have an employee table and also address table. The relationship is 1 to many. And also we have an employee table and courses table. So what is the relationship? Many to many. Many employees belongs to many courses. That's why, so separate junction table is getting created, right? Separate junction table is getting created. Now let's recall the syntaxes for suppose. What we done up to now. If you are observing, so in the previous scenarios, we are not using the keywords to create the tables, right? So, but here, look at this. Here I specified explicitly, so the constraint keyword to create the primary key. And especially the foreign key also, I used what is that one? So constraint name, foreign key of employee ID references, what is that one? So employee table, employee number. Here, especially I'm using so the foreign key keyword because whenever we are using constraint keyword, right? We can specify so the name of the constraint. What is the name of the constraint here? So the name of the constraint is foreign key. So this is the syntax we have to follow explicitly if you want to create a foreign key. Okay. So like this. So I'm just sharing so this entire code snippet once. So please look into this code snippet. And if you are having any questions, you can start asking your questions. I think most of the people understand, but still, if you are having any confusion, what is the difference between so the previous approach and this approach? In the previous approach, we are not mentioned explicitly, so the foreign key keyword. But in this approach, explicitly we mentioned the foreign key keyword. Mostly in production, right? If you are writing so production related queries in real time, always we have to make use of what is that keyword. So this foreign key keyword to provide the relationship with other tables. Okay, so this is the standard syntax we have to follow. But simple syntax previously we executed, just I am not using foreign key, just I am providing references like that. Okay. So nothing different. So what is the difference between the previous approach and this approach? I'm just quickly giving a reference for suppose here. While creating the foreign key itself, the approach is getting changed. For example, so previously we have so the multiple tables, right? So all of you can able to see my screen. Is it visible, right? Okay, great. In the previous approach, if we are creating so employee table, how we are creating, so we can observe. So create table and employee. We are supplying so the employee number whose type is integer. And also it is what is that one? So the primary key, right? And also the employee name whose type is what is that one? So the varchar of 30 or varchar of 100. And also the email, it is varchar of 100. Okay, so in the similar way, so you are creating, so what is that one? So addresses table. So previous approach, what we done, so create table, address, of ID whose type is integer and it's a primary key. And also the actual address, which is varchar of 100. And also another column, what is the extra column? We are keeping it here. So the landmark. So which is also varchar of 30. So that is your wish. We can provide any maximum size. That is up to you. And also we are keeping so an extra foreign key column, right? So that is nothing but emp underscore ID. That is your wish. We can provide any name. And whose type is integer. Here directly we are writing so references. Correct? References, what we are writing. So emp of, that means employee of employee number. This is the first approach we did. But in the second approach, what we are doing, we are just adding an extra column first. And after that, so we are using what is the keyword? So constraint keyword. So constraint, what is the constraint name? So emp underscore ID. So for this column only, we are assigning foreign key, right? So emp underscore ID underscore fk. So we are keeping, so what is that one? So the foreign key. So foreign key of, what is the column in my table? So emp ID. So I'm just writing, so references. So employee of E number. So this is the production grade approach. Production grade approach in the sense. So it is a preferable approach. If you are doing like this explicitly, we are mentioning one extra column here. So the employee ID is an extra column. For that one, explicitly I'm assigning what is that one? So constraint. What is the constraint I'm assigning? So the foreign key, right? So foreign key for which column? The employee ID column, and it is referencing so employee of employee number. I think AGK, so is it clear? What is the difference between so the previous approach and this approach? What are the topics I discussed in the previous session? So we know how to create tables. So that means we discussed about DDL, correct? So what are the DDL operations? So insert, update, and also delete. So these are all operations comes under DDL, and also another operation is DML. So DML stands for what? Data manipulation language, right? So we discussed about insert and also the update and also delete operations. So delete operations still might be update and delete. I need to discuss, it seems. Still we are not completed. And also the DRL. So DRL stands for what? Data retrieval language. So today the major focus is about so DRL. So we need to work on what is that ones? The select queries. So if you are working as a data analyst, right? So most probably, so we are getting a chance to work with what is that one? So mostly select queries only. So what is the purpose of select queries? We need to understand how to write the select queries. Because if you are working in real time, right? So the data is already present. We are not creating any data, correct? So already data is present. Tables are already existed. So what we have to do? So we need to retrieve the data. So based upon your requirement, if you are doing some data analytics or anything, data analytics means what? So we need to get some insights from the existing data, right? If you want to get some insights from the existing data, so we need to write some select queries to retrieve the data. And based upon that data, we need to perform some analytics. So that's why this session is very, very important session, especially for data analytics people. So that's why please concentrate. And also it's a simple only. But if you are getting any question, right, so feel free to ask me. So today we are talking about what is that one? So select operation by using the existing schemas, whatever the tables we have already. In the last session, so we discussed how to import the data. So we created customers table and all those stuff, right? So we'll continue that setup. And after that, so we'll proceed. Okay, so that is the agenda for the today's session. First, we'll try to understand, so what is select query, how to retrieve the data from so the database table. And after that, so we are entering into some complex things like how to work with joins. Okay, so joins is very important concept. We'll discuss about that one today. So try to understand. So the select statement. So this one comes under what is that one? So data retrieval language. So by using select, so we can retrieve the data, right? So we can retrieve the data. So from tables with the help of what is that one? So select queries. For example, if you are writing, I want to retrieve the data from employee table. So what is the query we are writing generally? So select star from, we are writing so employee. What is the meaning of this one? So star means what? Star means all. That means we need to retrieve all the rows and columns. So from this employee table, right? It's everything is fine. So I think Preeti Chakravarti, is it okay? It's audible now, right? Okay. If you're facing any network issues, please let me know. So if I'm writing, so select star from employee. So what happens? It is just retrieving the data from so the particular employee table, right? So the employee table contains rows and columns. So what it is doing, it is retrieving both the rows and columns from the employee table. But we are not expecting like that. There are some situations, right? So might be you want to retrieve only particular columns. Because in the business, if you are working in a real business, for suppose, the tables contains many columns. Okay, so the table contains not only 3 or 4 columns, we can expect might be 50 columns also. Always for our analysis and also what data is required, only we have to select the data. So if you want to select only the particular data, so we can retrieve the data. So select E number, so comma name, comma address from what is the table? So the employee table. So we are retrieving, we are getting only employee number, name and address only. We are not getting any other fields. Okay, so we are getting only employee number, name and also address. In the similar way, so if you want to retrieve name and address only, not employee number. So we can specify only the specific columns, right? So select name, comma address from what is that one? So the employee table. So we are writing it like this. Select name, comma address from what is that one? So the employee table. So like that we have, so some tables are already present here. All of you are having these tables. Could you please look into in the last week, we imported these tables. Is it correct?
Sir, I don't have it because I'm using
Okay.
the
Yeah. So that import option is not available for you. Did you check that option?
no,
No.
I mean those are
Hmm.
not already here because they reset this my workbench, right? So I have to
Okay,
import
okay.
that. Yeah.
Just do the import, all of you. Please make sure that I will tell you how to import also again. What we
Sure.
have to do. So just right click, go to table data import wizard. So where we have to right click on tables, go to table data import wizard and click on browse here and select your CSV files. For example, if you are creating customer table, right? You have to select so customer dataset.csv. So click next. Here the table name it is taking as customer underscore datasets by default. You can change this name according to your requirement. For example, I want to maintain this one as customer one because customer table is already present. So click next. So check out the data types. Your customer ID is having integer type, customer name is text, And also customer location is text and phone number is integer, like that. It is showing. So click next and click next. So, but I am already having tables. So that's why I'm not creating. If anyone if you are new to import the tables and all, so please share your screen and I will help you. I will guide you what we have to do. I think Nikita, you can share your screen.
I'll share
Others,
my
could you
screen.
please confirm? Others also, could you please confirm? All of you are having so imported the tables from the data sets. Could you please confirm in the chat? Okay. So you can follow the same steps, Nikita. You are not getting that option. You are getting right. So table data import wizard. Yeah.
So this is the customer.
So what it is saying, sys is not found. It's already, tables are already present. Please check it out whether the table is present or not. Okay, you can do one thing, change the name, 1 second. Customers. Table name is customers. So click next. Unhandled exception. Okay, first you have to select the database, correct? So you can use this database or otherwise create your own database. Create database. What is the database you have to create as per the document? Just open the document, we can see the database will be SQL basics. The database name is. First we have to create a database called as SQL basics. Create database, write the query. Create, slowly you can create, no problem. So create database, SQL basics, space, SQL basics. Don't give space, okay? SQL basics, that one is single name.
Okay.
Okay, so put semicolon, execute that query. It's created. Now we have to use the database. What is the command for using the database? Use SQL basics, right? No. You just use space SQL basics. So now we can run that query. Okay, so now we can do that steps. Import. Refresh it first. You can get that SQL basics database. So now right click on tables. Go to data import wizard. And select the location. So where that file is located.
This is where it is, right? Customer
Yeah,
data.
you can just select that one and click OK. So change the table name, customers. So click next. Click next. Next. So it is imported. So click next. And finally, how many records are inserting? 13 records. So now refresh it, whether we can able to see that table or not. Just click on that arrow, you can see customers table. So just like that, you can import other tables as well.
Sure. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, so all of you, so please follow the same steps. So to import the table, I am just giving 2 minutes of time. All of you make sure that you can ready with the data set. Yes, if you want to edit, you can do it. Okay, so the relationship, if you want to edit the relationship, you can do it, no problem. So how to edit, I will discuss. Okay, if you want. First we'll complete the select queries. Meanwhile, in the middle, we'll introduce that query, whatever the questions I will take it, right? At that time, I will explain how to edit the relationships and all. Okay, Nikita, you can stop screen sharing. It works for, but make sure that the table names you can change it. Okay.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. So I think now all of are in the same page. So now I want to retrieve the data from all customers. All of you please execute the same queries. So what I am doing here is I am just right clicking on customers table and I am opening. Sorry. So here just right click on tables or otherwise here. So add SQL. So I'm just writing. So use what is the database name? What is the database I have to select first? SQL basics, right? I'm selecting use SQL basics automatically. So the SQL basics table is getting database is getting selected. So after selecting this database, if you want to see the tables, what is the query? Anyone, could you please type it in the chat? What is the query to display all the tables? What is the command? So show tables, right? See, most of the people are not responding. So what are the tables present in this SQL basics? So we have customers and also products and also sales table. I want to retrieve the data from what is that one? So the customers table per suppose. So if I want to retrieve the data from customers table, so then what we have to do? So select star from. So customers. So, okay. So we executed select star from customers. It is displaying all customers data. Now the requirement is, I want to retrieve only customer ID, name and location only. Okay. So I want to retrieve only customer ID, name and location. So how to retrieve it? So C underscore ID and also C underscore name and C underscore. So location from what is the table? So the customers table, right? So we have to retrieve the data from so the customer table. But what are the columns I am going to retrieve? So customer ID, name, and also location. So only these three columns I want to retrieve. See, look at this. I can able to retrieve only these three columns, right? What are the three columns? So customer ID, so name, and also location. So now, so I want to write some conditions for suppose. Let me execute select star from EMP, select star from customers again. So I want to display only the details who are belongs to Delhi per suppose. I want to display all the customers. So who belongs to, so what is that one? So Delhi. How can I write it? Anyone, could you please tell me?
Sir, quick question. Why did you do C underscore?
See, this is the column name, right? So you can see this is the column name which is present here. I am not specifying on my own, correct?
Okay.
The table contains what is the column name? C underscore ID, C underscore name. So especially I am retrieving only the specific column, C underscore ID, C underscore name, and also so C underscore location like that. Is it clear?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
But I'm getting error for the same query.
So in such cases, what we have to do first select star from. First, we are not using the database, correct? First, you are using the database.
Yep.
You can share your screen, I think easily. I can easily identify what is exactly the error.
Let me just run this again and see if I. Okay, I'm fine now. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. So now the requirement is, I will ask you the questions, all of you. So you have to write the answers for this query. I want to display all the customers belongs to Delhi per suppose. How can I retrieve it? What is the query for retrieving the customers who are belongs to Delhi? Correct, right? Very good. So select star from customers where. So whenever we are writing condition, right? So we have to specify where. So C underscore location equals to, I think somebody is unmuted. Nikita, Neelam, could you please go on mute? Okay. Sorry, Nikita. I'm always calling Neelam and Nikita confusing bit. Okay. So C underscore location equals to, so Delhi, right? So this one is case sensitive actually. So we have to check what exactly, so the data is present in the table. So I'm specifying where C underscore location equals to, what is that one? So Delhi. So automatically we are retrieving the data from, what is that one? So the customer's table. So where customer name equals to, what is that one? So Delhi, like that. Is it clear? So now another question. I want to display so all the customers who are belongs to Delhi and Kerala. Who are belongs to Delhi and Kerala, both the cities. How can we write it? Anyone, can you please tell me? I want to display all the customers who are belongs to Delhi and Kerala.
Sir, after
Both.
Delhi, we can again put within the bracket
Yes.
Kerala.
So here I am just writing. So I'm not putting any bracket right now. So let's see. So select star from customers where. So C underscore location. C underscore location equals to Delhi. And again, so I am specifying and, right? So C underscore location equals to Kerala. But this is not a good approach. Why this one is not a good approach, I will tell you. Okay, so just I'm writing, so C underscore location equals to Delhi and C underscore location equals to, what is that one? So the Kerala, like this.
Sir, why 2 times and you have put?
So this is a condition, right? So if I'm writing 2 times, what happened? Sorry, where I written, so 2 times C underscore location equals to Delhi and C underscore location equals to Kerala, I've written.
So double end.
No. The and say sign you have put 2 times. That's what I'm asking.
So this one, so the single ampersand, it is not AND operation, right? So basically in programming languages, right? If you want to represent AND, so we are using, what is that one? So double ampersand operator. Single ampersand, there is a difference between single ampersand and double ampersand. So this ampersand we are talking about, so this operator, right? Why you are keeping, or otherwise,
Yes.
if I am putting, so instead of that one AND here, right? So let's see. Why I am getting not getting any details for suppose Kerala, what is the spelling? So I can just check. So select star from customers. Whether the anybody is there from Kerala? Yes. There are few people are there from Kerala. Okay. So what is the why we are not getting any data here is try to understand. Here we specified and. What is the difference between and or? And means what? So both the conditions are getting satisfied. So then only the condition is success, right? Is there anyone who belongs to Delhi and Kerala? It does not work. But suppose instead of that one, if I am keeping or, instead of and, we are keeping or. That means I want to display all the customers who are belongs to Delhi, either Delhi or Kerala. So if I am writing like this, we can able to see. So the people who are from Kerala and Delhi, only that people only that customers are only getting displayed, right? So like this. Here Nisha and Oliver both are from Kerala and Neela is from, what is that one? So Delhi. Why and is not working means, because one customer belongs to only one location. He is not belongs to two locations, right? So if you are keeping and means what? So both the conditions needs to be satisfied. Both the conditions requires to be satisfied. If you are putting or means what? either the first condition or second condition. If the C location equals to Delhi, so the Delhi people are displayed, and also Kerala people also getting displayed like that. Is it clear? So you're asking me, so previously, so why we are keeping so this and? So generally in programming languages, right? If you are keeping double ampersand, that is equivalent to and operation. Okay, so if you are keeping so double pipe symbol, but in the programming languages, but in the SQL, so it is directly and or. If it is R means what? R like that. So if you are not understanding, so what is the difference between and R? So please let me know. Okay, so I will discuss very clearly.
Sir, I have doubt. Okay.
Yeah.
Can I share my screen?
Yes, please. So you are using in operator might be. So that is your question. Let's see.
Sure. You can see now?
Yes, yes, Arpita.
Yes. Sir, I removed that and then I put it separately.
See, what is the problem is you ended with the statement, right? At line number 8, you put semicolon. After semicolon, so you cannot write it query. You cannot continue the query. So remove that semicolon, then only it will be a part of same
Oh,
query,
okay,
right?
okay, okay. Now I have to run it.
Yes. If you are putting semicolon means that query will be ended, but your query is not ended at,
Oh, okay,
correct?
okay. Understood, sir. Okay, got it, sir, now.
Yeah,
Thank you so
thank
much. Yeah.
yeah. So, but this one is not a good practice actually. Yes, somebody is asking questions. Any others? So whenever we are having, for suppose multiple conditions, for example, let's say if I am writing, so select star from customers. So we have so the people from Kerala, Delhi, and also Chennai, right? Chennai, Maharashtra, Mumbai, and all. Let's assume that you are having a requirement. You want to display all the customers who are from so Delhi, Kerala, and Mumbai. How can you write it now? Tell me. So we are following the same approach, right? So select star from customers where C underscore location. So C underscore location equals to so Kerala and in the similar way, so C underscore location. So equals to Mumbai. Again, we are writing what is that one? So R. Don't write it and. And means what all conditions needs to be satisfied. So that's why. So what is the operator we are using here? R operator. R. So here also we have to specify R. So C underscore location. So equals to what is that one? So Chennai. So I am displaying so all the customers where location equals to Kerala or Mumbai or Chennai like this. If I am executing this query, so it is displaying all the details, right? So all the customer details whose location is either Kerala, Chennai or Mumbai like that. Okay, so this is the way so we can write what is that one? So R, but it is not recommended. See, the same query I am writing it in a different way with the help of another operator. So first let me share all these queries with you for execution. So I'm writing so all these queries in a different way. So please observe that queries. So instead of writing this one, right? So we can make use of one operator that is called as in operator. What is that operator? In operator. In and also not in. So there are two operators we have, in and not in. So basically this in operator is mainly for working with list of values. So if you are working with so the list of values, so then we can go for So then we can go for in operator, right? So you can go for
Sir,
so
where
in
were you
operator.
writing?
Sorry, could you please repeat it?
Sir, your
Sir,
screen
actually,
is stuck actually. Yeah, if you're writing.
Now could you please check it out? Now it is visible.
Sir, your screen is visible, but it is stuck. Looks like if you are writing something, it is stuck. We can't see any movement.
Okay,
Sir, you can reshare it.
1 second. Mm, Now also you are getting same issue.
No, it's fine now, sir.
Okay, so if anything issue is coming, so please let me know, no problem. So if you want to work with what is that one, so the list of values, right? So we can go with what is that one, so in operator. For example, so might be you're asking question, I want to display all the customers, right? I want to display all customers in Chennai, Mumbai, and also Kerala. So previously you written query in a different way. So now we can write, make use of what is that one? So in operator, right? So we can write it. So select star from. So customers. So where? What is that one? So C underscore location. So in we can specify all the list of values. That means Chennai. And also Mumbai. And also as well as what is that one? So the Kerala like this. Okay. So you want to display all the customers where the location is in either in Chennai or Mumbai or Kerala. And also you can just go to this one so you can check it out. So here we are displaying. So select. So star from. So customers where. So C underscore location in. So we are specifying so Chennai. Mumbai and also as well as Kerala, right? We are just keeping it like this. So instead of writing so where C underscore location equals to Chennai ORR like that, instead of that one, so we are just making use of what is that one, so in operator. So it is displaying so all the customer records, right? The same result we are getting. So from both the queries. So that's why always best practice is whenever we are dealing with list of values, right? So better we can use this in operator. I'm just sharing so this code with you. All of you please complete it and like this message. So you already executed previous queries means please like the messages. So then only I can able to understand, right? So whether you completed that queries or not. So once you like that message, right? So then only I can able to understand. So you completed with that particular query. Because it's a handshake like that, right? So if you are completing, then only I can able to proceed further. I can see so 6 members completed. So requesting remaining all of you. So if you are facing any issues, please let me know. Because this is super important. So these queries you must execute. Without executing these queries, right? we cannot perform any operation in upcoming sessions, because if you are going for next module, might be you are working with Power BI or some other tools. We need to get the data from SQL databases, and we need to change the data according to your requirement, right? In such cases, so you must be very good in what is that one, so writing select queries. That's why I'm giving, so I'm repeating, keep on repeating, so please execute from your end. Don't sit ideal. Okay, so please do along with me, and I'm giving some time, so please execute. If you are facing any issues, please let me know. Okay, so almost 9 members only completed. I'm just checking. So all of you, right? So there are 28 members. Okay, so I'm requesting at least might be those who are active. Once you completed with the task, so please like that message. Then I can proceed further. So now I am giving one task for you. Could you please complete this task as well? I want to display all the customers who are not belongs to Chennai and Mumbai. So this is my question. So I want to display all the customers who are not belongs to Chennai and Mumbai. Could you please write that query and type it in the chat? Paste it in the chat. I want to display only the customers. That means I want to display the customers who are not belongs to Chennai and Mumbai. So please check that query and execute that query and paste it in the chat. Good, good. So instead of in, so we are using what is that one? So not in, right? Okay. So we have some other operators. Up to now, we discussed about what are the operators. So we have some operators I discussed. One is AND operator, and also OR operator, and also IN operator. So like that we have, so greater than or equals to, right? So greater than or equals to, and less than, so less than or equals to. So these are also what is that one? So different types of operators. So we can use actually. So these are also different types of operators. For example, in this scenario, so we have customer ID, customer name, and location. I cannot see any column which is related to salary or anything. So we cannot execute here in this table. So let's switch to another table. So check out products table for suppose. So I want to retrieve all the data from products table. How can I retrieve it? So select star from products, right? So if I'm retrieving, so look at this. We have nice columns, very nice columns. Product code, product name, price, and stock. So I want to retrieve all the products whose price is greater than or equals to 50. Okay, I want to display all the products whose price is greater than or equals to 50. How can we do that? So very simple, right? So select star from. So simply we are writing, so select star from products. So where price is greater than or equals to what is that one? So the 50. So it will display so all the products, right? So whose price is greater than or equals to what is that one? So the 50 like that. It is displaying all the products whose price is greater than or equals to 50. So we are getting so 50, 198, so 105. We are getting all these things, right? In the similar way, for suppose I want to display all the products whose price is greater than or equals to 50 and less than or equals to 100. How can I write it?
Sir, in this case, why we have not written it as P underscore price? Because the column name is only
See, the
price. That's
column
the
name
reason.
is clearly saying, right?
Oh, okay, okay.
Yes. Based upon the
Okay.
column name only, right? So we are not using any our own names. Okay. So the actual column name, what is the column name actually? Show the price. Correct. So the same name I am using it here. So now I want to display all the products whose price is greater than or equals to 50 and less than or equals to 100. How can I write it? So select start from products. So where price is greater than or equals to 50 and price so less than or equals to what is that 100. Okay, so if I'm writing like this, so let's see what it is displaying. So it is displaying all the products whose price is greater than or equals to 50 and less than or equals to 100. Correct? Less than or equals to 100. It is displaying only the products. But instead of this one, so we have some other operator, some specialized operator, because if you are observing this query, where price is greater than or equals to 50, again, and price is less than or equals to 100. This is not the best way we can write the query, right? So this is not the best way, so we can able to write the query. So instead of that one, so what we can do? So we can make use of what is that one? So the between operator. Correct? So what is between operator? How it works? So we can write it. So select same query I'm writing. So select star from so products. So where price between, right? So where price between. So 50 and 100. So it is displaying all the products whose price is in between. What is that one? So 50 and also 100. But what it is displaying? So it is displaying 100 also or otherwise. So let's check the results. You can able to understand. It is displaying 50 and it is displaying 100. So the same query, right? Whatever the query above I have written. So price is greater than or equals to 50 and price is less than or equals to 100. Whether the same result we are getting? Yes, of course, the same result we are getting. So between that one. So which one is the best approach? So could you please suggest? Always better you can use between operator, right? So because if you want to get the records between the range of values, it's a best practice. You can use between operator. Don't use this one. So price is greater than or equals to 50 and price is less than or equals to 100 like that. I'm just
Sir,
sharing these queries in the chat. Yes,
sir, it is
please.
showing 100 also here.
Sorry. Could you please
You
repeat
have
it?
written 50 to 100, right? But it is also showing 101.
101 also, no? Let's see. So I've
No,
written
what
so
I'm saying is you have selected after 50 and before 100, right? It is also
no.
in the
Just
output.
wait. Don't get confused. For me, it is showing so 50, 100 only, right? The range.
Yeah.
So for you, what it is say, what you are saying, so you are showing 101 also something other range it is showing for you. Is it
In
correct?
the output, there is mango. It is showing 100 price.
Where?
18 number product code.
Uh, okay, 100 it will display, right? Correct only, right? That is correct only. What is the problem with the 100? It is price is in
But
between, so 50 and 100 only, right?
it includes 50 and 100 also.
See, try to understand. So why it will ignore 50 and 100. So between the range of 50 and 100, right? So
Yeah.
it is showing 50 and also between 50 and 100. What are the records are there? All the records it is displaying. That is correct answer only.
And if we
What
don't
exactly you are
require 50
feeling?
and 100,
So then we have to write your condition manually. Don't use between operator. Correct.
yeah,
For
that's
example, if
my
you want to, if
question.
you don't want, so price is greater than or equals to 50, price is less than or equal less than 100 means what? It will not display. So 50 and 100, right? Except 50 and 100, remaining all it will display. Correct.
Okay, sir.
Between means what? So between the range of values. Is it clear?
Okay. Okay, sir.
Yeah. So please complete all this. So with the help of what is that one? So less than and greater than and between operator. I already pasted in the
Sir,
chat. So please like that message. Yes, please.
yeah, sir, that greater than equals to 50 and less than equals to 100,
Yeah.
I have first put the query, but however,
Hmm.
I'm getting error. But it's same as
Share your
yours. Can you
screen.
please
Share
check
your
yours?
screen. Share your screen. No problem.
No problem.
Might be you're missing some semicolon or something. Let's
Yeah,
see.
I'm just checking very closely. So
Yeah, no problem.
yeah,
I can easily scan it out.
yeah. So sir, this one I have written, and
No,
this one I have
wait.
copied it from you.
Wait. So your queries are correct only. We are not getting any error message. What is your
No,
doubt
here
now?
this red one where I was getting error. These if I run this, I'm getting
Run
red
it.
error. Red.
Run. So find select star from products. What is the error it is saying? So how to troubleshoot that one? You can read that entire line, right?
Error code
What it is saying? So
table.
wait. Just read it. You can understand. Products does not exist. The table does not exist. It is saying correct.
Oh,
So
okay.
there is a typo in your table name. Please check that query. So the table name products, there is a typo, right? PRODUCTS.
Oh, okay.
You
Okay, okay.
understand, right?
Spelling mistake.
Mm.
Products. Oh, so sorry, sir. Thank you so much.
No. We have to get the errors. That is the correct.
Because
Okay.
error, I am
The,
not able to understand actually the error codes
you
what they
see,
are
the
writing.
problem is you are new to this area, right? You are new, not new. Might be worked in some other programming languages, but you are new to this area. First, we have to identify what is the if any problem is coming in real life also. What we have to do? What problem first? Correct. What is the
Hmm.
problem? So first we have to identify what the problem. What is the resolution next? So you are not thinking about what is the problem we are getting. You are just looking into the red color error. But what is the error we are getting? Always that is important. So please remember. Got it?
Okay.
Yeah.
Sure, sir. Thank you so much.
Yeah. This is super important, all of you. Please remember if you are getting any problem, right? So what is the problem you are getting? Without understanding that problem, we cannot identify the solution. For suppose you are going to regularly office, for suppose there is some problem with your colleague or some problem with your manager or some problem with you. You have to identify, right? What is the problem and all. So in the similar way, if you are working with any query or anything, right? Any program or anything, first look into the errors. What exactly the error? Okay.
Sure, sir. Sure. And this is my first
Yeah.
time I'm learning coding. So
Yes. Yes. I
thank
understand.
you.
So, but I have to, as a trainer, I have to give very good guidelines for you.
Sure, sir.
Okay, that's
Sure,
it.
sir. Definitely.
Yeah. Okay. We discussed about what is that one. So the between operator. So now tell me, we have another one. So what is that one? So I want to display all the products whose stock is greater than 20. How can I write it? I am not writing. I am just giving work for you. So please type it in the chat. So I want to display all the products. So I want to display all the products whose stock is greater than whose stock is greater than 20. So just display all the products whose stock is greater than 20. So please write the query and complete the query and let me know in the chat. In the similar way, I want to display all the products whose stock is greater than 20 and less than 35. So greater than 20 and less than 35. I want to display all the products whose stock is greater than 20 and less than 35, like that. So please check it out, all those things. Yes, very good. Okay. So now again another question. So I'm just displaying, so select star from products. I want to display all the products, right? So products whose category is either perfume, okay, or stationery or ice cream, per suppose. Or otherwise, I want to display all the products whose category is either perfume or ice cream. Whose category is either perfume or ice cream. So that is my question. Could you please write the query? So I want to display so all the products whose category is perfume or ice cream. Okay, so that is my question. So you can just write the query for that one. Already you discussed about in operator, right? So please make use of what is that operator? In operator. This is also just for your practice actually.
So can you please show the questions once again, that page?
Yeah. So I'm just sharing the questions. So you can just look into this question and answer that query. Most of the people are not doing on your own. So please start doing it because this is super important. So the select queries, that's why I'm giving many more examples. Is it okay, Arpita?
Yes, sir, I can see. Just be in the screen. I'm just typing the query.
Okay. Good. Very good. Okay, so now I'm just giving some complicated query. All of you get ready. Okay, so let's say I have some columns, right? So what are the columns here? So we have the product code and also product name and also price, stock. So what I'm saying is I want to display. So let's write, all of you please try to write this query. So I want to display all the products Okay, so here what I am doing is, so whose stock is, so what are the columns available? Yeah. Whose category is equals to perfume, per suppose, whose category equals to perfume, whose category is perfume, and also another one is stock is greater than or equals to, or otherwise stock is less than or equals to 10. So we have to write this query. I want to display all the products. So whose the category equals to, I want to display only the perfume category. And also the stock is less than or equals to 10. So it will display only the products whose category equals to perfume, and also as well as whose stock is greater than less than or equals to 10, right? So let's try out this query. So whether this one is working or not. So please let me know. Is it clear? So these are the most possible queries actually. So the reason is, so distinct means distinct is a keyword. So generally, if you want to only distinct the particular columns, then we can do distinct actually. Distinct is different keyword, but right now distinct is not required. So whenever we are getting so duplicate values, right? If you want to get only unique values, so then we can use distinct keyword. But right now it is not required. Is it clear? Okay. So right now, so we cannot do any miracles with this existing table because we have so only few columns. Okay, another query. Let me write it to another query. I want to count all the products whose category equals to perfume. Okay, so I just want to count how many products are belongs to the perfume category. Correct. So it's a good question because if you are doing some analytics, you just want to count. So how many products belongs to perfume and how many products belongs to ice cream and all. So in such cases, we can make use of what is that one, so the count function. I'm just writing, so the count of star, right? So count of star from products where, so category equals to, right? So category equals to perfume. I'm just keeping, so category equals to perfume. Perfume I am keeping within the single quotations. So what it will do, it is just counting, so all the products whose category equals to perfume like that. So you can just run this query. So how many products are there belongs to the perfume category? Of course, there are 4 products. So that are belongs to the perfume category. So I am just asking question now. So you have to count that particular products for suppose. Let's see here what I am writing is, I want to count, I want to get the count. So get the count of products. So whose category is perfume? And also stock is less than or equals to, what is that one? So 10 per suppose. So just check it out. So I just want to display all the products whose category is perfume and whose stock is greater less than or equals to 10. How can we write it?
Sir, on the third question, I got stuck. Or
Yes,
function.
please share your screen. No problem. You have to strucking in the sense that means you are learning something. Please share your screen.
You can see, sir.
Select star from products where category equals to perfume. We have to keep it within the single quotations, right?
Oh, right. Okay.
Again, var again category equals to ice cream. We cannot put equals to or like that, or otherwise we can use in operator instead of that. Got it? So category equals to
Then
ice
within
cream
brackets.
within the single quotations.
Single quotation, sorry.
So now we can just execute that query. Now we are getting the data, right? So instead of that one, we can use in operator also. So why unnecessarily we have to write Again, category
Okay.
equals to perfume or category equals to ice cream. Instead of that one, so we can just write in operator, right? Select start from products. Where
Category.
category in open parenthesis, that means open bracket.
Okay. Oops.
There you
Yeah.
can specify two categories. What are those? Perfume.
In okay, not in comma. Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Perfume,
comma.
comma. Okay, bracket again first.
No.
Then
Just comma ice cream. So close that bracket. Put semicolon.
Yeah.
So it is also producing the same result only.
Okay, understood.
So
Okay.
the same query you can just think of yourself. I want to display all the products whose category is not equals to perfume and ice cream. Correct?
Okay, either or something like.
Not we have to put instead of that one. So select start from products where category not in. Correct? Select start from products where category.
Not in.
Yes.
Not in. Then
Open bracket, right? So
yeah.
within the brackets, we have to specify perfume and also ice cream.
Perfume
Correct?
or ice cream
Comma.
or and. Okay,
Comma. Don't put R or anything. There is no need of R condition here. Because the same query you are written already in the previously, right? R. But that is not a recommended approach. Line number 24 is not recommended. Always we can use in operator and not in operator. Got it?
Yeah, but where is my in operator option went
You
off?
already written somewhere, might be. So you can check it in your code. I think. See, so it is displaying so remaining all right, except perfume and also except
Understood.
perfume and also ice cream, it is displaying remaining all like that.
But I have just written it, sir. I don't know where it vanished.
Might be by mistake, might be you only deleted. Okay, so you selected that query and retype it again.
But
So
sir,
that
one thing, delete can happen by typing delete query, or we can just select and delete from the keyboard.
you have to select and delete only.
Okay.
If you are selecting and typing means if you are selecting and typing, it will go previous query, right?
Okay, got it, sir. Okay, thank you, sir.
Yeah. Okay, so this is about what is that one. So one of the
Sir, I
operators, one of
also have a doubt.
yes,
Can I share my
please share it.
screen?
Yeah, please.
Yeah, just a second. Yeah. So, this is not working.
It's
It's
not.
showing
It
an
does
error.
not work right. It is working. 1 second. So
It's
select
showing an. It's
start
showing
from
an error.
products. What is the error you are saying? It is saying so perfume, right? You kept in double quotations or single quotations perfume.
It's single. It's single.
Unknown column so perfume in where class? Unknown column so perfume. So select that query and execute now once. Wait. Unknown column. Why this is showing column? Select star from categories where check it. Select star from categories. Category equals to perfume only, right? Now you
Yeah.
can go to your query.
Mm-hmm.
So select star from products where remove that one perfume and retype it again. So within the single quotes, retype it. Single quotes also you can remove. I cannot say that one is single quote or double quote. I am not recognizing. So let's retype that query again. Now we can just execute.
Oh yeah, it's working now.
Yeah. So there is something mistake might be within the single quotations, keeping within the single quotations, you are getting issue.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Yeah. Is it clear? So others also getting everything is clear. So can I proceed further? Okay. So let's talk about what is that one. So like operator, so very, very important operator. So this one understanding also a bit difficult. So try to understand. So like operator. So like operator is generally basically for what is that one? So the matching patterns. Right. So if you want to, so based upon so the pattern matching, so you want to write a
Sir,
condition.
sorry for interrupting, but I'm stuck with this query you just doing for your own.
See,
So
you
it's a
can share your
count.
screen. Share your screen, please. I asked, right? So if you are having any queries and all, so you
Sir,
can just, yeah, okay. I understand.
I'm
Like after
connected
that,
with the phone only. That's why I can't share my
Mhm.
screen.
Yes, Swati, please share your screen. So that would be better.
Sir, I'm connecting with my phone. Actually, I can't.
Okay. How I can resolve your problem then? At least you can share your screenshot or something. Is it fine?
Sir, my question is how to write the query. I am not understanding the question actually.
For which problem? So I'm sharing
Sir,
notepad.
yes, I want to get the count of products whose categories perfume and stock is less than is equal to 10.
10. Okay. I'm just writing
Yes.
here. So look at this. So it's a simple query only. So you want to just count, right? So count of star from products where category equals to perfume. And
Yes. Perfume and stock is less than equal to 10.
so stock is less than or equals to
10.
so 10. So
So
this
we
is your
have to
correct.
put and.
Your thinking is correct because
Yes.
it has to satisfy both the conditions, right? So
Okay.
how many products are there? So 4 products are there whose stock is less than or equals to 10. So let's decrease. So stock is less than or equals to 5 per suppose. So 5 or 6 per suppose. I want to display all the products whose stock is so less than or equals to 5 and category equals to what is that one? So the perfume like that. Still it is showing so 5 or 4. Why? So let's see. Select star from products. Let's see. Let's check what is the stock of that one. Select star from what is the table? So products table. Correct. So let's execute this query. So minimum stock is what is that one? So the perfume stock minimum we are getting 5. Correct. So here also you can check it. Or otherwise, so select star from products where so category equals to I'm just keeping what is that one? So the perfume. So what we are getting here. So stock is what is that one? So the 5. So less than or equals to 5 means it is displaying so 4 products. You can just change this one to stock is less than or equals to 2. How many products whose stock is less than or equals to 2? So it's not 4, right? So might be can get different count. How many products whose stock is less than or equals to 2? Only one product like that. Is it clear, Swati? I think I cannot, I'm not getting the response. Is it clear, Swati?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah,
Thank you.
okay.
Sir, I have also one
Mm,
query in the same query. If we want to like show the in the category list, show the product's name, like having count greater than 2.
mm. I will discuss
How can
about
we
that
write?
one. Yes, I will discuss about that one. That one we can write it by using group by, but still I am not
Yeah,
discussed
yeah.
group by class. I will discuss about that part whenever I am
Okay,
discussing group by. Okay.
okay.
So first year we are completing basic operations. Today itself I will complete the group by also. So just wait for that one.
Sir, the
Okay.
count one I did not understand. I mean, this count query.
So count is a function actually, which is mainly for counting the records. So here I specified what is the condition. So where category equals to perfume and stock is less than or equals to 2. That means it is displaying all the products whose category equals to perfume and stock is less than or equals to 2. How many products are having stock is less than or equals to 2 and whose category is equals to perfume means we have only one product like that. Got it?
Okay, so we can change instead of perfume, we can change other name also, and that's how we
Yes,
can
we
choose
can
the
do.
count, like
So
that.
for example, I am just changing the stock to stock is less than or equals to 5. So there are how many products, perfume products whose stock is less than or equals to 5 is available? How many we are getting? 4 products, right?
Okay.
So for example, so you can change how many products whose stock is less than or equals to 5 and whose product category is what is that one's ice cream. So you can change it, but based upon the data, whatever the data present in the table, right? So according to the data, we have to change it. So how many products are there? 0 products. 0 means what? So there is no product whose category is equals to ice cream and whose stock is less than or equals to 5. So you can change the stock, for example, so 20. So it will display all the products whose stock is less than or equals to 20, right? So even 20 also there are no products. So first we have to look into this table, then only you can able to understand. So select star from products. You can see the ice cream minimum stock is what is that one? So 21 it is showing, correct? What is that one?
Yes,
So
sir.
stock is 21. So based upon your query, right? Based upon your where condition, what is the condition you written? Based upon the conditions, we are retrieving the data. Is it clear? Or can I
Yes,
write?
sir.
Yeah,
No, yeah, sir.
great. That is good actually. So all of you, I'm requesting all of you, please complete this operator. So I'm just talking about what is that operator. So like operator. This is a bit difficult to understand, but it is very, very important operator. So pattern matching is something very, very important while working with the data, right? For example, let's say in this batch, for suppose in this cohort, so there are multiple people are there. There are 20 plus members joined in this meeting. I just want to display all the employees whose name is starting with A or whose name contains some message, some character. In such cases, we can use this like operator. In like operator, whenever we are using like operator, right? So we are using so two major operators. What is that one? So first one is percentile. So percentile represents what is that one? So group of characters. And another one is what is that one? So underscore. So underscore represents what is that one? So single character. So percentile represents group of characters. And underscore represents what is that one? So single character. For example, let's say I want to display all the employees whose name is starting with A, whose name is starting with A character. How can I write it? So select star from employees. So where? So name like, here I'm just keeping what is that one? So within the single quotations. So within the single quotations. So I'm just keeping so A percentile. So percentile means what? So percentile represents what is that one? So the group of characters. It is starting with A. And after that, what is that one? So the percentile represents what is that one? So the group of characters like that. In the similar way, I want to display all the employees. For example, so A starting with A means what? So what are the names will come? For example, Amar, Arun. So these names are starting with what is the first character? A, right? So Anup, Aryan. All these names are starting with what is that one? So the first character A. It is displaying. So the first character must be A. And after that, what is that one? So the group of characters. So group of characters means what? So any number of characters like that. So the next step is what is that once I want to display all the employees whose name contains what is that one? So second character. Whose name contains second character as what is that one? So R. Here I am writing so select star from so employees. So where name like so the first character will be underscore. So what is underscore? Underscore represents what is that one? So any character. Underscore represents only one character. And percentile represents group of characters. Right? Underscore represents only one character. And percentile represents what is that one? So group of characters. Underscore. So R. And after that, so percentile again. If I am keeping so percentile here. What is the meaning of this pattern actually? The first character might be any character. Because I just kept underscore. Underscore represents any character. But only one character. Please remember. If you are keeping two underscores, right? So that one represents two characters. And after that, so the second character will be what is that one? So the R. And after that, so I am just keeping so percentile. Percentile means what? So group of characters like that. That means it will display the names whose second character is R. After R, any number of characters you have. So that might be not taken into the consideration. So if you are asking me, so we are getting Aryan. Okay. Shravan. Shravan also R will be the second character, right? So these are also different types of strings that should be matched with whose second character is R. Okay, like that. Now tell me, I want to display all the employees whose name contains last character as H per suppose. How can I write it? So select star from. So what is the query first of all? I want to display so names whose name so last character so contains what is that one? So H. Whose name last character contains what is that one? So H like that. We are just displaying like this, right? So select star from employees where name. So like, so last character means what? So first any number of characters you have. So just we are putting percentile. Why I am keeping percentile here? So percentile represents group of characters, right? So that means before H we have any number of characters. So percentile represents group of characters. But what I am expecting, so the last character should be H. And also this is case sensitive. Case sensitive means what? So you are expecting, so what we can say. So the uppercase means you have to give uppercase H, or otherwise we have to give lowercase h. So this one displays all the employees, okay, whose name last character is, what is that one? H. For example, so Suresh and Sarath. Okay. So these are all right. So these are all so different names might be starting, ending with what is the character H. So another query, for suppose I am asking. All of you are understanding. So whatever the patterns I am writing, is it clear? So do you have any questions? Is it okay? All of you up to now? Do you have any questions? Please unmute and speak with me if you are having any questions, because this is a bit difficult to understand, right? So percentile H means what? So percentile means group of characters. H means what? So the last character must be what is that one? So H character. Now tell me, I want to display all the employees whose last second character is S. Okay, whose last second character. Second character is what is that one? So S. How can we do that one? I want to display all the employees whose last second character is what is that one? So there's like that. How can we write it? We are writing like this, right? So select star from employee. So where? So name like. So first percentile. Percentile means what? So any number of characters. And yes, but this one is the last second character, right? So not last character. So that means in the last character, I am just keeping underscore. So percentile S underscore means what? Last character might be any character. I am not specifying. Last character might be anything. So that is H or anything. But from the last second character will be yes, like that. Okay, so let's execute. So by using these patterns, so we can see here. So let's apply what we learned here. So first what I am doing here is, so
Sir,
select star from.
Sir, I
Please,
have one
please.
question.
Yes, please go
Uh,
ahead.
can we use like from uppercase and lowercase?
I'm not getting your question actually. So can we use
Can
like
we
for
change
uppercase?
the uppercase from using like for using like?
In such cases, you can put it, your data is uppercase, for suppose. In such cases, you can put capital letter, right? So that is sufficient, no worries. Got it? Because based
Yes.
upon your data, in your table data, so that name is contains the S character as capital letter, or what is that character? So we have to check it. Got it? For example, in your
Yes,
table
sir.
data, for example, so you can just look here. So if I'm writing, so select star from, what is the table name? Products, right? So in this products table, so first we can just look into the products data. So I cannot see any data. Why I'm getting
So
error?
spelling mistake.
So products, oh, sorry. See, I'm also making mistakes, right? This is typo. So you can execute. And we can see here, so there are so many products we have. Almost all the products are in lowercase. In such cases, we have to use lowercase only, right? Don't use uppercase. For example, here we have so the P underscore name, so pen, which contains the first character, pen, lace, these are also first character will be capital letter. How can you write the query in such cases? Select star from. Tell me, select star from products where name or P underscore name. Please tell me. So P underscore name, like, what is that? It is starting with the L character. So
Comma.
either I can keep lace, but suppose it is starting with lace or something. What I have to keep, capital letter or small letter in this case? Capital letter. L percentile. Because if you are observing in the data, lace is starting with what is that one? So the capital L, right? So based upon the data, what data you inserted into the table,
सर
based
यू
upon the
आर
data,
राइट सर यू आर राइट बट हमारे पास अगर कभी बहुत ज्यादा डेटा है एंड उसमें भी ऐसे ही है अपर केस लोअर केस तो हम सारा डेटा कैसे देखते
okay,
बैठेंगे तो
great,
उससे
great
अच्छा
question.
हमारे पास ऐसा कुछ नहीं है कि हम जो लोअर
Yes,
केस में सबको अपर कर दे और जो सब लोअर है
I
उसको
understand your
सबको लोअर
question.
कर दे
Okay, yeah, good
यस
question. In such cases, what we have to do, for suppose? So first we have to convert that one into lowercase. correct? Or suppose in such cases, what we are doing is here we are writing condition, right? So where, so we can make use of some functions, lower of name or what is that column? So p underscore name, whatever it may be, you are having uppercase or lowercase, but this lower function, what it is doing, it is converting your name into what is that one? So lowercase is equals to, so within the single quotations, we can keep it. So L percentage. So because we know that is in uppercase or lowercase, we don't know what data we inserted. So, but if you are putting so lowercase L percentage, so this one works, right? But your table data cannot be changed. But the condition works, but it is not showing anything, right? So where lower of p name equals to L percentage, it is not listing because the table data, you can write it. So capital L percentage, it is displaying one record. No, right? Why we are getting so like this? Where p underscore name, right? P underscore name equals to, so L percentage. So previously this is the query I've written. So that means it is displaying all the records whose product name equals to less. No. Let me check. It's there, right? Record is contains what is that one? So starting with L. Why it is not displaying? Why the pattern is not matching? All of you can able to see this query. You can try it out, this query. L is the first character. So what is the problem here? We are not using equals to. We are using, we have to use what is that operator? So like operator. So that is the problem. So instead of writing this one, right? So for your case, we don't know whether that one contains uppercase or lowercase. So we can use lower function. So to convert your product name, right, into lowercase. So that should be matched with what is that one? So L percentage. So that is lowercase, right? So that should be matched with what is that one? So L percentage. So you can execute this query. So then it is displaying. So the same result. Is it correct? I think your question is answered. You got it? I think somebody is asking this question.
Sir, still I'm confused.
No problem. You can tell me what is the see. You're asking, so I understand
Sir,
your
my
question.
question is, can
Mm.
we convert all the like details, product name, lowercase or uppercase, everything?
See, the table data you cannot change it. Table data will be given by the client. Try to understand. So I will tell you the
That's my
scenario.
question, sir.
Okay. If
That's
the
my
client is
question.
giving the data, if you are making modifications to the data, entire
Yes.
company, they will raise the question, right? So they will question you why you are changing the data and all. You are not having a permission itself to change the
Okay.
client data in real life, actually. We cannot touch, we cannot delete, we cannot modify anything. What data they
Okay.
are providing, we just take it and after that we can apply your transformation on the top of it. Got it?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Good question, right? So I think this is also some important things we have to understand in real life. Once your client might be you're working for some bank or financial organization or anything, financial organization or healthcare organization, the project is given by the client, right? So they are providing the data. You are not having a permission to make changes to their data in the database. But for your queries, might be if you want to convert into lowercase, that is not affecting what is that one? So the database tables, right? So it will display only according to the manipulation. But we can duplicate the same data, right? So duplication in the sense, if you are duplicating the data, that does not make sense, right? So what we can say, What is the purpose of duplication? So might be there is a disaster, for suppose. Client is providing one copy to you. So regularly we are making a backup copy. What is the purpose of making backup copy? For disaster management or anything. For suppose if any disaster happens, might be we need to get that copy from some another location. You can copy the data, but again I am repeating Brahma Reddy. So you can maintain the copy means what? Client will not allow, because if you are working for a bank, let's think yourself. So the bank will provide that data for your personal use, no, right? That means you want to maintain another copy, the bank will allow you to create a separate table and dump that existing data into another table. That is based upon the role, right? If you are working as a backup manager, for suppose, in such cases it will work. Okay, if you are working on so backup management or any some other tools. But if you are working on what is that one, so some other technologies, especially so business analytics, and also you are not getting a chance to copy the data into privately, locally also. Directly we have to work on so the data provided by the client, that's all. Okay, so because client data, they will not give it to you, your personal use or personal operations or anything. That's why in Simplilearn also, right? So we are providing so the client data, but it's not exactly client data, right? So for the projects. So that means, so same different copy we are maintaining and we are providing it to you as a lab, right? So please remember that point. Client data is live data. For suppose that one contains credit card details, client personal data and all those things. How they will give it to us? It's not possible. Okay, so please remember that point. Okay, so this is about what is that one, so other operators. Any other questions? Can I proceed further by writing so this queries with the help of like operator? I'm just posting this query in the chat. So I want to display just again. So what I'm doing is I'm switching to the customers table. Right. So select star from. So what is the table? Customers table. So select star from customers means it is displaying all the customers table. Can you please tell me I want to display the customers whose location is starting with K? How can I display it? So I want to display all the customers whose location is starting with what is that one? So the K, character K. How can I write it? I can write it like this, right? So select star from customers where, so C underscore location. So like, so C underscore like location, like what is that one? So K percentile. So this one is displaying what is that one? So all the customers whose location is starting with what is that one? So the K, right? So let's see. I'm getting error. So it is customers actually. So the table name is what is that one? So the customers. So try to execute this query. Okay, it is displaying only the customers who are belongs to the locations whose name is starting with what is that one? So the K. Okay, now tell me, you have to write the query to display all the customers. It's not case sensitive actually. So because it's case sensitive, not case sensitive. It's case sensitive. For example, if I'm keeping so the K percentile capital letter, for suppose, let's see. If I'm putting so K capital letter, so it is displaying. So even though it is displaying all the details, that means it is not taking it as case sensitive. Okay. So as per the behavior, but if you are going for Oracle database, right? Because I'm working in a company, There I am using Oracle database actually. In the Oracle database, it is case sensitive. Okay, so from database to database, might be you have to think of the behavior. So I cannot say we cannot expect so the same behavior we can expect in so other databases as well. So please remember, note that point. But in this case, even if I am putting so the capital K or small k in the MySQL terminology, it is taking it as it is working fine. So we can check with other databases as well. Is it clear? That's what I'm saying. So previously I said like it's case sensitive. It's not case sensitive. It is not taking case sensitive. Okay. So while they're during the implementation of MySQL. But as a mentor, what I can suggest is we have to check the behavior of the database. That's what I'm saying. Because the same like query will work with Oracle also, same like statement will work with what is that one? So DB2 database as well. But the question is, so whether this one is working fine with all the databases or not. Okay. Is it clear? I think Neelam.
Yes, sir. I was just trying to say that in this,
Yeah,
it's not case sensitive.
good identification. I understand. Great identification. That is required actually, because otherwise we have to write some extra effort, right? We need to convert that one into lowercase and we need to verify it. Now we can write the query. I'm just writing the question here. I want to display all the customers, right? Whose location? Whose location? So second character. Whose location? So second character is what is that one? I per suppose. How can I write it that query? Anyone could you please write the query and execute it? So select star from so products. Sorry, customers, right? Select star from customers. Where C underscore location. So like. So the first character will be any character, right? So that one I am just representing underscore. So that one I am representing it as what is that one? So underscore and second character. What is that one? So the second character might be what is that one? So I. And after that, so the percentage. Percentage represents what is that one? So the group of characters. So first character might be any character, and the second character should be I. And after that, so the group of characters. I am just executing this query. I am not getting any data. Why? So please check it. So select star from, I can say, so select star from customers. So location does not contain any character. I think C underscore name, that one is. Sorry.
And with that, we have come to the end of this course. If you have any doubts or questions, ask them in the comment section below. A team of experts will reply to you as soon as possible. Thank you and keep learning with Simplilearn.